Hello, everybody. Welcome to the Friendly Fire Games podcast. Specifically, this is our GOTY podcast where we're going to be talking about the best games of 2022. It's Elden Ring, the end. Bye. No, we're each going to be running down our top 10 games. I am, of course, joined by Ryan.
Oh, good evening, everybody.
Tom.
Why does Ryan always get to be first?
I don't know. His camera is right next to mine, and I'm kind of going backwards.
Also, if you went in alphabetical order, he would be first anyway.
That's crazy. Your name starts with R, and you would be first, other than me, obviously.
Right?
We don't care about the alphabet here. That's
right. We don't even know the alphabet here. Tyler, do you know the alphabet?
No, I thought this was the top 10 goats podcast. In the wrong room.
The goats you would have sex with, right?
Yes.
Do you have any goats?
I already don't want him here.
Preston, what goat would you like to have sex with? Tell us about it.
Vampire Survivors.
Is that what we're doing? Yeah. Vampire Survivors, number one goat.
Number one goat to have sex with. All right. Preston, thank you for joining us from Draft Punks right now, but also Level Zero, just in general.
Yeah. Yes. I podcast. I talk on mic. Thank you for having me. I'm excited to talk about and play Vampire Survivors.
And we are joined by Genetix. What's going on?
Nothing much, really. Same old.
Cool. Are we all ready to talk about the best fucking games of the year?
Yes, sir.
Objectively.
How drunk is everybody right now? I'm 2 shots of vodka in.
I'm
pretty good.
I'm on
Quarter of a
number
beer,
3.
but I'll get there.
I'm on.
Good.
I got 25 more cans. We got time.
Got time. All right, so how this works, I'll remind everyone here, but also everybody at home. We're going to run down our top 10. We're just going to go round robin. It's going to go Genetix, Preston, Tyler, Tom, Ryan, and then myself. But if somebody says a game that is on your list, even if it's their number 10 and it's your number 1, that's your time to talk about it. Don't wait until later when we get to your number 1.
I'm going to wait.
Don't fucking wait. I'll cut your ass off.
How
I will cut
does
your
one
ass
cut one ass off?
I don't
Like
know.
the cheeks?
I mean,
Or
the cheek. That's what I'm saying.
Chocolate starfish? How do you cut it out?
Is your ass like
All right.
completely flat? Because then I can't cut it off.
I'm
Definitely
gonna
not.
reiterate what I said at the top. I'm already sick of it. He needs to go. He's got.
Do you want to unzip my compressed files?
Got it. I was waiting.
I
for
got it in.
There it is.
I missed the joke completely.
He's got to go.
It's
We
still
got to
good.
get rid of this guy. This is
All right.
chaos. All right.
So let's jump right in. Genetix, you're number 10.
For my number 10, it's wait, let me scroll down. Multiverses. I
I'm
just think it's I know I know everybody's here's opinion on it, but it's just it's the closest platform fighter as far as feeling somewhat like not similar to Smash, but like it's doing its own thing and actually working while trying to do its own thing. The only other one besides that has been Rivals of Ether. But I just like, for me, DC and stuff like that doesn't make as much sense for movie's sake, but for game's sake, it makes a lot of sense. So being able to have the DC characters in a platform fighter for me. And then obviously there's the stupidness of like Marvin versus Batman versus whatever other random nonsense. And I just like it. So not much to say about it. It's Smash, but instead it's Warner Brothers.
Yeah, the physics feel a lot different than Smash. I still enjoy it. I like that it is focused on 2v2s, and there's a lot of characters that specifically use 2v2 to their advantage. Like, Velma, when her words pass through the other character that you're partnered with, they get bigger, do more damage, that kind of thing. And then obviously, like, their original character, the dog, what's his
name?
Snoopy?
Rain Dog?
Scooby-Doo?
Yes, Snoopy.
I thought it was like Rain Dog.
Yeah, Rain Dog is
Yeah.
correct.
Rain Dog?
He's like
Rain Dog, maybe. No, you're right. It is Rain Dog because he's got reindeer.
Like a
He's a
reindeer,
reindeer
but a dog.
Yeah, his whole moveset is like based around teams, which is cool. The biggest problem that game has, and the reason why I have not played it all in season 2, is its quest structure is truly awful. Requires you to play a lot every day. It's a lot of RNG for whether you're going to get your quests done. There's 2 out of the like 10 quests you can randomly roll that are just basically undoable. Like everybody is
Although
just like,
since
I'm
they
just going to reroll it.
Yeah, since they added the single player arcade mode, you can get most all of the quests done pretty easily, but then you're just fighting a stupid computer, and it's just like you're just doing it just to checklist and get it done, which is not as fun.
Yeah.
I've only played it one time when we did our 24-hour extra live stream, but I had a good time with it. We played it for an hour and a half.
Yeah.
It was fun. It was a good game.
Better than Brawl Hollow.
Yeah.
I would say so.
I
for
mean,
sure.
that's
Yeah.
my whole thing too. It's like it's Rivals of Ether and Multiverses, and then obviously Smash is the one that nobody seems to be able to get near at this point in time. So
yeah.
But I just had a thought about it, but I can't even remember what it was. Oh, it's the fact that it's free to play too, and like you can legitimately download it onto your console and load it up and play with your friends local and just pick whatever freaking character you want. So it's like it's free to play while also keeping in mind the fact that it might just very well be a party game for people and stuff. Like it's pretty free to play friendly for the most part. Just if you care about cosmetics, the quest and battle pass structure kind of suck a little bit.
Yeah, I think for a pickup, put down like something that you're not committed to really like driving into that battle pass. It's really fantastic. Like it was.
Yeah.
We only played. I don't know. I played for a couple days consecutively with Travis quite a bit, and it's a fun time, and I could definitely see it being a great party game for anyone that is like, if you don't have a Switch, this is the thing to pick up.
Yeah.
For sure. This game's still not on Switch, right? It's on everything else.
Yep.
I don't even know if it will end up on Switch because a lot of games delay cross-platform or just don't even release on the Switch. Like all the fighting games that they've been releasing, the fuck is it called? Rollback. All the fighting games they've been releasing rollback on, they don't release it to the Switch version of the game. So clearly there's like some hardware limitations, or it's just not deemed worth it or something for rollback to get. Either that or they release the rollback update later on, like quite a bit later on for the Switch version. So there's some reason they're not doing Switch for sure.
Weird. But also, I mean, Smash is on Switch, so just play Smash.
Right.
Just not online.
You can't play
that's
Smash
another
online.
thing for Multiverses. Yeah, Multiverses is online. Works.
Right.
For the most
That's
part.
another thing I didn't even think to note. But yeah, that's the main reason it kind of beats Smash for me, is I can actually play the thing online.
Sweets. All right, Preston, you're number 10.
I hate to do this to you so early, but I'm going to go Citizen Sleeper.
Wow.
Yeah.
Chris just shit his pants.
Yeah, he just
I
blew up the
actually
entire
did.
podcast.
I need to turn off my camera and go to the bathroom.
Not even on the list. So boom.
I don't even know what it is really. So
it's such a good, relaxing game that is like, because it's so, for those that don't know, it's you're on a spaceship. You are woken up on a spaceship, and you're kind of like going around and doing daily tasks that make you more like welcome in the community. But it's like everything is, gosh, it's such a top level, almost like board game like. You're not really like going in the spaceship. It's very top level, go from point to point within the city, and maybe there will be like a character, or the characters will pop up and talk to you as like artwork. So it's simple, and it's all based on dice rolls, but you know what dice you're putting in, and like it's not even really dice rolling, right? Like you already have you
roll your dice at the beginning of your
available.
day, and you know what you have available.
So if a task takes a number 4, a dice roll of 4, you already have that 4 available. You know you can do that task. You're not wasting time with RNG really. And there's always something to get done. You're never wasting a day or losing time. The writing is really, really good, and it's very like sweet. A lot of the people, it's like a mega corporation that built the spaceship. It's pretty tropey in terms of like science fiction stories, but the characters that it brings in and how they're affected by, like cold capitalism is really effective and very nice. I didn't fully beat it. I think I got a little bit to probably about halfway through, and I really want to go back to it, but it is kind of like, it's a lot of reading. You got to really commit, like you have to commit your mind to it. And I
Right.
haven't felt like committing my mind to a game or
And that's
even
why
a book
he's
in a little while.
only playing Vampire Survivor right
That's
now.
exactly
No
right.
brain power. Well, a little bit of brain power.
I mean, all you have to do for that is just think about your build as you
Exactly.
play, and that's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah, Citizen Sleeper also on my list. Outstanding game. Much higher on my list, but I'll get you back for that, Preston, actually here pretty shortly. Yeah, I mean, it's a game about very genuine characters finding comfort in each other in this really oppressive world. Your character is a sleeper, the titular sleeper, which is basically like a robot, but somebody's mind has been scanned and put into that robot, and you're the property of a company, and you have managed to escape from that company, but they're tracking you, and there's something wrong with you because there's something wrong with all sleepers, I guess, where you have to continuously take this medication, which is one of your goals, is to continue getting this medication every day. And there's various ways that you can do that. Otherwise, you'll just shut down completely. You'll die, basically. So it's very dismal, but also find hope in the characters.
Yeah.
Very powerful. It's also a game that has 10 endings, and usually I freaking hate games with multiple endings, but this is one of the very rare instances where the ending that I ended up choosing felt very genuine to the choices I had made along the course of the game, and I was not tempted to look at the other endings. I don't care what else happened, because that's what happened to my character, and it made sense for the way that I was playing. But yeah, just can't overstate how well written all the characters are, and the gameplay loop is super fun if you were into it. If you play the first hour of this game and you don't like putting the dice into the correct spots, you don't I rolled a 6, so I can use that in this spot to get more money than I normally would if I would have put a 3 in that spot or whatever. If you don't like all that stuff, then you're probably not going to love the game outside of the writing, but the writing can still carry it through if you're enjoying it, which it is maybe the second best written game of the year for me, I think.
And I think it's got the soundtrack is more atmospheric. So it's limited in its music, but its entire sound design is very centered around the idea of being in this spaceship and grounding you through the sound design, because the visuals are such this high level bird's eye view that they kind of they put you in the atmosphere through the sound design, and it works really well to just kind of extend that sci-fi feel. And it's easily the best. Let me look at my list. Easily the best sci-fi game that I've played.
Yeah.
Good. So when you say multiple endings, are you talking just different colors or what?
Completely different ways that your character can finish their life.
I know. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
The other sci-fi game. The only other sci-fi game.
The other sci-fi game with multiple endings, where the endings were just red explosion, blue explosion, green explosion.
They changed that. They changed that before I even finished that game. But
yeah. Is it on Game Pass?
Yes.
Yes. Yeah.
Okay.
And yeah, I will definitely be going back to it, I think, during this sort of very short lull.
Yeah.
In games.
Till January 11th you have.
Yes. Yeah. I'm also going to get Persona 5 Royal, Death Stranding.
Yeah, Tyler's going to be Persona 5.
You're not going to be playing any games for the next 2 years? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Because you're going to beat Persona 5?
Persona 5, yeah.
Yeah.
On my phone.
All those drop
Good luck.
Same time that One Piece Odyssey drops, so it's
That's what I started doing with Royal, was playing it on my phone because I can play it via the cloud.
Yeah, and it works really great. What a great game to play on xCloud because of the combat. But
yeah.
So
top.
I'm going to switch it out. Persona 5 Royal is number 10. Citizen Sleeper.
Yeah, that came out last year. Yeah. That's another thing I should have mentioned at the top of the show. These are games that came out this year, or that you can make an argument for had a release this year, or had a major content update this year.
You're lucky I didn't play it, because I really was going to try to force The Witcher 3 onto this list with
technically had a release this year.
Content update, because that definitely would have been top 3 if it's.
But the content update is here's some armor from the Netflix show.
Yeah, it's not really.
Prettier.
It's a single quest.
They reworked how magic works, though, right? They made magic more fun.
You don't have to go through menus. You can just push a quick button, and your guy automatically throws it out. It's right trigger plus one of the buttons, and he'll throw it out rather than you having to do the little radial menus for everything.
Yeah. All right, let's move on. Tyler, you're number 10.
All right. My number 10 is Kirby and the Forgotten Lands. I don't know how many people in here played it, but the game came out
the
back
first
in
world.
March, and it came out right as I was going on vacation, so it was a perfect time to play as I was stuck up in Michigan during the end of winter up there. But the game is super fun, great level designs, great music. They do a new thing with it where you have the mouthful mode where you can like suck up cars and become a car, or a traffic cone, or a light bulb, or a ladder, just like random bullshit. And the way that they incorporate those into the puzzle design is super unique and fun. The boss battles are all super fun. And they also updated the combat to where all of the abilities that you can get, you can upgrade them slowly over time as you play and get blueprints to upgrade them. And they all become more powerful. So like your fire blast ends up becoming like a dragon by the end of it, or your sword ability, you end up becoming Meta Knight at the end as you upgrade. And just like there's all these kinds of different abilities that you can get, like the bomb attack becomes a chained bomb attack where you throw out bombs and they all chain together. And if anybody runs into that chain of bombs, they all explode.
It's like Bomberman.
It's just, yeah, it's great. And so it made the combat a lot more fun. And then they also added the ability to like do like a dodge at the last second, which will slow down time, which lets you do additional hits. Yeah, it's fantastic. And then at the end,
don't
not
spoil
to like
it.
spoil the game.
Don't spoil it.
I don't, but I have to talk about it because like the end of the game is so fucking crazy. I won't say like what happens, but it's some anime shit. It
swallows the world.
Shit. It's fantastic.
I mean, if you've played pretty much any Kirby game in the last 10 years, like the end of those games are weird and dark and crazy, just in general. But I think this is the craziest they've gotten.
But what you do at the end of this one in particular, as far as like how it involves the mouthful mode and beating the last boss and things that happen, it's wild. I definitely wasn't expecting it, and it was just bombastic and nuts. And then there's also like a whole town building thing that you do, where it's like the more Waddle Dees that you get, like the more that the town builds out, and you can like fish in the town. You can go and listen to like music. You can go back and look at the cutscenes in the theater, like do all these different things. And it's just a great family game. It's like super fun and relaxing. I love it.
Yeah, a lot of podcasts I've listened to have focused on like, oh man, the ending's so crazy. The stuff that they do in the ending is so crazy. But I think what really makes this Kirby special is the co-op actually feels good. I think you have to play Spear Waddle Dee or whatever, so you don't get to use all the powers,
that's kind of I played about half the game with my youngest son, and it's fun, but it's also kind of frustrating, like especially like depending on who's playing Waddle Dee, because like being Kirby and being able to get those abilities is like what's fun and unique about the game. Waddle Dee is still fun to control, but like when you see your co-op partner like becoming a fucking staircase, it's like, why not me? Why can't I do that?
Why can't people step on me? Is what you're trying to say.
Why can't I be the cause that
why won't Lady Dimitri step on me?
It's a step up from like the Mario Odyssey co-op and system, but just not a huge leap.
It's better than being a hat, slightly.
It's definitely 100% better than being.
I mean, I would say it's a whole lot better in general, because like at least he still has his whole own move set and stuff. It's just the fact that you can't like upgrade him or anything. You're just kind of like stuck in the same move set the whole time.
Does feel fun to control. Like his move set is fun, and he's a powerhouse. Like his spear is super powerful, and like it has a cool combo. But it is just like one of those things where it's like, just make two Kirby's. Like they've done it before.
Yeah, they've done two Kirby's before, and it would be better with two Kirby's. I wonder if like it's like a stress on the Switch because of like doing double mouthful mode. Maybe would be stressful on it or something. I don't know.
Yeah, it's hard.
I don't know,
because
do that.
Especially once you upgrade those abilities, because when you upgrade those abilities, they become gigantic on the screen and like just like explosions and effects and stuff. It's a lot. So.
My thing with that, though, is like thinking if it's going to be too much for the Switch is like Monster Hunter Rise literally runs at almost a constant 30 FPS with 4 pets on the screen, a giant monster or 2, all of your hunters. Like, that's just Nintendo not knowing how to optimize for their system, I feel.
Yeah, but I also think Kirby looks good with its art style, and I think Monster Hunter Rise looks like shit.
It's a great looking game.
I don't think Rise looks like crap. It looks like just all the old DS entries is the main thing.
Which I also
Yeah,
look
which
like
is
crap.
crap.
TBH.
Compared to Kirby, because Kirby does have a really good art style. It's very bright and vibrant. And like what they did with the environments is like, it's like a weird kind of almost like post-apocalyptic style where like you have all these abandoned buildings and these different structures inside of like these different biomes, like sand, winter areas and stuff like that. But it's all like the same thing, you know. It's like these abandoned cities almost, and like exploring these areas with Kirby is super fun. It's not your typical Kirby adventure where it's like you're going to a forest, you're going to, you know, a snow area. Instead, it's like a snow city where it's like you have like castles and bridges and bullshit that you get to go through. So
yeah, it's a great game.
It's a good game.
All right, Tom, you're number 10.
My number 10. I know how much you guys don't really, or most of you don't care about living games, but Destiny 2 is on mine because Witch Queen came out. Also, this year they revamped all of the rest of the skills with the 2.0. So you can basically, like, if you take Arc, Void, Solar, you can choose whatever grenade you want. Like, you're no longer so, like, this is what this is, what that is. You can completely customize your character. Lightfall's coming out next year, which looks fucking
That looks incredible.
That
rad.
looks good. Yeah.
Ever since they split with fucking Activision, yeah, the writing has gotten so much better. Like, the stories in Destiny are really, really good. And I get to play with my dad and my brothers, and I have a good time. So,
Is it still
like
as much of a
Destiny,
grind?
like Destiny. I mean, yes, there's still, you know, it's still a grind, but I don't mind it. You know, it's always progression to get better gear.
What was the
You have
update
time
where
to
they
play.
did where it felt very like just more like quick burst style of quests, and it was much less interesting. It was like whenever I think it was when they went free to play, and it felt like,
Well, so they
there
have
was less
season
investment in the
passes
story.
aside from just the DLC content. So the DLC are the big hits. So like Lightfall is going to be a big expansion, and then every couple of months they have like season passes, which are just like little story tidbits and, like, you know, try to get this new gear, try to get these new cosmetics. But I enjoy playing it. Nobody wants to play with me. So
Did they ever do something with the transmutations being awful, or I heard they were awful?
I mean, anything you've had, you can like break anything you've broken down ever. You can now create like what you want your armor to look like.
Yeah, that's
Good.
nice.
Yeah.
Is
realistically, like, I would never have the time to even play the game, but I feel like at this point it's very hard for new players to jump in because they have so much content that's vaulted, right? Have they undone that? I don't think so.
No, so there was sunsetting is what they were calling it, but now like they'll rotate what comes in and comes out as far as weapons. So they'll bring in old exotics and revamp them, retune them to like what's going on.
Yeah, maybe. I mean,
but
maybe
every season there's different weapons. So
yeah, I mean, it's just my mindset personally. Like, the way I would want to play that game if I were going to play it is like from the beginning of Destiny 2's story content through all of its story content, and there's a lot of that that's just not there if you're a new player, right? Like, it's vaulted right now.
depending.
From what I
Yeah.
heard, yeah, there was some stuff getting like vaulted away or something, but I don't know the specifics on it.
Yeah, I think there was
played it all, so yeah, I don't know because I've played everything
Yeah,
as
you've
it
been
came
playing
out,
as it
so.
comes out, so it doesn't matter to you.
Right, so it doesn't matter,
Yeah.
right?
like there was a whole sequence, a whole storyline of someone dying, and then
Cade 6.
someone
It was in a trailer.
Yeah, that wasn't a spoiler.
It's not
Yeah,
a spoiler.
no.
I mean, it's literally the entire point of that season, yeah.
Yeah,
Or when that
but,
DLC
like-
came out, Cade 6, Nathan Fillion, who they should never have gotten rid of because he's fantastic.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Like he was like a driving character for a lot of reason why people like came to the game.
I mean, they got
Cade
rid of
6.
Peter Dinklage and replaced him with Tyler's
Yeah,
favorite voice
which-
actor. So
Also great. I mean,
Fuck Troy
did a lot
Baker.
better. That way, it was wasn't it North?
Oh wait, wasn't it Nolan?
no, I'm pretty
It
sure
was
it's Troy Baker.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, like if
I
they
don't
were
know, I
to
don't listen to
vault
that
that
fucker anyway.
storyline, right? Like if they were to vault the Cade 6 death storyline, it just would feel so
Yeah, I mean, you
Okay,
can go
I
back
heard-
and play the strikes when it happened, but yeah, that story you can't get to anymore because as everything progresses, it only allows you now to access whatever planets are available. You can't access everything anymore.
Yeah, that's kind of sad to me. But I mean, like I said,
I mean-
realistically, I'm not actually going to make the time to go back. So like, that's probably where most people are
Destiny
sitting.
2
where
has been out for what, like
the people that are
5 years?
complaining about that, like myself, will never actually play the game anyways.
Which
I
sucks
was
because
coming
those
back for
those
Lightfall.
the gun mechanics in that game
Yes.
are just fantastic, and
It
the
is-
skills
One of the best feeling games you can play shooters. Easy.
minus Titanfall 2, which is
Yeah.
just gone into oblivion, so it doesn't matter.
Yeah, I'll be back for Lightfall. Witch Queen didn't quite bring me back because I didn't have the investment. Lightfall looks fucking sweet.
Oh yeah,
It just
new
looks
power
cool,
set.
and that's all I need. I don't need the
Yes.
story for it at all. I just want to look like a
But the
badass.
writing is really good. The problem
Yeah.
Destiny always had was that it's a lot of the story is hidden behind like grimoires
Grimoires.
that you have to go and
Mhm.
read. They are available, but it's just like, you know, you play any fucking Souls game and you're like, what the fuck is going on? Well, you got to
Yep.
look into it.
Yeah, well, in Destiny 2,
narrative.
you can actually read the grimoires in the game, right? Destiny 1, you
Oh,
go to, like a
yes.
separate fucking website or whatever.
Yeah, that's terrible.
Yeah.
All
But
right.
yeah.
Ryan, you're number 10.
My number 10, maybe upsettingly low for some people. Horizon Forbidden West.
It's not
Did
on my
not
list.
make
on
my
that
So
list.
low, it was not on my list.
Tyler is so outraged. Wait, he never finished it. Never
No,
mind. He doesn't care. He completely ran away. He's
There
scared.
was a rendition of this list where it didn't make it, but it felt weird not having it. It's certainly not as strong as the first game for me, but I really still enjoyed my time. It's a very fun game. The additions were great. Just need Aloy to be quiet.
Yeah.
And have
Which
a
she
smaller
did.
head.
They did update and made it all a little bit easier and more palatable, where she was quieter, and that the pickup mechanics, you didn't actually like bend down and grab things every time you went over to grab stuff. It just like would go into your
That's
inventory.
why
and
I
that was
never played through
huge.
Red Dead because
Yeah.
I killed a bunch of people towards the beginning of that game. Started like looting them, and he's like picking up their body, like reaching into their pocket and stuff. I'm like, I just want
Well, I think that
want it to
game-
pop up and be in there.
I believe that
Please
game had the
stop.
option to turn that off from the get go. I believe I
Oh,
did.
did
turn
it?
off. Like,
Okay.
I
I
didn't
didn't
just
know
want
I
the
didn't
stuff.
know. I might have to retry it
See,
if you can turn that off because that drove me nuts. I was
In
like,
a
I
game,
can't.
in a game like Horizon Forbidden West, it makes no sense to me, and it's very
Because it's
frustrating.
supposed to
Like,
be like very
Red
go
Dead, I
go
get
go feeling. Like Red Dead,
Right.
it
Yeah.
makes more sense, but Horizon, it's supposed to give you those feels of like exploring a big, vast sort of thing, and like just constantly going, and then your character's stopping to do shit.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just
But it-
feels weird.
It was probably a close 11 for me, and it's a solidly fun game. Whenever like going out and specifically trying to hunt for a certain dinosaur just to get an upgrade feels good and feels fun.
Yeah.
Like you will look it up on the map and just start heading there, and it's a good game to lose yourself in.
Yeah.
The story is like fine so far. I mean, I'm about halfway through, and I really enjoyed it. But I enjoyed like the moment to moment, especially after those quality of life updates. Like by far after those, I enjoyed the moment to moment gameplay a lot more than I did like the knowledge that there was more to come. Like it was the realization that there was another 30 hours of it that made me eventually put it down. But whereas if I still just pick it up and turn on my PS5 and jump in, I'm going to have a great 5 hours or 3 hours or whatever that I play it for and enjoy myself. But there's like an existential dread of knowing how much of that game is left.
Yeah. I enjoyed the game a lot. It's not on my top 10 list either, but I think it is better than the first one in almost every way. I think the story was slightly better than the first one, but I think the story is still really good here. Some of the twists towards the end make me very excited for whatever comes next.
What was that? What were the twists?
They're twists.
You'll see them.
Oh, okay.
But yeah, like
We're going to
A-
Hollywood.
but yeah, obviously, Aloy is an obnoxious character. Like she's so breathy in this game. She might have been in the first game too, but I didn't notice. Like her voice is so breathy. It sucks. I don't want to listen to her. Tom really hates that she has a big head. It's fine that she has a big head.
Hates
You
it.
can be big headed. Just don't talk. No, but yeah, the upgrade mechanics didn't do it for me, honestly. Like you were talking about going out and hunting specific parts. Like to really upgrade a weapon, you need a stupid amount of parts. Like you're just hunting. It feels like Monster Hunter, except the monsters are not as fun to fight because it's not Monster Hunter.
I do want to say I'm not hunting for a specific part. I turned on that option where you get all the parts from every kill.
Oh
Yeah.
That was fantastic.
That's the way to play this game.
But it's fun to just like go in and look for that specific
for the monster. Yeah.
Sure, but even then, it's like, okay, I'm gonna kill like 10 of these freaking T-Rexes to upgrade this weapon once. That's just like because of the loot system. It's not like, okay, this is my one bow and I need 10 T-Rex parts. Like this is one of like 50 bows, and maybe I'm not even gonna use it later. But let me go hunt 10 T-Rexes so that I can upgrade it once. It's like, I don't know. It did not feel good to me to upgrade weapons in the game. But I don't know. The story's really good, and it's still Horizon, which is good. It also had the unfortunate circumstance of coming out right before Elden Ring, of course.
What is this Elden Ring you speak of?
Never played it.
I don't know. Well, then I'm really glad I picked it so that we could talk about it, because it has had a lot of shade thrown at it for some real reasons throughout the year, but still really positive game. I enjoyed my time. I think I am excited for the third entry because the story still has me captured. So
You're forgetting about Hollywood.
We're going
The
to
DLC, they're going to Hollywood.
Sorry.
That's right. The DLC they just announced. That'll be fun. I won't play. I might, like down the road. I bought that game physical and sold it, so I don't know. If they sell it cheap later, maybe.
Do you think they
you could
had
get
already?
The first one for like $5 or $10 every single year. So,
Do you think they had already recorded all of her lines for the DLC before the reviews came out and said she had absolutely no cadence or emotion in any of her lines? Because I hope that they went back and re-recorded something and just give her some sort of like range. And I don't think that's obviously not the part of, oh man, what is the voice actress's name?
Ashley Birch.
Yes, it is not because of her. Yeah. And so it's weird. It feels like a studio limitation almost of like they were working in a booth near someone else. And so she just couldn't get too loud. Like there was just this some weird reason behind like the deadpan delivery of every single line.
Yeah, I mean, it can't be her when she's also Tiny Tina. Like,
right.
What the fuck?
oh, okay. I was going to say, I don't know what she's from, but if she doesn't have better range, maybe just look at replacing her. But you say Tiny Tina.
Yeah,
she's Tiny Tina, and she's just fucking all over the place.
Yeah.
All right.
They should just make her talk like Tiny Tina in the next.
Yeah, just make Aloy Tiny Tina.
Yeah.
Just switch out the model and everything.
Right.
Horizon Tiny Tina.
Or they could just make her talk less.
Oh, you weren't here for that. You can make her shut up now.
Oh, my bad.
Yeah, you had to go stuff your face. So.
Yeah, I'm eating chili. It's delicious.
Nice.
I made his top 10 list, everybody. Chili.
I'm going to mute
Number
myself
10.
again. Bye.
Okay. So my number 10, I told you back, Preston. No, it is Immortality. I know it's much higher on other people's lists.
Yep, this is on my list.
Should I go take a nap now?
Yeah, you got a few minutes.
I honestly looked at it and I
I'm
was
going to go
like,
eat another bowl of chili.
I booted it up to get my 25 like Microsoft reward points this week, and then I turned it off immediately. I'd like
Okay,
look
you can
at
go take
it
a nap
and
too.
nothing,
You can go take a nap.
nothing about it calls to me. I'm just like, maybe I should try it, but I don't know.
I get it because I know you don't like walking sims and stuff. This is not a walking sim. It's a lot more special than that. It's a lot more interesting than that. So the game is about Marissa Marcel, an actress who made 3 movies, but none of them ever came out. And you are discovering footage from those 3 movies, as well as what's really interesting is you get like behind the scenes footage that was shot for those movies. You get like deleted scenes. You get like a little bit before and a little bit after of the, what is that thing called? The little snap thing. I don't remember, tailgate or something like that.
The
Slate
action.
Yeah,
Yes.
Slate. Yeah. So you get a little bit before and after that, which gives the characters context sometimes as well. You get like the director giving them instructions on how to be better in the scene or whatever. Sometimes you get
Mhm.
reshoots of the same scene, and it's just really a really fascinating look at how a film is made across 3 different films with the same actress playing 3 different characters, but also playing the actress in this freaking game. Which, yeah, I am now retroactively offended with everybody else that Man Engaged did not win Best Performance.
Yes, thank you.
But yeah, and then I mean that's like the game at a base level is discovering those things, but then there is something secret and sinister and different underneath all of that as well that we're not going to get into here because it's massive spoilers. But
Yeah.
it's a game that is worth playing and experiencing, and it's a game that I will recommend to people who don't play games like at all. I will recommend this game to you if you like film at all.
Preston and I have been in several voice chats theorizing about the secret stuff that's hidden in this game, and we were also trying to figure out ways to talk about what is appealing about this game, you know, in ways to relate it to other games. And we were like, it's kind of like it's not the same, right? Because it's not this open world, but the exploration of Elden Ring, this like slowly finding different things while your friends find other different things, and then coming together to talk about what you found and slowly advance the story together. Oh god, where else did we go, Preston? We had other examples. We were like, write these down, and we didn't.
Yeah, we didn't. Shit, because the Elden Ring one was the one that I was thinking of as well, where it is just all about discovery and conversation, and just it feels so impactful to. Yeah, you almost have to discuss it with someone else, and like I will say, you don't have the full picture literally even when credits roll. You should still seek out more clips and stuff like that, because even afterwards, like Ryan was able to gain more context for a conversation and a theory that I was giving him, because it was like, hey, actually watch this clip and it'll like, let's get to this clip and it will sort of explain, because I gave him a theory and he was just like, I don't see where you're getting this. This is completely off base. I was like, oh, okay, you have to go and find and search out this specific clip. And then after watching it, it's like, okay, and there's huge chunks of the game that you do not have context for, even once you've rolled credits, and you can still go back and watch it. And this is my number one.
Spoiler. He doesn't care.
Spoilers.
I mean, if you're talking about it, it's like you might as well say it.
Oh wait,
I mean,
we're not also supposed to say.
We don't usually say the number.
That's fine.
God, I mean, Preston. this is my.
I think it's
restart
fine.
the podcast.
Just shuffle them around. Plot.
Yeah, no, I did a last minute change. Like last night, I was feeling like existential anger, and I was like, why am I giving this game number one whenever this piece of art deserves it? And I really sort of like,
oh, do you have that painting of Ryan Preston? In the nude as well?
That's my number one.
That's because they're a part of you now.
They're a part of me now. And it is, I mean, it is the most involved in a conversation. Elden Ring is close, but I think it's the most excited I've been to discuss it. And like, Chris, when you started playing it, and when Ryan started playing it, it was just like, yes, I get to just like, I get to be part of it. And like, we'll get there whenever we get there, but being able to go into a Discord and just share theories and share conversation. And it's something that my wife played it with me and watched it with me. And as we were getting into it, we were discussing more theories. There are so many YouTube videos that are coming out that like, you can just invest yourself into figuring this game out in such a great way. That makes it so interesting to me. And it's as good, if not better, than some of the best thought-provoking movies I've ever seen. Like if you've never seen Mulholland Drive, I mean, it is Mulholland Drive the game, basically. It's like if they were to take Mulholland Drive, cut it up, and you had to figure out Mulholland Drive on your own. I mean, you already have to do that with that movie. It's along those lines of like that sort of thought-provoking style that they nailed it. And the scrubbing mechanic feels really great whenever they have the music that comes in while you're scrubbing through feels impactful like every single time. It never gets old. The mechanic, I'll say, is at once like panic inducing at first, and then also like again is super satisfying. Like at the same time, as soon as this mechanic happens, you are just completely drawn in. And it is, I think it's one of those games, like you said, that you can recommend to anyone who really wants a sort of like a cerebral game to play and to really like consider. Lots of boobs. So
There's
Yeah,
nudity.
a lot of boobs.
Wait, what's this game called?
Hold on a second. Hold on. That's just kidding.
You got
This
some
is
titties
solid.
happening in this game?
I
A
mean,
lot of titties.
we didn't talk about one of the main mechanics of this game. Like you pause scenes, or well, you don't even have to pause them. You push a button
You're
to be able to,
pausing on titties?
if you want to, you click on anything that's on the screen
Wait,
right now, including
go
titties if you
back.
want to,
I
and it will
want
show
to know
you.
how long you guys sat on titty screens.
Yeah, show us your
You're
image
clicking-
gallery, Preston. How many pictures did you take? Yeah, you can take a picture basically of anything, and it'll take you to another scene, either from that movie or another movie or behind the scenes or whatever that has that same thing or something very similar in it. And that's how you discover new clips that you're kind of piecing these movies together out of.
Why
Or just
haven't you
simultaneous-
sent me with these screenshots? That's what I want to know.
I'll share my account with you.
Which is yeah, it's very satisfying, but it's also like I made
Ooh.
I gotta blink that.
Demonetized.
It's also the major frustration I had towards the end of the game, especially just trying to roll credits, is like I just started clicking on like the slates and like just whatever objects I could find to try and get new scenes, and I would keep getting looped to the same scenes over and over again. But you click on the slate enough times, eventually you get a new scene, and there was a specific scene I was missing to roll credits. And that's like maybe my one hesitation recommending it to people who don't play games, is that can be a little bit frustrating. Well, it definitely was for me at the very end.
It is both, yeah, it's like both a liberation and a constraint because of the way that you can kind of click on anything. If there's a pencil, not anything, but if there's a pencil, it'll take you to another scene with the pencil. So if you keep getting looped around on pencils, then you just click on an actor's face. And, you know, and so there are always options to then start onto a different path. But once you have 70% of the clips or so, you're going to be seeing a lot of the same clips. But then you do start to figure out your own like way of gaming it and pathing and going back to the main screen and figuring it out that way. And it works really well. Go into it knowing that it is like a very R-rated game. It's not something that you should consider with the family.
Not just for the titties. It's not the only reason.
That's why I definitely want it
dong
to be known.
too.
There is a content warning on the main menu, and it is warranted for people curious.
Yeah,
Well,
it's one of those
even
things
just
where
putting it up for a second,
What kind of
too,
content?
they
I
display
need to
some
know what kind
warning
of
of like
content.
it's an older movie, so whatever views you're going to see in here are not imperative to the current day. So
yes, and I do like that they tell you, hey, there's content that's not nice in this game, but then they put the content warning as a separate option on the main menu, so it doesn't spoil immediately for you if you don't need to look at that content warning. Like, doesn't spoil all the things that they're content warning you about.
Mhm.
So what? There's just a note on there that there's a content warning, or what do you mean? Like
it tells you when you launch the game.
Content warning, exit.
Yeah, it tells you when you launch the game that
okay.
there is inappropriate content that some people might not like, and then it tells you can go click on the content warning to see what that content is.
Well, that's good. I mean, not
Yeah,
that it was a very good game at all, but that I tried that one game. Not the game you're talking about, but I tried that game on Game Pass for a while. That was like the dungeon crawler roguelite, the boyfriend dungeon or whatever. And they're like, oh, there's some scenes about like your mom being a bitch or something in here, and I was like, why are you telling me that my character's going to have mom problems halfway through the game? Like, it wasn't very good, but it was roguelite dungeon crawler. So I was like, okay, I'll give it its fair shot. And then no.
Yeah.
But I've seen a lot of games and movies and stuff where they give those content warnings. They'll be like, warning, suicide. You're like, that's like the last 10 minutes of this movie. What are you doing right now? Like, that's the whole point of the movie or whatever. It's just... So I like that they actually took a smart approach with that.
Yeah. And even the title screen alone is eerie. and
Yes.
strange. Like as you're clicking through your options,
It scrolls a little bit. Yeah.
Marissa just like slowly starts walking in, and then it's very clippy and like frame by frame. Yeah. And it's so uncomfortable.
Mhm.
Can you get
It
that
is-
actual scene? Do you guys know? Because there's a scene of somebody else
Yes.
on that exact stage. Can you get that one of Marissa?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
let's see.
Yeah. And so I was going to say, like, one of my favorite feelings from any movie or book, especially, or any sort of like what I consider is, a thought-provoking thing, is discomfort, right? And I think there's a level of discomfort that's needed in order to, like, I don't know, learn something new and like move forward, right? And this game has that in spades. Like, you are uncomfortable so often in this game, while you are, whether by mechanic, by scene, by the overarching themes, like there's so much of it that like is forcing you into a place of discomfort that like makes you appreciate the message that they're trying to convey. And by the end of it, again, Chris, you're gonna have to stick around. We're gonna have a post-mortem on this after tonight, so Ryan and I can just like yell at you about theories to make you appreciate it more. It is art about art's sake by artists, and it's so fucking good.
Well, I mean, to add even one more layer to that, made by artists playing artists making art. Like,
Yeah, it is very ambitious to like take on the entirety of how a film is constructed through a video game. It's really interesting. But yeah, we talked about that one for a long time. Let's move on to your number 10, Genetix.
You mean number 9?
Number 9, yeah. Let's go through number 10s again, actually.
Okay,
let's talk about immortality.
Number 10, my number 9, I just put Splatoon 3. There's not a whole lot to say. They updated some mechanics in some fun ways and everything, but basically just more Splatoon. So I put about the same amount of time into Splatoon 3 as I did into Splatoon 2 and Splatoon 1. So I have like maybe 300 some odd hours into Splatoon as a whole by now, but it's just like they don't have the formula there to be as fully engaging as most live service type games go. And then it's also just like as you're playing it, it's similar to trying to play like competitive Pokemon or something online, and you're getting like frustrated with stuff, and you're like, I'm probably frustrated at a bunch of 12-year-old kids right now or whatever. So it's just like, I don't know, it's fine. It's just like, it's got a lot of the Nintendo, like, you guys are so behind the curve on how live service games and online is supposed to work. It's like the main reason it feels like it doesn't fully check all the boxes in a way that makes me like addicted, and I'm constantly going back to play it. But just a load of match or two every now and then is fun. So in the first month, I played the crap out of it.
Yeah, it's one that was like just below making my list, one of my honorable mentions. I enjoy it a lot.
The campaign's fun too.
The campaign is very good. Like, people don't talk enough about Splatoon's campaigns. The end of the campaign is fucking insane. And then there's a post-game mission that fucking sucks. Don't play the it frustrated me so much. But everything else in the campaign is really good. And then the multiplayer, like you said, is really good. It's just slight improvements on Splatoon 2 that I think make it a better game for sure. The infrastructure is still terrible. Like all of Nintendo's online infrastructure. Like, you get disconnected all the time and you have to rebuild your lobby and everything. At least it is not that, hey guys, Splatoon 3, you can play with your friends on the same team. And that's a revolution for Splatoon. You could not do that in Splatoon 1 or 2.
Stupid. When that news was in the direct, I was so mad that I had to be hyped that,
you could play on the same team
play
as
on
your
the same team as my friends, because in the first
That's where
one
Nintendo's
you
at.
could build a party of 4, but they would put you guys on random teams and shit. And so like a legitimate big advancement going into Splatoon 3 is, hey, you can play on the same team now. Like, okay, Nintendo, I guess. Like,
So yeah,
but it's fun. They made good improvements. All the specials feel a lot more engaging and not quite as like overpowered as the earlier games, and the weapons all feel good. Like, it feels good. It's just also they could stand to make to put not auto aim. What's it called? What they do with controllers on aiming games. It's auto aim.
Yeah.
Is it called auto aim?
Aim assist.
Aim assist. There we go. just like a little bit of aim assist, because the difference between somebody who's mastered the motion controls versus somebody who's just using sticks is like night and day, and it's beyond stupid.
Yeah.
But like
Yeah, they
maybe
definitely
just
want you
do
to play that game with motion controls.
Yeah, I mean, definitely. But to me, that just seems like I'm not big on the whole VR motion control
it's asinine.
vibe, so I just don't like it. So that's probably another part of why I don't like playing it as much, because you die so quick. So I don't have the twitch aiming I would normally have on most games, where like the aimer is very intuitive and like slows down just a little bit to help you really grasp what you're doing and everything. It's like Splatoon, I legitimately just go paint stuff and then hope I kill people.
Yeah. Also, map rotations still only being 2 maps is very annoying, because like, oh, I have a 2-hour block to play right now. I'm going to be on the same 2 maps, and then they'll rotate in 2 hours to give me some of the other maps. It's just rotate through all the maps. There's a reason not to. I don't know what they're doing.
It's
Nintendo.
Some dated weird concepts basically is the main thing that kind of holds it back for me the most.
And with that,
I like it.
Preston, you're number 9.
My number 9 is How Fish is Made.
Wow, really? Did you actually play this, or did you just watch it?
No,
Be
I
honest.
actually played it
Okay.
all of 30 or 40 minutes.
Yes,
Are fish made?
You don't.
Doesn't answer. It's a very weird, absurdist, like, it's again just sort of like it's okay. I'll just say it's pretentious as fuck, but it is. It's better for it. And again, if it were any longer than what it is, it would not be worth it or be anywhere near this list. But
It kind of looks like a Dreamcast game, which I like.
Yeah, it's under an hour. You play as a fish going through a fish factory, and I don't want to say anything more than that. There's a oppressive sense of dread throughout the whole thing, which is really good. What's his name? Jacob Geller, I know, did a pretty great video on it, so it's worth playing and then watching the video. But
Kojima tweeted about this game.
Huh?
Big deal. Kojima tweeted about it.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, like right when it came out. Before people
many
had
times?
discovered it, really. Apparently he did.
How many times did he say his name in the tweet?
14.
He
He said,
actually said-
Oh,
Kojima,
then it
Kojima
checks out.
Productions made this game, he said.
and then Dash Kojima
Approves.
quoted himself. Yeah,
How
it
Kojima's
is. It's just really weird, man. And like that's all there is to it. I played it I would say it's pretty much, if you watch it or play through it, you're still going to get the message it's trying to get across. But like having your headphones on and listening with a full audio and playing through it does give a little bit of that extra sense of dread, where you feel like this next room, some shit's going to go down and you're not sure what, and it makes you kind of scared to move forward in that game in a weird way, because you're a fish in a fish factory flopping around. But it's good. I don't know. It's a different enough game that won't that not many people, I think, would have given the time for it yet. And so I just wanted to make sure that I talked about it and recommended it, because I think people should go check it out.
Just like a PC game.
Yeah. But it's
Fuck you,
not-
Tyler.
it's not
Tyler.
resource intensive at all. You
Yeah,
could
you could play
probably
it, man. Like I
it.
said, it looks like a
on a
Dreamcast
laptop.
game.
Yeah,
And it's free, right?
I believe so.
Because I just looked it up in my web browser. It looked like it was saying it was free on Steam, but now I have to log in.
I want to say it is. I honestly would not have bought it. I would not. have
Right.
spent
That's why I'm
any-
like sitting there like,
Ringing endorsement.
I wouldn't buy it, but it's on my top 10.
Would not have bought this shit.
I- Okay,
Well,
hold on.
first does play a
Before
point, yeah.
playing it, there's no way in hell I would have bought it.
Okay.
Is it
Now
better than
Playing it,
I
would
am
say,
bread?
Hey, it's worth $1. You know what I mean? Like,
Did you give the developer $1? Find their PayPal or GoFundMe? Sure, they have one.
I'm gonna go ahead and head out. You guys,
Them $1.
cancel him.
do the coffee, Kofi. But yeah, no,
COVID?
it is.
Kofifi?
That's what I gave it. It's very good. Play it, check it out. It's free. It takes all of 30 minutes. And it's super fucking weird. And you're going to walk away from it going, what did I just play and why? Why did I do this?
Why did I do this to myself?
Well, I'll tell you
Yeah.
why.
So it's like Scorn.
It's like a 30-minute Scorn feeling. Yeah, it's kind of got that
So
same
moist.
oppressive dread and a lot of moisture, actually. Yeah, it's.
I mean,
a little bit
fish
of
have to be moist, so.
Yeah, not
Right.
like a moist fish.
All right, you're number 9, Tyler.
Hey, you know what? Cats love fish, and
Fish?
my number 9 is a cat game. Stray.
Wow.
Cats, the
Ooh.
movie.
Yeah, I was reaching. That was hard. Sorry.
Nothing
Yeah,
better than
so-
licking your butt.
Shut up. So my number 9 is Stray. The game came out earlier this year. Everybody knows it. Everybody hates it. Apparently, it's you play as a cat
Mediocre.
going through okay. Well, this is my number 9 game of the year, so you can be a bag of dicks.
I mean, a lot of people like it, so.
I dislike it
fine.
because it won so many awards because it's the only fucking indie game that 90% of people play this year. So they're like, oh yeah, best indie game, best debut indie game. Yeah, sure, I played that
Chris
one.
hates popular
It
indie
is-
games.
It is not the best indie game at all, but it is a good game, and I really enjoyed it. I ended up getting the platinum in it. I played that at a really weird time. I can't remember if I was sick or if Liam was sick or Oliver.
You were
one of my
It was,
kids
it was
sick.
part of that COVID swarm that happened.
Yeah, like both of my kids got COVID, and I was stuck at home with them, and I played this game while I was attending to them, and it was just super cozy and easy, and it's a fun little romp. And like, there's an achievement for doing it in like 3 hours, so it's like super short. But it's a fun game where you just like go through like this weird dystopian world as a cat, and like the story was surprising. The ending was shocking. Like, I wasn't expecting the ending to be what it was, and it was just fun. It was a fun time. I had a good time with it. I played it like nonstop for 2 days straight, and it was great. So you should check it out.
Nice.
It is free on PlayStation, so I mean, if you got,
have like the 2nd tier or 3rd tier.
Yeah, extra.
I mean, it was on PS Plus though when it came out, right? It was the game of the
No.
month.
I don't think so.
Really?
No, it's
Pretty
just
sure I have it in my
yeah,
library.
it's just on PlayStation Extra.
I think if you have extra, you just have access to it. Maybe they put it on PlayStation Plus as an actual like download it forever game at some point.
Yeah,
I thought it was.
That
I mean,
first
I
month,
swear I added to my library.
that first month it was something like they did market it as if you have PS Plus or something, but I think they were saying if you have PS Plus Extra, like they
Yeah, I
were
thought it was
trying to be
PS
like,
Plus Extra.
oh, we're so cool like Microsoft, and you're getting a game the day it comes out.
And
like,
that was the only fucking one.
that it happened to. Like
That's a really
what-
interesting game. It goes into like a lot of weird shit, and
Yeah,
like,
it seems fine overall.
ends
Seems
up going
going
into
up.
like weird there's like weird creatures in it that I wasn't expecting. That was like a mutation, and like there's just like the robots that you see in the trailers are like what their actual purpose is super fucked up, and what you find out about the city that you are exploring is like super fucked up and crazy. So I wasn't expecting that, but overall the
You
game
weren't expecting a post-apocalyptic city to be super fucked up.
no, not necessarily.
Yeah, fuck you,
Not-
Tyler.
Not to this point.
Genetix doesn't even know you, but he knows the shit on you here.
I'm just kidding.
No,
It's
it's
just mostly like-
it's a fair point.
Most of
But,
the time
yeah.
in post-apocalyptic, they do get a little fucked up, I feel like, but it is a fair point because you do have to discover how it's fucked up. That's the
Yeah, well, it's like you don't know, but it's like, is it post-apocalyptic or is it just sci-fi where it's like we have all
Right.
transferred our brains into
Yeah.
robots, or whatever. And then like what you find out about what that city is and what's happened is, I thought it was interesting enough, and the gameplay was fun and solid, and you get to play as a cat. And I have 2 cats. I love cats, so
Maybe that's the problem. I, don't
I
have a
love
cat.
licking my own ass. They love licking their own ass. It's all great.
So you do like eating ass. We were talking about that.
Do you? Yeah, or you're
Yeah,
tongue
only
punching
my
some
own-
fart
only your
boxes, or
Only my own. I love
Man,
cats.
you
Like,
are
that's-
flexible.
I really want to get my own leg up there and just go to town. You know what I'm saying? Got to clean myself. A couple of
Yeah,
hairballs.
purely
Like
for cleaning.
Gene
It doesn't
Simmons
feel
down
good.
there.
It's just for cleaning,
Yeah.
guys. It doesn't feel good. I swear.
Yeah,
This isn't for
I put a
pleasure.
little bit of like grip tape on my tongue, skateboard.
It's about right. Yeah, same consistency, I think.
All right. Tom, you're number 9.
My number 9 is a little nice game called Potion Permit. Anybody?
I just saw this the other day.
I've not
So-
played it, but I've seen it.
You would probably like it. It's like Garden Story. You're not a
I
great.
thought it looked like that. Yeah.
Yeah, you're like a chemist who comes to like heal the town, and they didn't like the last chemist that was there, and they're like, we're never gonna have a fucking chemist here. But it's your basic like Stardew Valley graveyard keeper, like that typical thing. There's a little like mini game you get to do to diagnose symptoms. Like you build a little hospital, but you can also run around. You got so much energy. You chop trees down, get reagents, stuff like that. But I don't know. It's a fun time.
Yeah.
But I mean, like,
I just saw it the other day as I was going through. PlayStation has their holiday sale going on, and I saw that, and I was looking at it extensively because I was like, man, that seems like my type of game.
yes, yeah. If you liked Garden Story, this is. I mean, Garden Story is a little like I would put Garden Story probably at an 8, where this is probably like a 7.5, but it's still a fun game to just like go and play, and you got little things to do, and like you just keep moving your settlement or the city along as you like.
Is it a
Give
city
them
builder?
gifts
Is there
and-
like city builder elements to it, or
So you can give gifts to like the other people and like raise your reputation and such with them to like you can buy better stuff or build things at the blacksmith. But
yeah, because it seemed like there was like a crafting element to it with like the chopping of trees and stuff. So it's like, what are you
Yeah.
actually building in it?
so while you have to like the other people's like the shopkeepers and buildings and stuff, you can like
Just
upgrade them.
upgrading their shops
Yeah.
and shit.
It's like a normal, like Stardew
How's the
Valley.
combat? Is combat good? Because the art style is fucking
I mean-
great. I really like the art style a lot.
Yeah, it's your typical just walk around hit. Like I found a break like there early on. You can fight these bears, and literally I would just walk behind this one tree that was falling down, and they couldn't get past it, and I would just use the attack because it would go right through it and murder the fucking
Yeah,
bears
gotta-
for
gotta get
their.
a little cheese in there.
Yeah, you get some cheese,
Sounds like a cheese maker, not the potion maker.
but it's fun. Like I mean, if you like
Yeah,
those type of
that's cool.
games, I definitely recommend it. It's a fun game,
Yeah,
and apparently it's on sale on
this
PlayStation.
is a me game. This is my kind of game.
Yeah, I mean it's on thing. Yeah, it's on Switch. It's on everything.
Yeah.
So
Have you seen Potion Craft?
on the
That's on Game
Game
Pass.
Pass.
Yeah, that just came out on Game Pass. Yeah.
Yeah,
I don't know what
I
that is.
keep like that's what I was thinking you were talking about this whole time, but it's a little bit more of like a
It looks actually good.
Oh,
it's more of a parchment style, right?
Yeah.
In terms of the art.
But
But
I
it,
was saying Potion
it's a-
Craft to me doesn't look good.
oh, really?
Boring. But this one he's talking about, I like Stardew and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's more like an
Yeah,
action
yeah.
adventure game.
yeah,
It looks
Yeah.
like something I would be more in tune with as far as like the potion mix, and the other one's more like a puzzle game, like
Correct.
make
Yeah,
potions.
you
out of
still have
puzzle.
your, like,
narrative or
shop.
something.
You do the same thing where you diagnose and then you like go out and get the right ingredients and put them in and stuff like that. But it is much more basic
Yeah.
than potion.
What he's
Potion
talking
Maker.
about.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
sounds a lot more interesting. Being able to.
I mean,
learn
that's
and
why I was
actually
just
have
on my
combat.
phone, is because I was texting my girlfriend about it because she's kind of into those types of games. So it's like, let me make sure I text it while it's in my head.
yeah. No, it's a fun game. I really enjoyed it,
all right.
and I don't think I talked. I think I brought it up maybe once in the Discord, but yeah, I've been pretty hush hush on
I've never heard
At
you
least-
talk about it.
2 of these games that I have
Yeah.
on my list.
Yeah, Tyler says he's never talked about one of his too. See, about
It's
that.
probably he probably did play that Immortality game, and fucking he just got titties everywhere.
he
Yeah,
only
I-
took pictures of boobs, so he only allowed like
never-
5
I never beat
scenes.
Because my controller got too sticky while
That's gross. You're gross.
He walked away.
Ryan, you're number 9.
Oh, my number 9. Dang, Preston's one of the other people who could talk about this. Very, very fun co-op game that is only on PC right now. We've been getting into it pretty good. Warhammer 40K Dark Tide. It's an absolute.
No, you can't talk about it until it's
Yeah, we
released
can.
on console.
No. It came out this year. I'm playing it this year.
I'm walking away
out.
because I want to play it and I can't. Well, I mean, I could play it, but I don't want to play it until all of us can play it.
Yeah, it's a really good time.
If it makes anybody feel better listening, if you haven't played it, there's no spoiler that could spoil this game. The story doesn't fucking matter. Lore is cool, but
no, I mean it's just like Vermintide. The story doesn't matter. It's just the gameplay and the bullshit.
The aesthetic's really good. I really like how much more you can lean on ranged. From my time with Vermintide, there's so much more ranged viability in Dark Tide. But even with that, I find myself enjoying the melee more. I really have been relishing the moments. I find myself just surrounded by a horde of heretics with an eviscerator in my hand and my Ogren friend Preston behind me as we keep each other alive, just surrounded by hundreds of maggot-infested bodies.
yeah, and it depends on the class you're playing. The class that Ryan is playing is, I feel like, primarily melee. It's meant to be kind of a tank class. I've been playing like the mage class, the psyker, which is primarily ranged. A lot of cool spells and stuff depending on what staff you have equipped. But you can also just, you can just equip normal weapons on whatever class you want and play it however. You don't have to play with like their specific class weapons or anything like that. But yeah, I think the progression is better in this game. It's still not like, it's not like every level up you're getting something super exciting. Basically every 5 levels you get like a perk, and then every few levels you'll get like new weapons unlocks and stuff like that. But I still think it's a step in the right direction compared to Vermintide, where I really enjoyed the missions and playing that game, but like I never really felt like I was progressing outside of numbers go up.
Yeah, their perk system is really strong. Like it is still 10% more the healing, or like 10% faster shield regen if you're closer to people or whatever. But there are only so many of the perks, and they feel more significant because it is like 10% rather than like 0.2% every single time you level up this single perk. And we also got really into Remnant again. And so if you have familiarity with Remnant, it's that same thing where you're just going mission to mission. And well, it's a little bit, Remnant is even more long form in terms of like the levels that you're going into, but it's just sort of like a world. Go out, you do your mission, you come back. Every now and then you get summoned to a cutscene that you just tune out while you're talking to your buddies because they're also running around. Like you'll just go and look at their cosmetics rather than actually pay attention to anything. The community seems like weirdly angry that it doesn't have much content. And I don't know, like there are certain things that are missing from the game that I mean, you could argue should be in a 1.0 if they were promised, like crafting and stuff like that.
Isn't that how like Vermintide kind of started out too, though?
Right.
Yeah,
100%. It didn't seem like a complete game. Till months later.
It's par for them.
Also similar to Vermintide, the game is a technical mess. The last patch that they just released did a lot to help, but like it was the week or 2 or 3 or whatever before this last patch, like a lot of crashes, a lot of disconnects.
But there's still plenty of good time to be had with it. Like it is a fairly long. I don't think we're anywhere near finishing it. And Ryan, you've probably already put in like 20 to 30 hours.
Probably about that. Yeah. I'm level 25 or 26, and the level cap with the character is 30. So I'm closing in on first level cap character.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, the structure of the game, it's like I'm pretty sure, Ryan, at this point you've probably done every mission that's in the game. So technically you've seen all of its content, but like you haven't done it all at level 3 or 4 or 5 or whatever you move up the difficulty levels.
Even still, it's just fun. It's just fun to go. Like even with all the technical difficulties, I want to go play that game because it's just fun to be in the music's really good. If you listened last week, there were songs from the OST. It's just
spoiler
vibe. And I think it encourages, as much as the community may be complaining about some stuff, I've been playing with randoms and haven't really ran into a lot of assholes. One or two, no one's perfect, but
I
think it's encouraging a positive community because everything is like working together for the team. There's not like, there's not anything, you're not getting anything from being a troll.
True.
Well, I think a lot of thing that follows is like Warhammer, like the entity itself puts out so many fucking games a year.
Yeah.
That people are just generally angry because you know it's the internet. They don't fucking care. Like Warhammer is really fucking cool lore. Like, and it's fucking all over the fucking place.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there are a lot of really good. There are a lot of really good Warhammer games.
The main thing you always hear people say about the lore is like, there are no good guys.
Yeah.
Like even the entities and regions where it's like they seem like they might be the good guy. It's like the weird ass alien race that has like a whole fucking fucked up caste system or some shit like that. And then there's like another one that it's like the humans that want to sacrifice people in order to do some other bullshit. I can't remember what the examples people were dropping, but everybody's been talking about it, obviously, because Henry Cavill and Amazon are going to try and do something for a show based off of it. But
yeah, why not? When they fuck them out of 2 roles.
I know. So I was hearing about all this other stuff or whatever because he's so big into Warhammer that everybody started tweeting him, hey, we should do this, all these producers and shit. And so now it looks like Amazon's probably actually going to have a show based off of it at some point.
Also, Warhammer 40K Rogue Trader coming out next year from Owlcat. That looks so
Is
damn
that one coming to Game Pass too?
No, that'll be PC only, I'm sure.
But I mean, yeah, you can play Dark Tide with Game Pass on PC.
Yeah.
So
it could just a PC Game Pass. We don't know.
Actually,
another one
the
that
last one
may not have played.
I don't know.
Space Marine next year too, right?
Yeah,
Space Marine
too.
Yeah, I just played Space Marine for the first time this year. Holds up okay. It's definitely the 360s era video game, but
well, I remember like in the 90s, my uncle had Space Hulk, which is like very Doom-esque, but you're Space Marines, and it was fantastic. But that's because I'm old as shit. None of you were even born.
It's true. We're still not born, actually.
You're moist.
I am moist for my number 9. Ooh, baby. I'll be quick. I don't think anybody else plays this.
Wait, is it you? Wait, did we go through everyone's number 9 already?
Yeah.
I hope so.
Stop cutting me off, you son of a...
I didn't even realize.
Wow, that's what rage is inspired.
Exactly. My number 9 is Triangle Strategy. Very good game.
No.
Very fun
if
game.
you like to fucking read.
Final Fantasy. Yeah, if you like to fucking read. Exactly. That's mostly voice acting.
You like triangles.
You like triangles, like Tyler.
Here, baby.
Tyler loves Bermuda Triangle.
We love triangles.
Yeah, don't show your Bermuda Triangle. I'll have to bleep that.
Nah, I think they demonetize us or whatever. We don't make no money off of this.
But yeah, we don't make money.
I don't think we made money off anything.
We get hit with copyright claims all the time, so we still make money. It doesn't fucking matter. But yeah, Triangle Strategy, very fun. I mean, it's Final Fantasy Tactics, but it's a new game. People are always begging, make a new Final Fantasy Tactics. They did this year. It's called Triangle Strategy. There's definitely a lot of reading. Most of it is voice acted, but there's a fair amount of reading in between. And the story is just really good. It's really well written. There's multiple branching paths. This is a game, unlike Citizen Sleeper I was talking about earlier. I did my one path. It felt true to me. The end. I played this game like 3 times, and I think there's 4 endings total. And then I just looked up the last one because I played it too much. It is a game with a true ending. Like I don't like that because it's like the other endings are basically pointless. If you didn't get the true ending, you didn't get the ending. You didn't finish the game. Is basically how those games tend to work. And
I think my problem when I started is I really just I want Final Fantasy Tactics, as in like them. I want Square to make something more like that. And I was hoping that was this, but
that specific vibe, like there's definitely a Final Fantasy vibe to Final Fantasy Tactics as compared to this. It's like it's more just the mechanics and not quite the vibe of Final Fantasy to me.
Like I think that they're going to put out something. Like they're working their way. Like there's something that's going to come in their tactics that's going to be
almost definitely
grand. But I think they're just trying to build it.
That they're going to charge $30 for. Yeah.
Oh, you're right.
But yeah, Triangle Strategy. Check it out. Look up how to get the true ending, because just get the true ending. The true ending's the best.
The combat is super great. I played.
Yeah, it's just the problem was this. Yeah, you got 2 hours of talking And then, I mean,
Yeah,
like that was problem.
the
I
start
fell
of the
off
game
super
especially.
early because it's like, oh my god, can I fight now, please?
There is so
Yeah.
much setup at the beginning. You get a lot of mock battles that you can do between main missions, but even later in the game, between the main missions, you'll sometimes have like an hour of talking if you're not doing those mock battles, which you should anyway because they're good. But yeah, there's a lot of story. It's good story, but it's dense. The other thing is there's no like class system in this game, which I kind of miss. I definitely like a good class system. Every character is basically their own class. They have their own abilities specific to them.
Typically, I really cannot stand like a upbeat, earnest protagonist, and it like drives me insane whenever someone's like overly positive all the time. Or and they do a good job of making this character like, I guess like there is self-doubt and stuff like that, but there's like a comfort and sort of appreciation for all of his team that is always coming through and supporting like the character growth and his own sort of like coming into power and being able to take on more and more responsibility by leaning on those around him and stuff. And that friendship is just, you know, but this is, they do a really
He's a
good job
grower,
of-
not a shower.
It feels like, I don't know, it feels honest and earnest in a really, really good way that isn't, it really rides that line between anime cheesy that is like over the top and too much, and still I think it holds it back pretty well in this, to where the story, even though it is a lot of reading, is still worth investing yourself into.
I think that's the problem, is just my time frame of when I can play games is
Yes.
like, I don't want to read for an hour and not be able to do anything.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
Yep.
And then whenever
But
you get into
I
a battle,
still have it. I bought the game. I want to be able to play it and get through it. So I am going to make time for it. Who the fuck knows? Sometime, you know, it'll,
when your kids are
give me
grown.
3 years and it'll be on my list.
if you invest yourself into one of those battles and you 45 minutes in and then something goes wrong and you're resetting it, that can be a
You're just
huge
sitting there
bummer for the time
staring
that
at your
you've
kids
pumped
like,
into it.
can you just be 18 already so I can play fucking triangle strategy?
All right, we're done with number 9s. Number 8 for genetics.
My number 8 is Rogue Legacy 2.
Whoa.
Whoa. Is that on your list or no?
Yes.
I
I won't
figured,
say
okay.
where.
I know. I just
Don't ruin
really
it like
roguelites.
Preston.
I just really like roguelites and everything. And then I only have about 20 hours or so into it right now. I've debated rebuying it on my Xbox just because I prefer playing on the Xbox, just so I can start playing it more. But
Where do you have it,
if-
PC?
yeah, PC right now. And but it feels like they took everything they learned from the first game and then just upped the ante on it, put in a whole bunch more advancement systems. The combat and everything itself feels more intuitive and more like tight and precision to it. And then just the graphics look better. And I really liked the first one too. So it's just more of that, but actually like a true upgrade as compared to a lot of sequels where they try and change too many things. They just took what they learned and added to it, and it feels really good.
Yeah, it just feels like a very improved version of the first game. Like you're still building a castle, you know, every time you die, you bring your money back, you buy upgrades that give you more power or unlock new classes, stuff like that. All the classes feel really different and unique. They've got their own kind of quirks. And then also you're getting weird traits like you're colorblind, so everything will be black and white, or like the entire world will be upside down. I don't remember what that condition is called, but stuff like that makes your runs interesting. But also like if you take on some of these traits, like there's one that like turns your controls backwards, but it gives you a lot of extra fucking money if you can make the run work. But it's really hard to play the game with your controls backwards, unsurprisingly.
Right. It's really fun. Again, I've only played about 20-ish hours or so I haven't really like played it through all the way, but I played the first one quite a lot, and this one, again, like I said, it's just kind of more of the same, but even better than that. So
yeah,
I just know it kind of
made
goes
it
on
to
the list
like
for me.
game +3 or +4. And
Yeah.
I mean, it goes up to like plus infinity. I think it just goes forever. Keep upgrading. New game. Yeah, good game. Not a lot to say about it.
It's just roguelite platformer dungeon, beat the crap out of stuff while you have hereditary diseases.
Exactly.
Syphilis.
I think one of them does vaguely sound like an STD or something. I don't remember.
I
I'm
pass
not
on to
entirely
you
sure.
herpes.
But there's some weird ones in there. It's really fun. So, and I think it's probably on sale via the Steam sale right
I
now.
don't think I even played the first one.
Okay, I mean, just buy the second one. Second one's just
Yeah, the second one's just
if you're
the
gonna buy
first
one.
I'll just play Dead Cells.
Fair
It's
point.
very different, but all right, let's go to Preston. You're number 8.
My number 8 just changed because I forgot that I had been playing this game.
It's very dramatic.
It was Warhammer 40K, but that got bumped off the list.
You can't say that now. It's gone. It doesn't exist.
Lil Gator game.
This just
I've been
came out,
playing.
right?
Yeah, it just came out, and so I am all of like maybe an hour away from beating it, and
Wow.
it's a very short game. If you played a short hike, it is pretty much the same thing. It has a lot of Breath of the Wild mechanics in terms of your movement. Glider, you've got a shield that you can slide on. That's about it. Everything else is,
You got well, never mind.
That's it. It's Breath of the Wild right there.
it's I was just saying that I'm not a big fan of like super cheesy games, and this is probably the most saccharine.
Protagonist. I thought you said you'd super.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But this one also is like, it's probably the most saccharine sweet game that I've ever played, where it's a little gator that's trying to get his big sister to play with him, and the big sister's too busy with college work, so he gets all of his friends together to make like the coolest RPG in the island, and it's sort of like a living game that he's trying to create to like entice her to finish up her college work and come play. And so all of the friends are like helping him out and trying to help build up this island and make it into this fun RPG land. There is really no combat. Like, they set up cardboard enemies all throughout that you can go and knock down and get confetti, which then you use to get items or like change your items or upgrade a little bit. Not even really fully upgrade, just it's more about like the look. And it's simple and straightforward, and probably the exact palate cleanser that I needed after Immortality. Like, I went straight from Immortality to Little Gator game, and it's just nice. I don't know. And it's only like 4 or 5 hours long, probably. The movement is fun. Like, your jump is super far. You have you have like the stamina climbing mechanic, but it never gets in your way like it does with Breath of the Wild. And you don't use stamina. Breath of the Wild, you use stamina to use your glider, right? Or am I wrong about that?
I'm pretty sure you do. Yeah,
You're right.
Probably.
Okay. Yeah, you don't use it for your glider or swimming, which is fantastic. That was a really nice change of pace. But overall, like, I highly recommend it. It's all of like $10 or something like that. And if you liked a short hike, and if you really, it's great, fantastic for families. Like, again, I think it's only on PC for now. No, it's on Switch. And so it's definitely go check it out. You will like throw up glitter and rainbows from how sweet and cute it is, but it's good. It's worth it if you
My
want
favorite.
something wholesome.
It's like Lucky Charms.
Because I got it recommended to me because coming out soon is a wholesome draft with Janet Garcia and Haley McLean.
Anyways,
Coming to
moving
on. But yeah, it was a recommendation of a wholesome game, and it is like one of the most wholesome games I've ever played. But I like, go out, play it, pick it up. It's cute and sweet, and it should be supported. Those devs should definitely be supported.
8. All right, Tyler, you're number 8.
My number 8 is Gotham Knights.
Wow.
Wow.
That
Yeah,
is.
are you
I feel
surprised
bad for how much
it is
higher it is on my list than it is on yours.
Well, I played a lot of single player games this year, Tom.
That's true.
Gotham Knights is a splendid game, especially if you got a buddy to play with. One of the best co-op experiences I've had all year. Combat is fine. Story is interesting, but it's just super fun to go and explore Gotham with these 4 different characters and just upgrading and doing these different crimes and getting, shit to craft new gear and like go and be a fucking superhero. It's a good time. I really don't know how else to describe it.
Superheroes do crimes now, apparently.
Do
Right.
crimes.
Well, they're not really superheroes because they have, like, as most others, they don't have powers. They're just
I know. I'm just
Normals.
joking about the fact that he said
Vigilantes.
do crimes.
Do crimes.
Well,
He said do crimes, and then he said
Do crime
superheroes.
missions. How about that?
there's a good variety of, I mean, as like the one person that's watched our streams for Wasted, if you're not watching Wasted, you should watch it. We've been playing Gotham Knights. We still are playing Gotham Knights. We actually just got to be able to do heroic assaults.
Which we're gonna
We
do
haven't
on
done yet.
Friday.
We are. Is Jeffrey going to show up or not? Who knows? Jeffrey likes to go to strip clubs. So
I've
What the
heard
fuck you
maybe
talking-
he'll be.
What does that have to
But
do
no,
with it?
it seems fine. I'm just like sitting here waiting for it to hit Game Pass or something.
No,
on it.
it's
never-
super
I
fun.
don't think
Like,
it's never a hit Game Pass.
no.
I don't think so.
Yeah, like if you've listened to the Modi that just came out, there's a very good song that happens in a very good moment that I had on my list.
There's a
Somebody
lot
else
of
also had it.
really great moments in this game, and like
Yes.
I actually find that the story stuff is good and it's interesting, but they do these like side missions with like these different villains like that are a part of Batman's Rogues Gallery. You have Clayface, Mr. Freeze, and Harley Quinn, and you have these mission structures based around them, and they're all super interesting and fun. And they all have their like own cool, unique aesthetic to them that changes up the gameplay, I think, relatively drastically compared to just like the main story structure of just like you're going into these places doing investigations and like fighting the main villain, where like these are like, oh, you're going to do a motorcycle chase through the city, or oh, hey, you're going to fight this giant fucking thing in this arena. And it's just it puts you in a lot of different scenarios, and it's fun to see these characters kind of interact in these scenarios. And the ability to play with another person adds such a unique dynamic to the combat, where it's like, oh, hey, I'm going to back off of this character for a second. You fucking finish them off while I go over here and start tackling this character. Or, oh, hey, I'm done with this character. Let's do a finisher together. And it's just like that constant communication, doing these moves together. It's just great.
Yeah, and one thing we haven't even like tried is you can be anywhere in the entire map while playing co-op, and it doesn't matter. Like, but we've pretty much stayed relatively close. Like, occasionally you'll go off somewhere and I'll be doing something else, but you can go anywhere. Like, I could be on the top of the map, you could be on the bottom of the map, and then fucking just doing whatever.
And like be doing 2 separate crimes, but we're still accruing the same amount of experience from each crime together. So it's like a really good way to like kind of min-max that. It's the combination of co-op and the way that the game is set up it's perfect. It's a perfect co-op game. I mean, there's no other way to say it. It's just a perfect co-op game.
If you got somebody that you like to play games with, fucking play this game with them, because it's a good time. And we haven't even gotten. We're like what, 2/3 of the way through, maybe. I think
we're probably 65-70% of the way through.
Wait,
it was on sale on Epic Game Store for $30.
And PlayStation.
Totally.
Totally.
I paid $70 for that shit. So yeah, it's totally worth it.
I think it's on sale right now on PlayStation. You can get the season pass stuff. I think it's like $80 to get like everything that's going to come out for it, like ever.
I think that's definitely.
If you like DC, then it's perfect. Like it's it's a good. Except you can't be Green Lantern, but whatever. You could be Robin, and I'm super excited about that. You can be every Robin. You can be Red Hood, who used to be a Robin and now has no penis. If you listen
to
our Wasted.
But
Can we dive into that real quick?
I mean, it's a long story. You're better
Has
off
no
just
penis.
going back to watching,
It's fine.
you know, the past wasted stream.
There's no explanation needed. He just has no penis. It's fine.
Totally
Tubes
fine.
and juices.
Yeah.
All right. Tom, great.
My number 8, well, at least one person that revolves around our community will agree with is a good top 10 list is Ollie Ollie World. Travis.
Yep.
But I mean, if you liked any of the other Ollie Ollie games, this one really just does it better. It's a really good, just, you know, passing skateboard game that, you know, you just try and beat, get new cosmetics. You're just building your character. It's just really fun. It's really lighthearted. It's great music. If you listen to our GOTY podcast, there's at least one song on there. But no, it's a really fun game. I like being able to make just a crazy character. Like all of the other characters you meet, like speaking gibberish, but they're super funny. And I don't know, it's lighthearted, good fun.
Yeah, I played the demo or trial or whatever that you get with PlayStation Plus Extra or Premium, whichever one. I don't know. And it was a lot of fun.
Big spender. Let's see.
Big spender. My Game Pass, my PlayStation Plus, all of that stuff comes from Black Friday sales. I buy a year of it every year.
That's
It's like half
so
off.
smart. I need to start doing that because I do monthly, and that's a terrible way to do that. But so Ollie Ollie World is like, it's semi-open world kind of, right? Or is it still mission to mission?
No, it's mission to mission. I mean, you can go through it and there's different paths you can take. Like you can only go this way if you do certain things on a certain mission, but I kind of accrue it to a similar, like, it's skateboarding, but if like Trials was skateboarding, but it's not as like crazy as in like the motion controls.
Mm-hmm.
It's just runs. Like you got to do this run, do so many of this, and it's just trying to get down that perfect run of like, okay, I'm going to do this, and get all the way through, and then move on to the next one. And basically, it's all just to unlock cosmetics, change what your character looks like, and you can just make them look super fucked up. But it's a lot of fun. It's very lighthearted. Like the music just like gets stuck in your head because you're just hearing it over and over as you're doing these runs.
I was under the impression that it was like a very large open world for some reason.
There's a lot that you can do. Yeah, there's a lot of levels. Yes.
But yeah, if it is session to session, that's a lot more appealing to me. And just sort of like,
so you have to start. And you're going along this path to unlock all the different worlds, and it's silly fun. Is what it is. Yeah, with very good music.
When do y'all think we're going to get another Trials game? Because fuck, I need one of those in my life again.
Yeah, but the last several have been bad, so I don't know if I can really look forward.
Oh, that's right. There was one recently that was like really not good.
The last one was okay. Rising,
the unicorn
I think it was.
one, right?
The unicorn one was terrible. Yeah, that was awful. Yeah. But there was another one since
Fusion was before that.
Trials 1 and 2 were basically like it. Like when Trials came out, it was fantastic.
Trials is great. Trials Evolution. Trials Fusion, I like the future one. I
Fusion,
pretty good too.
Fusion was the one where you could play like several people.
Yeah, but then Trials, the one that was like Blood Dragon.
Well, they made the Blood Dragon one, because that was very different. But
and then
anyway, Ollie World, play Ollie World, not Trials. Who the fuck cares about Trials?
Go play Trials Evolution.
No, Ollie World.
Yeah,
but also Trials Evolution.
No,
but also that didn't come out this year, so who the fuck gives a shit?
Don't go play those Trials games until they inevitably release a bundle that has all of them in it to gauge if people are still interested, and then buy that bundle so that way then they'll make a new one.
Or just play Ollie World.
I don't know if they'll do that. I think they'll just
skateboarding's a lot cooler than motocross.
So basically for now, play Ollie World, and then once they release that bundle, you go buy that bundle, and then you play Trials. And then hopefully they'll make another new Trials because you bought that bundle.
Trials
or you could buy the newest Trials. Physical copy. Throw it on the ground, take a shit on it, light it on fire, and throw it up there.
That's the real trial we made along the
way. Ryan, you're number 8. Is it a game shit on and thrown out on fire?
No, it's a game I love. I was very excited for. Several of us have played. I've played with you. It's this Rainbow Six Extraction. You know anything about?
Oh my god, that came out this year.
Came out this year.
Holy
It's so
shit.
long ago.
If you know me, you know I loved Siege for a very long time. So getting to play Siege but not have the toxic PvP community surrounding it was an absolute blast. It was a real joy to engage with those mechanics again and that
I
system.
still cursed you out a lot of
Yeah, I mean, to be fair,
in
I
a
tried to
friendly
be as toxic as possible while we
Right,
played.
right.
Like,
I wanted to keep the atmosphere alive.
I mean, the
I
monsters
would
are
just
pretty
go and
toxic.
die
too.
immediately. Somebody please come get me. I'm laying on the ground.
but
Aggro everybody.
I adore that game. I still, to this day, think Siege makes other first-person shooters feel bad because I can't lean the way I can in Siege. And I don't know that opinion's going to change anytime soon. So getting to do that in Extraction, it felt great. I think the missions were really good. The story that was there was fine. It was really cool to see the characters again. As someone who played with those characters for a very long time, it was kind of cool to see them move forward in time a little bit and their story a little bit further forward in the future. And it was very fun to get the laser upgrade that let me destroy the sprawl. And everyone was following me through all of the maps. Like, I don't want to walk on this shit, Ryan. And you're just going to laser it for us as we walk through the area. It's a good time. We should go back and play some more.
I think that's a game that really opens up. I mean, like any of these, as your character progresses and you start getting those like higher level abilities and kit. And so starting off super low and feeling like underpowered, like whenever you would go to tag enemies, you wouldn't be able to tag all that many, right? And then like as you progress, then you're going to start feeling a hell of a lot more powerful, and you feel like, I don't know, more of like an agent in that world as you're further along. And I never quite got to that point with any one character because you're leveling up every fucking character individually. And I get that, and it works really well, and it does bring you back into that loop really well if you're invested in it. But it became this thing where like I felt like I had invested 10 hours, but I had gotten like 4 characters up to level 2, you know, and that's an exaggeration of how slow it is. But it's something I do want to go back to, and I enjoy it though.
Every time I played it, when we had played it, like I've only played it a handful of times, but it always made me want to go back and play Get the Fuck Out, because that game is so fucking hard, and this is a more approachable version.
Oh yeah,
of like that similar scenario of what's happening.
Yeah. And you're right about the mechanics though. Like I think talking about Destiny 2 and Rainbow Six Siege, or Rainbow Six mechanics, completely different shooter mechanics that are both like the complete, like if you want slow, methodical, or arcadey, fast and exciting, right? Not that Rainbow Six isn't exciting, but like they are just top of their game.
Like, they have honed in on what they want, and it is like they are top tier in the way that they just feel.
And it feels fucking great.
Game feels so good. Yeah, absolutely.
Like when you lose your virginity.
So
right up there.
Exactly the same.
It's actually a miserable experience. Let me regale you.
Just like prom night.
I definitely lost
it returned.
That did. We had to get it in there.
All right, my number 8 is Rogue Legacy 2.
Boo! Oh.
You guys didn't boo him when he said Rogue Legacy 2? Fuck.
You were booing people. It's just revenge.
First duplicate.
More like Rogue Legacy.
Well, you can't even be original.
I was actually at the same spot too. That's funny.
Okay, I'll just switch it out for another game. I've got 27 games that I was arguing for the top 10.
Quit bragging.
Yeah, you got double the games I played this year that came out.
You have more games you played this year that came out this year than Tom has, like the last 2.
Nah, it's probably pretty close.
Yeah, I rattled them off for Preston and Ryan the other day. I think it's like 100 or something. They came out this year. Too many, frankly.
I think I got like 16. So.
All right, so let's go Genetic to your number 7.
My number 7 is Vampire Survivors. Not
Boo!
too horrible.
Oh, sorry.
Bad game. I don't know anybody that plays that.
Vampire Survivors sucks.
No, I
As he
just
closes out his browser
I can
window.
see it reflected in his glasses
I initially saw it like Asmongold, XQC, and a few other people were playing it, and then I was like, "Oh, this shit's only like $2 fucking dollars." Okay, and then just from there on, I just was spamming the heck out of it on Steam, and then 1.0 officially hit, and it's on Xbox now. So I restarted all of it on Xbox, and I just keep playing it on Xbox now. But have another like 20 hours on Xbox. I had like 15, 20 hours on Steam already. And then it's just like there's constant updates, and then they just released DLC for it. That's like a whole nother map with like another batch of characters and weapons. And the fun in it comes from like just trying to piece together random builds as you unlock new items and everything. And just like there's a whole bunch of random stuff you can discover that you're like, I don't even know how this character just unlocked just now, but that's cool, like whatever. And then I looked at one of the unlocks, and it was like to live to minute 31 on a map or whatever. There's one for each of the maps or whatever. And I was like, okay, I can do that. I know how to do that. So I got the Laurel and its advancement that you get with an item that you get later in the game. And then I got the Clock Lancer. But then I just flat out ended up killing the fucking Reaper at like 30-50 or something like that. So I didn't get the 31-minute achievement, but you unlock a Reaper character that's like stupidly broken.
That's
like
cool.
he's absurdly good. Like he starts with the advancement for the axes, you know, the one that just like sends sights all around you or whatever. And you basically start the map as with a weapon that's doing like 90 damage to every character around you. It's just like, oh, cool. Now everything's trivial if I want it to be. But just super fun, addictive. You don't really need to even focus a lot on it. Once you hit about the 15-minute mark and you have like all of your items going pretty online, you just have to vaguely look at it, and then you just check your Twitter or whatever while you play.
I just throw on the Nitro Kid soundtrack and just zone out.
Yeah,
Ooh,
exactly.
That's actually a really good way to play that game. Like, it seems like it would be a great podcast game now that podcast or just alternate soundtrack. I mean, the soundtrack here is fantastic and super.
I like the
pump.
Like,
but
even the individual soundtracks for most of the characters and stuff too. Like the soundtrack's really cool, and there's like 3 different versions of each song. But typically, when I do play it, I will end up like loading up a podcast or a video, or I'm like watching an anime I'm trying to catch up on or something like that.
Yeah, spoiler is my number 7 as well.
Same, actually.
Wow.
Wow, boo, so original.
Oh! We moved on. No, it is like, it's a perfect session game. Like you want to do one more run. I'm actually
every single time.
I'm very resentful to this show that we're talking right now because it stopped me from doing my runs.
I thought you were going to play the whole time. You kept saying it.
It really did. It did reflect the red glow in my face every single time I died. But it is
We're judging you. Don't worry.
Fantastic session game that like the power curve and the build that you get, and you're still having to, again, like you said, like before the 15-minute mark, before you've really gotten
and like
the upgrades.
even after that point, you got to still think a little bit, mostly paying attention for like bosses and stuff. But like
beforehand, like whenever you see a swarm of bats coming through and you juke them and you just like feel like a badass, it's just moved over. And I think like for me, I was very snooty about it whenever I first saw Travis playing it, because I was like, ooh, Nintendo graphics, gross. Something about it just did not seem
Victorian Gothic. I hate it.
Yeah, Castlevania.
Tyler.
More like Castle now.
All right, we're just gonna have to kick you from the podcast now. Sorry.
Yeah, no, it's a very, very, very good game. If I had played it more, I think I've made it to the second level once. If I had played it more, it would absolutely be way higher on my list. I can already tell.
It's also just one of those games that's fun to note, like just how popular it got, just off of like big ass streamers chose to play it, and now it is like one of the top, if not the most played games on people's Steam decks right now. Like the formula they have to figure that out or whatever. And it's like legitimately just like one or like a few people that work on it. They just decided, hey, this is the type of game I want to make. They made it, threw it up on Steam for $2, and now it's just like the biggest game just about.
What I like about it is I had no idea really about this game whatsoever, and then it was on Game Pass. I'm like, I'm gonna download it, see what it's all about, and I'm like,
That's what I was telling people.
Pretty fun.
I was like, if you haven't played it yet, even though it's only $2, it's on Game Pass now, so you should go play it on Game Pass. And then they released a free version on the phone as well.
Yeah, I was going to ask Ryan. You've played it on mobile. Is it responsive enough? Like, do the controls feel good enough that you can play it fully?
Oh yeah, works perfectly.
Yeah, it worked fine for me too.
I actually before I started playing Vampire Survivors proper, I was playing a mobile clone for a little while because I didn't realize exactly. I'd heard Vampire Survivors, the name thrown around a lot, but I never watched any gameplay of it, so I didn't realize exactly what it was. Friend of the show, Dan, Aviator Gamer, he streamed some for me, and I was like, "That's what Vampire Survivors is." I've been playing a clone of this. Jesus,
was it when you were playing 20 Minutes Till Dawn?
No, I was playing Survivorio. Survivor.io.
Yeah, there are a lot of clones of this game, and
that's what
even before this game came out, there were a lot of games that were basically this game. It's just this one stuck out.
That's what I was going to say. It like got popular and stuff to the point where it actually has formalized its own genre of sorts. People are calling them bullet heavens because it's like kind of like the inverse of a bullet hell, where you're just like the one that's shooting crap out like crazy and beating everyone else up or whatever. And you're not really focusing on dodging bullets. You're focusing on like just people that are walking at you being stupid or whatever. I don't know why they like the exact reasons who came up with that, but it seems to be sticking in the community for the most part, from what I can tell. So, and it spawned a whole bunch of lookalikes. Like there's one that's based off of all the VTubers that stream and stuff. It's called like Hollow Cure or something like that. And then there's like a handful of other super anime looking ones. Like everyone's trying to copycat it now. So it going forward, at least in the indie scene, it will have an impact on future games that you see.
Go back and play Zombie Estate on the Xbox 360.
You can't tell me what to do.
And then play Trials.
No!
Evolution.
Well, Trials is fine, yes. Evolution is fine too.
Number 7.
We already know what Preston
Number
is.
7, Preston is Vampire Survivor. Number 7, Tyler.
Okay. Number 7.
Already exhausted. We're on 7.
Yep. Is a Plague Tale Requiem.
Well, I'll see you guys in about 30 minutes.
Just did a whole.
Don't worry, it's not on my list.
It's on mine.
About this.
Honorable mention for me.
Yeah, I know it's on Ryan's list. Great game, great sequel to A Plague Tale Innocence. I love the way that the story ended. Or did it end? Who knows? That's the fun.
Question marks.
But I love the character interactions. I love the exploration of certain areas. I love the crafting that you're able to do in this game. The way, but the bond between Amicia and Hugo is like the crutch of the whole thing that just like brings it all together. It's so fantastic. I love seeing these two interact with each other. I love their bond. I love the way that their story unfolds, and I think it's really beautiful. And I love it so much. I don't know how else to describe it. It's just a great game.
Yeah, no, it's a great time. It's man, I think I do like the first one a little bit more, but the second one, the story it's phenomenal. It's very touching. The way they decide to close out the second game is both heart-wrenching and heartwarming at the same time, which is difficult to pull off.
Yeah, I think the first one is a better game, but I think the second one has a better ending.
Yeah, it's fair. Yeah, I think it's fair.
Yeah, the fact that this isn't on my list doesn't like negate anything from it. It's just I did enjoy the first one more. I do like that the story is continuing. I do hope there is a third one. And
Yeah,
it seems
I
like there
mean, the
will be
second
a
one
third
is-
one, but
It's very much more of the same, but what we got from the first one, I absolutely adored and loved, and it was an unexpected surprise, to play that game and just to fall in love with it the way I did. So the second one, just to like continue that and to improve upon the story and that relationship. I mean, just there was no way it wasn't going to make the list in some capacity. So
it was definitely on like the borderline teetering. It is on my written list of, I had like 16 games. So it was like picking which one would go, and this was teetering. Like I wanted it to be on, but I think I also wanted it to be more. To me, it seemed like the first one was more impactful.
Right.
Yeah, I enjoyed it a lot, but it didn't quite make the cut. I mean, it's in that Horizon Forbidden West territory of me, of like things that are better than the first one, but also some things that are not as good. So I don't know. It didn't quite make my top 10. Everything on my top 10 list is like stuff that I played like every day until I finished it. That was just, and it wasn't quite
same.
that. And then we'll move on to Tom, your number 7.
My number 7 is The Night Witch.
What?
This game? No? Nobody knows what this game is? Okay.
I mean,
I don't know
I've seen
the whole-
trailers for it. I haven't played it though.
So yes, it is. It's Team 17 is the developer, so same ones that did like Neon Abyss and such. But the art style is fantastic. It's a like bullet hell 2D side scroller. You have abilities that you have cards for that rotate. So you have 3 that you can use at one time. As you use one, it'll rotate to another one. Is a very good soundtrack. It's just a lot of fun. Like if you enjoy side-scrolling crazy, like it's not super bullet hell. It is very like reminiscent of that, and like it is kind of card-based, not so much as like I don't know. You can buy new abilities and then just add them into the pool
Right.
of what you can switch. But yes, it is. I don't know. It's a lot of fun.
Yeah, I played a
I
demo
enjoy it.
of it. I did not remember the name, but looking at pictures, I played a demo. Very fun.
Yeah, the art style and just the way that it moves and functions is a lot of fun.
Actually, going to their Steam page, some of these other Team 17 games are actually on my wish list right now because I saw them on sale.
Yeah, and then the actual one, what the fuck? Super awesome hyperdimensional mega team is what their name is that makes the game. And then the developer is Team 17. But yeah, Team 17 makes a lot like Moving Out, I think they do. Neon Abyss, obviously.
I feel
Anybody
like I saw
that
them on
listens
my-
to us knows that I really enjoy Neon Abyss.
Oh yeah, Neon Abyss was fun.
I think
This
Team
looks
17
like
is the publisher.
Neon
of
Abyss,
Overcooked
but
Beat.
like probably
Correct.
better.
Yeah, this art style is just fantastic, and
Yeah,
just,
that's what I was- I
Little,
was looking at the
it's
art
just really
style, it's like-
smooth and nice and
Yeah.
fluid. But
Oh, yeah.
I have a good amount of indie games, and this is a very fun one because I didn't have a lot of time, and indie games don't typically take a lot of time.
Right. I tend to gravitate towards them a lot of the time too.
But if you like, bullet hells and rotatable like abilities and different guns, and you're a fucking flying witch, good time.
All right, Ryan, we already know your number 7, Vampire Survivors, right?
That's right.
Right, my number 7 is Nobody Saves the World.
Never heard of it.
It's on my
This
list
is
too.
also on my list.
Oh yeah, very good indie game from earlier this year. Very underrated. I feel like a lot of people played it. It's one of those love or hate it games. Some people just really do not vibe with it at all, but you're constantly switching between a bunch of different classes that all feel dramatically different and leveling them all, and it's just this great like progression wheel that you're constantly on, treadmill I should say, that you're constantly on, that just feels really good, and dungeons are super fun. The story's goofy and fun. The character Nobody is just a big Dumbo. I don't know, it's just like it's a really fun, if you like Diablo but you don't care so much about the loot and care more about like I want to play every class in a Diablo game, and all the classes, they're not as complicated as Diablo class because there's like 20, 30 of them, something like that. But just constantly swapping between all of them, and like the skill tree basically is just every class is a skill ostensibly. So you're like, okay, I'm gonna master this class and this other class, and then that unlocks a new class because the tree goes up to a new class. And then the ones at the very end are just absurdly powerful. You can just absolutely tear shit apart with those last few classes.
Yeah, I think the problem with, I really like this game, but I didn't have the time when it came out, and it just kind of fell on the wayside. But I did like the art style's fun. Like your main character is obviously, yes, very goofy, but it's one of those games I have and I want to get back to, and I know that you guys haven't, so you can talk about it.
Yeah, one of the best parts about it is like you play all these different characters and like you do these challenges to like upgrade their abilities and stuff, but then you can like mix and match their abilities to one specific character. So like there's a zombie character and then there's a magician character, and you can like upgrade those abilities to the zombie character and then add them to the magician, so you can mix and match and kind of find the build that works best for you, where you're just going through and just absolutely breaking the fucking game.
Yeah, because like the zombie could turn enemies into zombies, but then the magician could summon tigers and bunnies, so you would just have like this big army of like bunnies and tigers and zombies following you around and shit.
Yeah, so like that was what I fell in love with the game, was like doing all these challenges, leveling up these characters, getting them to S rank, unlocking the new characters, and just going through the story and just like finding these combinations that were just breaking the game to where it's like I could go to these bosses and just fuck them up in like no time. It was an incredible fucking time. That was a game that when I played it, because it came out so early, I believe it was like at the end of January.
It was like January. Somewhere around January.
It came out so early. I was like, I cannot forget this game. Like, there's no way I will allow myself to forget this game because of how much it just sucked me in. It's like, because I just changed jobs and I was working the night shift at the time, and I would like wake up at like 6 o'clock in the afternoon and I would just play it for a chunk of time and like spend time with my kids, and then they would go to bed and I would just play it until I had to go to work. And I was so obsessed with it. It's just like that challenge of just grinding out these characters was incredible. And the music, the world, the art style, it's all so unique and different. There wasn't anything else like it at the time. So,
well, like we talk about crappy battle pass systems and stuff and not incentivizing you to try other things or whatever. This game in particular, not only did they come up with a system for you to mix and match crap, but like he said, the challenge is constantly making you want to swap stuff. Like the game itself incentivizes you to find these weird ass stupid combinations. Like just in the process of how they built their quest system, it almost feels like they legitimately took the game and play tested it for like a year before they shoved it out to everybody, because everything just like loops into itself very frenetically. Like it's very,
how the classes mix and match is insane. It's like, so crazy how you can just take from
all
one
the classes
and add
feel
to the
so
other.
Distinguished, but they mix and match so well, and then the challenges all bleed into each other so well. And then there's challenges for some classes that like they'll give you a challenge for a class that you can't do unless you have some other skill from another class mastered, so you couldn't equip it to that class. And then you're like, oh, hey, they're trying to teach me a cool freaking combination I could do right now. Like, I think even the thing we were talking about with the rabbits and the zombies and stuff is like, the magician has a quest at some point where it's legitimately have 30 plus allies on the map at the same time or something like that. And the only way to do that is like through the zombie. And then I think there's like one other class that can summon stuff. So it's just everything about the game, like he said, the art style, the classes, everything just feels really well built out. And like they actually play tested their game excessively is what it feels like.
Yep.
For sure. And with that, we'll move on to your number 6, Genetix.
So normally I wouldn't include live service games, but I have Fortnite right here. I typically want it. I hate the aspect of putting live service games on there for me personally. But
you did it.
I did it, yes. I did start it this year.
You're a monster.
Yeah, I know, exactly. But this is my first year of actually playing the game for one. for 2, no build mode came out the very next season that I was playing after I started playing. So that was like, that alone made me think this might go on the list. But then they just did the Chapter 4 update, which goes to Unreal Engine 5, which now the graphics are actually like
5.1.
Yeah, the 5.1, but it's still Unreal 5, so whatever, really. But it goes up there as far as actually feeling more like a next gen game. It's obviously still not like, oh my god, but like the fact that everything like looks like it's getting demolished and like the graphics are very vibrant and it's very colorful and everything. I was like, I'm gonna go ahead and include it. I'm not gonna include it in the top 5 spots, but I'll put it at like number 6, even though if I didn't not like putting live service games on there, there's a chance it'd be number 1 because it's like the only thing I fucking play right now, pretty much. But like I've hit 200 on pretty much every single season since I started playing. But yeah, I don't know. I just like it. All the crossovers are dumb. They have a lot of cool weapon variety, constantly changing it up every like 2 weeks or whatever. So, and also just like the best battle pass system that's existed, although it's getting questionable with this most recent season. But it's whatever.
It's a good game.
Yes, very good game. I'm glad that when we started playing this, Tyler and I got so many people over to playing Fortnite.
I mean, I started kind of vaguely trying to do it like around the time like Tomb Raider and stuff was hitting, and even a little bit before that, some of the crossovers, but it's just like I could never get into the building. And then they added the Arcane League of Legends skins. I was like, well, I'm obsessed with League of Legends, so I have to. And Vi and Jinx are 2 of my particular favorites. So I started playing while building was in the game. It was like towards the end of January. And then the very next season after that, they're like, hey, no build is here. And I was like, well, this was just a calling card, basically. Like, no shot.
So one of the building is one of the big limiters for me as well, or was. And I haven't actually picked that up at all since no build. Is there still some sort of like difference maker that they have? Like building was the thing that you would get into your top 5 and it's like that guy's making that guy is so erect right now, and how can I compete with that, right?
He is so erect.
It's kind of like just playing any other battle royale now, if you play the zero build, where it's just like who has a better sense of like the map and elevations, and like who has the better aim now is like the main
and
thing.
better weapons,
and better
you
mobility.
can definitely tell when you hit a PC character over like console.
Yeah,
Switch especially. Switch people are garbage. So if you know somebody that plays on a Switch, play with them, because it will bring in, like if I play with Tyler, you have Tyler have Ollie play on his Switch, and you will just bring in garbage people, and it's just like
fantastic.
Yeah, it's
but
great.
Then like even throughout all of this whole year, they've constantly like been adding subtle new mechanics and stuff. Like this, I don't remember when they added sliding. It was fairly recent, right?
Yeah, it was.
And then
it was this year.
It was this year, yeah. And then they added the sprint mantle jump and the mantling, and then this next one after that, I can't remember, vaulting. But they still. Yeah, the vault thing, and then they added
where you sprint and auto vault over shit.
Yeah, and then this most recent season change, they actually added it like the Gears of War motion, where you run towards something that's hip height, and your character just actually like automatically vaults over it and stuff. So they're constantly adding new mechanics and stuff. It's like getting close to a point where it's cartoon Apex. Like they even have augments for your character and shit that you get throughout the match now. It's not quite at Apex's level as far as like what that does, but since it has the zero build, and they keep adding all these mechanics that are clearly inspired from these other games to have better mobility. It's getting close, and with all the crossovers being in this game, it just I want to play it.
They know what they're doing.
The crossovers, like the amount of absurdity you can have just because of the amount of crossovers that have been in Fortnite, like the comps you can
finally have. Just like digging into the anime, like they're just like they're going full force now.
They're dipping a toe.
Well, that's what's funny. My whole last like 2 weeks has been me just spamming My Hero Academia, I had already bought item merch for it on clearance because I knew I was gonna like it. But then Fortnite's like, oh yeah, we're gonna have My Hero Academia skins. I was like, well, I guess I better finally watch the fucking anime. And now I'm just spamming the hell out of the anime because I love it so much. And then now I have the skins in Fortnite. It's
we're just
like,
one step closer to One Piece being in there.
Yeah.
oh, it's probably gonna be the next one. But yeah, that's my number 6.
I'll fucking download it. Whatever.
Whatever, man.
It's free, man.
I know.
It's not on my list, but I will say Fortnite is my favorite game. I mean,
Yeah,
Yeah.
it was my
play it
most
all the time.
played game on PS5.
It's my most played game. I just don't have it on my list because I didn't want to do a live
It's
service
Fortnite.
game.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Right.
I've been playing it nonstop for the last 5 years. So.
And the lore
mean,
is actually like, it's pretty legit if you
it's
look
fun
through
and
it.
it's
Yes.
interesting.
It's fun, yeah.
I legitimately, the last time I played it, I was hiding in bushes to get to.
Hey,
like,
what if
the
we
top
told you
20.
that you could get an augment?
I mean, you could
Yeah,
still
it heals
do that.
you
You can
while
still
you're in
do
bushes.
that?
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah.
Like there's games where I legitimately just focus on doing a quest for the battle pass and then I'm in the top 10 suddenly. I'm like, wait, what the fuck just happened? Like I've just been riding around on a dirt bike this whole freaking time and then I'm in the top 10. Or if you want, you can go to all the points of interest and actually try to have fights with people. It's just like, and they give you experience for anything you're doing in it pretty much too. Like if you're fishing, you're getting experience. If you're fighting people, you're getting experience. If you're just living through the storms, you're getting experience. It's like they clearly want you to just play it however the hell you want to play it for the most part.
I miss
It's
build
downloaded.
mode just for burning people's shit down. But
Yeah.
as Tyler can attest to, I literally threw a thing of fireflies at
Yeah.
people today in a building.
That's true.
It was very much. I hope you're not in that building right now, but I'm burning.
Yep.
it down.
So did you get out of
Burns the
it?
buildings
Did you,
I'm in
did you make it out of the
intentionally,
building?
so-
Because I'm burning
I
that fucker down.
I do that to my parties too. I'll just be running around with fireflies. Hope you're not in this building right now because I already looted it. and
Oh, he
I'm just
legitimately
getting
was in the building too. He was right next to the person I whipped
I
the
killed the
fireflies
people
at.
while he was setting the building on fire.
out. So funny.
Yeah, it's
Fortnite's a good game.
It is a
perfect
good game.
I love it. It's a perfect game.
Preston, you're 6.
Oh snap! I was downloading
Marvel Snap?
Fortnite.
I know
Nope.
that's what I was like.
nope,
oh,
actually,
oh.
nope. Mine is Cult of the Lamb for
Oh.
the Nintendo Switch.
Chris told me
Uh,
mixed reviews about this game, so I didn't play it. No.
It's honestly probably only on there because I had very okay games, or I had a very limited selection to go with.
Oh man, you're selling every
It's-
game you have on your list this year.
It is a very
Yeah, it's the
buggy
game where you play as
on
a-
everything other than
As a
PC.
fish
at
that's
least on
about to
launch.
die, and there's the game where you play as the old actress, and then there's the game where
Yeah.
you play as the lamb,
The
turning
little
everybody
tiny
else
lamb,
into
yeah.
Satan.
It's a lot of dark stuff, I guess, this year. Except for Lil
He has
Good.
the
It's
he has
gorgeous.
the he has the alligator game and then Vampire Survivors.
Chris, you love or hate Cult of the Lamb?
I like
liked
it.
it.
It is a
Okay.
It was very buggy. It crashed on me quite a bit, but
Oh,
Oh,
it
really?
crashed
Yeah,
on
I
me
didn't
so
have
much I
trouble.
just quit. Like I was just like, okay,
I had no
done.
issues with it.
did you play on PC? It's bad at console port.
Oh no, yeah, it was on Switch.
Really?
Yeah, and it was fine. I think the issue that I ended up running into and getting frustrated with was the progression system in my village. So I would just I got to a certain point and I just felt like I was having to do too many runs to not get as much resources as I thought I deserved going into progressing my village, right? And it just felt a little not cheap. The hitboxes are also super fucky in that game. Like I felt like I would be shooting something and it would barely miss them or they would hit me. But the presentation around everything.
Yeah.
Again, I didn't really have any bugs, but the way that the game was presented, the setting, the characters, like it was all such a smart idea. And what a marketable ass marketing game. Like they just, there's so much content that can be pulled out of that and put on Twitter and gets a shit ton of views, right? And like it's a smart aesthetic and approach to just kind of a roguelike that you build up your village with.
Like, I definitely liked it. I would say that I watched SkillUp's review on YouTube for it, and he kind of summarized it pretty nicely, where he said, I would not say play this game if you're wanting combat. I would not say play this game if you're wanting life sim or like farming type stuff. I would not say play it if you're wanting the cutesy Animal Crossing type aesthetic that gets a little dark or whatever. I would say play it because it's its own unique experience that melds all of them together. But like if you're trying to look for like the next Hades or some shit, don't go. No, it's not this. I saw people trying to compare it to that because it's like the top-down view or whatever. I'm like, the combat in this is so basic compared to Hades that I don't even know how you're drawing those lines. But you know, you do you. But then like it's a cute, fun game that like melds everything together nicely. And I would probably have better experiences and maybe have it on my list had it like, I don't know why, but on Xbox, it just started crashing like way too often towards the end there, to the point where I was like, I can't even finish a run. I don't know why. So I just stopped playing.
And another, like, if I'm being honest, whenever we got to number 6, I checked my list and I go, Cult of the Lamb? When the fuck did I put that on there? But I think it should be further down, probably like at an 8 or a 9. But it's still like it was a very fun game. I was in the middle of a bunch of traveling. So like the perfect airplane game, right? To just play on your Switch and kind of run through, and it passes the time really quick. I just think that it should progress you. I think the resources should progress you a little bit faster. Everything.
I had like the opposite though. Like I got the skill trees maxed out like so quickly and so hardcore that I was weird. Like, there is like nothing left, and I still have like a whole dungeon and a half to do. What the hell is this? I don't know. Maybe it's just how I managed my villagers was different. I mean, that's another thing with the game is it's going to play differently for everybody. I feel like so. And that's how like games like Sims and Animal Crossings tend to operate. So it's that life sim part that makes it play out differently for each person. So
it's a good game. Yes.
Yeah, it's a good game, right? It's a good game. It feels nice. If they do a second one, I'll definitely pick it up. But just needs to address some things. That's all.
So Chris, it's your number 1. Is that what you were saying?
Yeah,
that's what he was saying. Yeah.
No, it's not even.
It's number 1 to throw in the toilet.
Like an 8 out of 10.
Chris, you're off my list.
Okay.
Wait.
Okay, Santa.
Oh wait.
I mean, if we've known anything, Chris's lists are very iffy.
Good.
He's on your hit list now.
That's all I have.
Who was next, Tyler?
Yeah, Tyler, you're number 6.
My number 6 is a little gem called Signalis. Just beat this game like 5 days ago, and it immediately jumped up to the top of the charts, they say. The kids, that's what they say.
So it's number 1?
They were shook on how high it got.
I was shook. This game absolutely fucking floored me. I could not believe it.
SNES looking horror game, right?
It looks like a PS1 game.
Yeah, not SNES. I would.
Okay, whatever. It looks very pixely, so I don't really care what it's supposed to look like.
Oh, it's in Game Pass.
It's very much a Resident Evil, Silent Hill, clone, but tank controls, top-down aesthetic.
Tank controls. You're a liar.
It looked like I didn't play it. I want to play it because you have such high praise for it now. But then when I initially looked at it, it seems very like I'm like, oh, it looks like Resident Evil. It looks like it will have tank controls.
It's Resident Evil.
It does not have tank controls though. It's not like you push forward and then you have to push left and right to steer your character. That's tank controls. It does not have that.
It's
maybe I want it to have
very close to that.
Chris.
It's not close to that. What are you saying? It's just an isometric game. You move your character with the left stick. What the fuck are you talking about?
Don't listen to Chris. He's fucking crazy.
I know. That's what I've been trying to say.
I just beat this game. I know. I just played it. Anyways, it's great. It's smooth as fuck. He's right. It's not as tanky as that, but it's very reminiscent of those old style games, but it's smoother movement.
What wasn't that the game that you were streaming, Chris, of the demo, and you're like, I have no idea where the fuck to go.
The demo
this could
is
be cool, but this is
the
so
stuff in the
stupid.
demo is not in the game, and the demo was bad.
Oh,
Don't play the
okay.
demo
That's
for this
weird.
game.
Yeah, that's
The
super
game-
weird.
The game
I
itself.
watched him play the demo, and
it's-
he's like, "This is so fucking stupid. This could be so cool, but it's not.
It was.
It's not."
then
guided.
it
I think
ends
the
up
demo was
being
bugged.
incredible.
Like,
So how about that?
literally, I could not figure out what the hell it was supposed to be.
Well, I'm glad the demo sucked ass, but the game itself was
Game is
great,
good.
and it's got some of the best puzzle design I've seen in a long time. It's like if you like Resident Evil puzzles, it's perfect for that. It did one of these things that I love, where it's like I was so fucking stumped, I had no idea what to do. I went to bed, I came back the next day, and I immediately solved the fucking puzzle. It's like it was just hit me. It's
Yeah.
like as soon as I went to this area, I was like, of course this is it, you stupid fucking. You know, it's like I wanted to just ream myself for how fucking much of an idiot I was.
It's like fighting a Dark Souls boss.
Yeah.
Yes, it was the exact same thing, but instead of like the fighting mechanics, it's just like racking your brain to be like, yeah, you fucking idiot. Of course, this is the solution. And it did that a lot. And I thought the story was super interesting. It's very dystopian. You play as kind of like an AI robot kind of it's confusing. It's almost like a Chris, I don't know if you could help me out with this.
You're basically an android.
It's not necessarily.
Tyler's an android?
It's like an android, but they take like your biometrics from another person. So it's almost like a
You're a
clone and an
sleeper.
android kind of mixed together.
Kind of like a
it's-
sleeper.
Yeah,
And you're like a citizen.
Yeah.
no, you're not. I don't think at all. You're basically just a machine that people use you for cannon fodder and all kinds of bullshit.
Look, all you
But
need
the
to say
story-
to sell people in this game, it's about gay robots, guys.
What?
Gay
It is-
robots,
that's
let's
true.
go.
I don't think the one was a robot though. I
We
don't
got
think-
gay robots
The other
and
one, yeah, I don't
titties
think
and
it was.
games. What is going on?
Here, let
No,
me
it's like
let me
your
read
main
this
character
Steam
is a
review.
robot, and she falls in love with this other robot, and there's this promise made between these two idiots, and
It's like
great.
It's like
Two
Lovecraft
idiots.
in Nier Automata had a child, and that child was raised in the ways of Resident Evil.
yeah, that's a pretty good fucking assumption of this game. Yeah, that's pretty good.
That was a Steam review I pulled up, and now I was like, that.
Oh, okay.
that this is the
Oh,
vibe that this is
plagiarism.
about.
You could have just
Plagiarism.
you could have just stolen it.
I'm
Yeah,
not gonna
it's-
steal it. I haven't
That's
played
He
it.
hasn't even played the game.
It's perfect.
Um,
But
yeah, it's
cool
very good.
because there's a lot of games like that, like are like this, but they're not sci-fi related like this. Where it's
Yeah,
like,
yeah, that's what's stood out to me.
futuristic. You're kind of on these planets, and it like the lore behind it. There's no talking. There's no dialogue. It's all text based, and like the cutscenes aren't actually like. There's not a lot of movement. It's like still pictures, and they put a lot of music behind it to kind of invoke what they want you to feel in that moment. And it all kind of coalesced into like this really interesting plot and like all these different characters coming together. And it's kind of super fucked up because like there's this one like this character that's like going throughout the story, and like you meet her 1,000 times, and eventually you find her. It's just not good. It's all bad. It's all bad. Everything in this game is bad.
yeah, the game is very
is it-
Silent Hill 2, specifically. Like, also because everything is a little bit metaphorical. It's like things are literally happening, but also everything is a metaphor for something else. There's a massive like essay. I think it's on The Verge, or no, it's on Pace. There's like a massive essay about the game's endings and the potential symbolism of them, because you can read into them yourself. But yeah, I definitely recommend reading that after you finish the game, because there's some really cool stuff going on there that is like a few steps above like where I was thinking when I was actually playing through the game.
You fucking got me. All right.
It's so good. And it's short. It's only like 8 hours, maybe 10. If
It's
you're super
downloaded.
struggling, but it's incredibly fun to play. Like I said, the puzzle design is great. The story is interesting. Music's great. I mean, I couldn't say enough good things. I just played it. I mean, the fact that it got that high up on my list already, I've thought about replaying it again already. I really enjoyed it.
Does the moment-to-moment combat, like whenever you're trying to take down an enemy, does that get Resident Evil frustrating at all?
Yes. all the time.
Oh, damn.
I would say
Stop
no
installation.
personally, because I mean, most 90% of the combat is very easily avoidable. Like you aren't going to be shooting that often.
But when you are in those combat situations, it sucks. It's not great.
It's fine.
Good to know though, like going into it with that in my head though.
Yeah. But it also does this thing where it's like about resource management. So it's like if you want to use all your bullets at the beginning, that's fine, but you're going to screw yourself over at the end because you're going to want those bullets at the end because the last boss is like
the last boss sucks.
Yeah, it's a lot of phases.
That's every freaking horror game.
Right, I was going to say like any Resident Evil final boss.
But it's cool because you get
the final boss of Resident Evil Village is fine. It's good.
Right,
I wasn't expecting
like,
all of the weapons either, because like you start off with just a handgun and it moves to a shotgun. Obviously, it's like that's always a trope. But you get a lot of weapons throughout this, and there's another cool mechanic where it's like since all of these enemies are kind of like the same kind of android style that you are, but they're all kind of corrupted, and their biometrics are slowly depleting. So they're kind of zombies, but kind of not. But once you kill them, they do not stay dead. And the only way to like fully kill an enemy is to set their body on fire. But those are limited items that you can use to set their bodies on fire. So you have to use them sparingly.
They're Crimson Heads from Resident Evil. Same thing.
Mm-hmm.
Played Resident Evil.
It's great. It's a fucking great game.
It's downloaded already.
Yeah.
Wow.
How do you like them internets, Ryan?
Yeah. Just nothing.
No. All right, you're number 6, Tom.
My number 6 is the majority of the fact that I played it with Emmy is the Quarry. I only know that, I mean, I know Chris played it, but Emmy and I played it switching off characters. Like we would alternate who got to play who, which was very interesting because she got to play all of the characters that got the guns. And she is not great.
She missed.
She missed. She did. She definitely got somebody killed. But it's very fun the way you play through it. Like we want to play through it again. You know, it's just getting the time. And it definitely has us on my list. I want to download more of like what are they? The dark anthologies? Is that what they're called? Yes.
Yeah.
Those games to play just because they're fun. Like to like play with her, like just to split off. But the voice acting and the animation, like the mocap for that game is very on par. Like it is very funny, like some of the stuff that just ensues, and it's very 80s horror, which is why it intrigued us even more, just because we're big 80s horror fans. She's over there right now. We could just make her come over here and be on camera. Did you like the Quarry? You have to come over here. We're gonna make her be on camera. She's blurred out right now.
Hi, Emmy.
Hi.
Did you like the Quarry?
She can't hear you. I have the headphones on.
Tell her.
You could also relay the.
Did you like
Impossible.
the Quarry?
Yes, I was listening.
But yes, so that's why I said Quarry's at 6, because we had a good time playing it.
Is it?
We streamed it, so I mean.
Yeah, maybe if you paid attention and watched us.
So.
Yeah, Preston.
Yeah, we're pretty.
Too busy. Sorry.
I'm a terrible coward, and so is my wife. And so
it's not like super jump scary or anything. Like
okay, the jump scariness is what annoys me.
No, this is like
most.
straight campy, like 80s. It's a lot of fun.
Okay. That actually sells me a lot more on it. We were close to buying it, especially obviously around Halloween.
We got it on sale for like $40.
I mean, yeah, that seems worth it
and it was super fun.
Just a great time.
We bought the 80s pack too, so they all dressed like they're in the 80s.
Oh, that's
that work got it because I liked it so much, and they liked it too. They all played through it, and then we talked about it. I got,
but it's not like. I mean, it's like that 80, like you're saying. It's more.
It's very campy. It's like Friday the 13th, Nightmare on Elm Street. Like it is that.
Yeah. Okay. I will say, like it
only gets really like serious, like right at the end. There's a lot of like talking points, and it kind of goes back and forth. But if you have somebody to play with, like if you want to, like we just alternated characters, and there is like a weird mode where you can actually play like 8 people online. I think where everybody plays
That's
a separate character and makes the decisions.
That'd be a fun thing to stream.
Yeah,
as
if
a
you
group.
can get 8 people together, yes.
Right.
Yeah.
We can all, if y'all want to stream it again.
Yeah,
It'll
one
go
more
better
time,
this
do
time.
another playthrough.
I mean, we want to play through it again and swap the characters that we played. So
Yeah.
but yes, I like the quarry.
I played through it once. I also got, I mean, almost everyone killed by the end. One decision, one bad decision I made at the end got almost everybody killed.
Yeah, I think we only had like 4 people left. She ended up getting somebody like frozen to death by going into a freezer.
Ooh.
That was the thing about Until Dawn that annoyed me, is some of the character deaths felt cheap. Like you have 2 paths. There's literally no distinction about what would get them killed. You go left, they fucking die.
Well, the whole thing is, I was thinking at this point, it's like Jurassic Park. Go in the freezer, and then you can come out later. Well, apparently this person got themselves locked in the freezer and died.
That is a stupid way to die in that game.
But I mean, there is I can't remember his name, but the one character is just like, he goes dial 911. It's like, you mean 911? And it's just, there's very strange conversations that are happening, but they're all funny. Like, and everybody that's in it is an actual actor.
Yeah, I think it's good. It's fun. It's entertaining, and definitely, there are a lot of those situations where it's like, choose left path or choose right path. Left path is going to be killed, right path is not, and you don't really know until you do it. But I mean, this game is definitely built to be played multiple times, which that's probably my main issue, is that when you do start a new playthrough, like there's no way to skip through dialogue or anything, so you are seeing a lot of the same stuff until you're picking different choices, which
they haven't patched that in at all.
Maybe they have,
because that was like one of the biggest criticisms that I saw. Yeah, and so I would hope that they would patch that in. I don't know.
At this point, it could be. Yeah, we haven't gone back to start another playthrough, but it's a fun game. Like, if you have somebody to play with, like, it would be very interesting to play it with 8 people, just because there are certain scenarios where you are just one person for a very long time. Like, once you, like Chris will know, like once you hit that middle section and you're doing like the backstory of the people you meet in the beginning, it is a very long time, but it's fun. It's a good campy game. Like, if you like 80s horrors, get this game on sale, play it. It's fun.
All right, I'm downloading it.
How many? I think this has turned into how many games can we make Preston download?
Well, I mean, you've seen his list so far. Obviously, he has to get into all these mainstream games.
Yeah, I only had garbage games.
Honestly, the thing that sold it for us was like, I literally showed her the Quarry trailer with Cutting Crews. I Just Died in Your Arms Tonight playing, and it's just like, fucking sold.
Buy it.
I would say
you watch that trailer and you're fucking on it.
Like, the indie bases, that's all. You're the indie guy.
The indie guy. Nice.
I mean, I downloaded the Fish game.
Let me tell you about Level Zero's indie tale.
Ryan, you're number 6.
My number 6 is Koromon. I'm still really in love with this creature collector. Came out in May this year. It gave us, look, there's a lot of creature collectors this year to be had. A lot of good ones. Koromon stands out for me. It brings me back to sprite-based Pokemon, really good sprites, really good creatures that they have going on. But the thing that Koromon really does well, and we've been asking Game Freak for a very long time, is difficulty sliders. You can make Nuzlocke. You can lock it to a Nuzlocke in Koromon, and you can tweak and define exactly how hard or how not hard you want it. There's all sorts of things to modify the experience for your play style. There's an actually interesting shiny system where shinies actually also make for stronger creatures to have. And then there's 2 versions of each. So there's like a basic shiny 1 and a shiny 2. And then there's ways to increase it. And it's a much better system around shinies Koromon has.
I've always thought that too. Sorry, I was going to say with Pokemon shiny system, I've always wondered why they don't have, like, at the very least, random number generators to generate random colors for them, and not just make it, they have 2 colors now instead of just the 1. It's like, why can't they just have a bunch of colors and maybe make some of them more rare than others. Like, I don't know.
Yeah, there's base form, which the shiny. I'll talk a little bit about the shiny system because I think that's one of the more interesting things. Each Koromon is registered a number between 1 and 31. If they're 1 through 16, then they're the normal Koromon. If they are 17 through 30, they are stage 1 shiny, and if they're 31, they're the stage 2 shiny. They are different color schemes across all three, but as you rise the ranks of that scale, you get more and more essentially IVs for the Koromon, so they're a little bit more powerful as well. But I really dig it. Like, this has proper kind of old school JRPG boss battles throughout it, which is something Pokemon is starting to do a little bit more now, but has been missing from the series for a very long time. I really dig it. I really dig the world. I dig the characters. I think the writing's fun. It's not anything super special. This isn't Immortality or God of War in the writing department, but it's fun. It's fun writing. It's just a really solid creature collector if that's something up your alley. I really enjoy. I put a good 50-60 hours into Koromon. I went back and played after I beat it. Like, it's very good.
Would you say that the difficulty sliders actually created like better AI, or was it just spongier?
No, not spongier, because a lot of the difficulty sliders are stuff around what you can do. It's like how many things you can collect, how you get to use items, it's not so much how the AI acts and more what's at your disposal.
Yeah, basically, if you go look at a Pokemon Nuzlocker, there's a few different levels of Nuzlocking, and those are the difficulties that are in Koromon. So, like, a basic Pokemon Nuzlocke, only one Pokemon per route, and that's about it. They die, you can't use them. But then the next level after that the more hardcore Nuzlockers will use is like, you can't use items in battle. And then there's like another level past that where they make it where you have to battle every other trainer. I don't think Koromon does that far, but like, basically that's their difficulty is affecting you, not so much affecting your opponent.
You can't run from wild battles is one of the difficulty options, which I think's interesting. It forces you in. Items can or can't be used in combat. It's all stuff that like affects you, not the AI.
Similar to like Final Fantasy VII Remake, making it where you can't use items on hard mode, sort of thing.
Okay. Jeez, that would have sucked. I used so many potions.
Yeah, I know.
Did you play hard mode? He's not making it up. It's a thing.
Yeah, I would not have done that.
I didn't do it either.
Chris, did you ever play this?
No, I didn't.
I played it a little bit. I haven't finished it yet, but I played it for a fair bit. It's definitely really good.
Man, that also didn't make me listen.
Didn't make mine. No, Koromon did though. Koromon better than Temtem. Fight me.
Did you have Monster Sanctuary on a list at some point?
I played a little bit of Monster Sanctuary, but
I thought I heard you mention it at one point, but I played the crap out of that one last year.
Yeah, it's the Metroidvania style.
Sword of the Necromancer.
Yeah. Tom, you keep saying it. I heard you last year.
No Kuni.
Yes, Nino Kuni is the real answer.
No, the real answer is Final Fantasy
creature collector?
too.
Yes, the first one is.
You told me not to play the first one, to be fair.
Yeah, because you don't like creature collectors. That's why.
I don't like Pokemon.
Yeah, it's like Pokemon. That's why I told you not to play it.
Oh, okay.
All right, my number 6 is Tinykin. This is an adorable platformer with an amazing art style. Looks like Paper Mario, but in like realistic 3D environments. And you're just exploring a house. You're a little guy in a big world, exploring a house, finding a bunch of little Tinykins and throwing them at stuff. It's got a lot of that Pikmin energy, but without the Pikmin resource management. You don't walk into a river and all your guys drown and you cry. Once you find the guys, you have the guys like for that room. Find new ones in each room. But yeah, really smart puzzle mechanics, really good like quest tracking. Really the only issue I have with this game, like it is almost a perfect 3D platformer. The only issue I have is that it doesn't have a good way, it doesn't have like a radar or anything for finding like a handful of little collectibles you're missing when you're at the end of a level. But
yeah, it's all really reward, no punishment. Like that game is just pure reward, dopamine every time like you are attacking something and you get more little guys. It's wonderful.
And you get to slide on soap.
Yes, you can slide on
your
soap.
Run animation basically.
and your zip lines are super fun because of that. Like it just kind of every world expands more and more and more as you are collecting little guys, and it does it like at a pretty brisk pace too. Like you don't feel there's no like a day cycle like in Pikmin where you get frustrated because like you could do more but you can't because you're stuck in this cycle.
Yeah, and if you don't need all of the stuff, if you're not like, a 100% or whatever, you don't need to worry about the stuff that it's not pointing you towards. Like it's just extra nectar or whatever. It's just if you want 100% the levels, it can be kind of annoying. There were like 2 levels where I had to just look at a YouTube video and just go like, okay, there's that one, I'll go there. Oh, okay, I got that one.
Wow.
Oh, there's the next one, I'll go there. Oh, I got that one. And it was because I wanted to finish 100%ing it because I was almost there already.
Yeah, I like that one a lot. That was a big Holden pick, and he was championing that for a long time. And that was the first game that I figured, fuck it, I'll just see how xCloud works with it, and then realized that xCloud works great.
xCloud that's part of why I played so much Monster Sanctuary, is because I legitimately just booted up on my phone, and like occasionally you get like the little lag hiccups and everything looks all pixelated for a second or two, but like for the most part, like legitimately, even if you don't own any consoles or a PC or whatever, you can pay for fucking Xbox Game Pass and play the games pretty legitimately on your phone.
And it feels, you're able to sample, an hour of a game and then be like, okay, I will commit the download.
Right.
And it's so weird. Like we've progressed from I'll commit the money to I'll commit just downloading it. Whenever it comes to Game Pass. But yeah, that's a perfect. I would. Okay, well, I say this and it's not even on my fucking list. I'm surprised it's not higher for some reason. Like I feel like that was a very good game across the board.
There were a lot
I played like the first world and liked it.
Yeah.
I just didn't play too much of their stuff going on.
Mm-hmm.
And with that, we are halfway through. What is your number 5, Preston?
What?
Oh, sorry. We skipped genetics.
I mean, it doesn't matter. My number.
He doesn't have a number 5. That's why.
Yeah.
My number 5 was just Nobody Saves the World.
Yeah, fuck you. I knew it. Preston, what's your number 5?
Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. Tiny Tina's Wonderlands. Chris, you and Ryan and I all played it together, and that was a grand old time. It is more Borderlands, but better than Borderlands 3. And so that's really as much praise as I can give it. It's a solid, like I love Borderlands 2. I put over 100 hours into that game. And I know, and that's actually very low for a Borderlands 2 fan. Borderlands 3, I just never beat. I could not get into it. And Tiny Tina's Wonderlands just felt approachable and quick. And
I mean, kind of up the same alley. I played through the first one a whole bunch, played through the second one several times, and then pre-sequel I hated. And then I got the third one, played it for like a mission or two, and then just kind of fell off. But Tiny Tina, I was like this close to buying it because I was like, I feel like this is going to reinvigorate something. And then I'm waiting for a deeper sale on
this is going to awaken something in me.
That's what I thought of it. I was like, ooh, this looks like it'll reawaken that Borderlands love I felt like 15 years ago or whenever the series started. I don't know.
I think I wanted it to be on my list, but I think we started it for Wasted, right? And then
what are you talking about?
Didn't we play this for Wasted? We definitely played it. All four
on
of
Sunday
us.
morning streams.
Oh, did we? The SOS, and it just didn't. Like we just fell off, and then it didn't progress anywhere.
Yep, I got halfway through, and that was where I stopped. But I still have it downloaded. I just haven't finished it. It's fun. I had a really great time playing it.
Mm-hmm.
I'm disappointed with the in-game content. Like I did not like that in-game loop at all. I really wish we had just gotten the new game plus.
Yeah, and also system. All of the DLC is just new like variations for that end game content. Sucks.
Right.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot, like the game for what it is for the 30 hours or whatever that we played it and put into it is really fun. And I had a great time, but I did not have any impetus to, or like any reason to go back to it or to continue playing it. It was just fine.
Yeah, I
was
did a
good.
fair amount of that end game, but it gets boring pretty quickly, and I can't imagine doing it on another character and it feeling more engaging. It's very repetitious. There is a very, very good moment about, I don't know, I'd say 40% through that game. Something that Torg does that is just ridiculous. That you should
Just say what he does. Come on, the game's been not
say
long enough.
what he does.
Yeah, I think it's fine.
Okay. Spoilers, I guess, skip for like 30 seconds. He blows up the ocean.
Blows up the fucking ocean with the song.
Ocean.
It's amazing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was it's easily the best moment of the game.
That's where I stopped playing.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah,
that's where
I
we
was like, it's
stopped.
not getting any
And then I was
better
like,
than
It's
oh,
hot.
well.
if you get there and you feel like you're not satisfied, you're done. Like there's no reason to continue on with that game.
Shit.
All right. Number 6, Tyler, or number 5, sorry, Tyler.
Number 5 is Mario plus Rabbids Sparks of Hope. It's a perfect little tactical RPG with Mario plus Rabbids. You know, it's the sequel
Mario
to
plus the Rabbit.
That's right. It's the sequel to Mario plus Rabbids Kingdom Battle, but they tweak a lot of the tactical combat where it used to be grid based, but now it's more free flowing where you can kind of stand wherever. But like when you go to get up against cover, it's still kind of grid based in that aspect because it has to be. But when you're not worried about cover and stuff, like the movement is so much more free formed. The combination of abilities between characters to work off of one another to create different attacks is like super crazy and broken because every character is incredibly powerful. Like you can literally use everybody in your roster to really fuck up the entire battlefield and break the game in all kinds of ways. And I love that. It very much harkens to that nobody saves the world aspect that I love, where it's like finding these different combinations of movements and attacks to manipulate the playfield and just take advantage of your surroundings and stuff. And the story is interesting and funny, and I think the rabbits are funny. I mentioned it during our Modi discussion that, you know, a lot of people don't like the rabbits, but I think they're pretty stupid and hilarious. They remind me of I don't know, just like
They're minions, but they
they're
came
minions.
first.
Yeah, they're like video game versions of the minions, and they're just stupid and hilarious. And the way that they all work with each other is great. And the world designs are incredible. I think every level design that they have is really interesting and unique. And the way that they incorporate these two worlds of like Rabbids and Mario and combine them together is interesting. Like I thought it was interesting with the first one, and they just like compound on that with the second and make it even more interesting. They also do a thing with side quests. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, actually exploring the worlds is very fun. Kingdom Battle, I got sick of doing the puzzles and started skipping
Correct.
them so quickly. But this game, it's very fun and rewarding to do all the little puzzles. Actually, a lot of variety to them.
It's on my list of things to pick up, but yeah, I don't have time.
Yeah, they do a lot with side quests as well, where it's like in the first one, there were kind of things that you could do that were like extra battles or whatever, but they weren't actually like side quests where like this actually has like, you go talk to this person, they're like, hey, go do this thing for me. And, you know, you get rewards, like you get world tokens, you can buy things and stuff like that at shops. And yeah, it's just a great game. Just a totally wholesome game in every aspect. It's great.
Let's say I like XCOM, but recently I happened to see the ending of Marvel's Midnight Suns, so I don't think I'm going to play it. Will this scratch that XCOM itch enough?
I mean,
Did you play the first one?
As far as like,
no, not at all.
XCOM has like the base building and like structure of like, hey, if this character dies, they're gone forever. This does not have that. This is just like, hey, this is your core group. Figure out how you want to utilize them to take on this battle. And one of the great things is you can, every battle, it gives you the option of like, hey, do you want to switch this character out? Do you want to switch out their sparks, which are their perk abilities, basically, that give them extra attack or whatever, like whether it be a radial attack that does fire damage or shit, what are some of the other ones? Like there's an ability where you can call people towards you. And if you call people towards you, you can just group people up. And there's another character who does like a giant radial move. And if you group all these people up and have him in front of you, you can just hit them all at once and just fuck them all up all at the same time. And so that's really what it's about. It's just finding these characters that work really well together and finding what works best for you.
Yeah, I will say that definitely the first one, especially, like, the concept is, you know, pulled directly from XCOM. It's very similar combat in the first one to XCOM. But in the first one, and even more so in this, it is not like, doesn't feel oppressive in the way that XCOM feels sometimes, and I kind of like that oppressiveness in XCOM, but you don't need it necessarily here. For
the stakes aren't as high.
Your characters become broken, all of them. Like, it is absurd how much you can just completely destroy the enemies.
I mean, that's a lot of the fun, though. Like, that's one of the
that's what I find
points of
to be
freaking
enjoyable
Fire
about it.
Emblem and shit too, though. It's because by the time you get to that last mission in like Fire Emblems and even like Final Fantasy Tactics sometimes kind of has it, you become like, your characters become so stupidly good that you're just like, this just feels good because the whole beginning part of the game I sucked and now I kill all of you super easily. But yeah, I played the first one quite a bit. It felt good enough. I just like needed more from it, is why I never really beat the first one, and then the second one I obviously haven't picked up.
That's great. I love it.
Yeah, it's very good. Didn't quite make my list because there were a lot of really good strategy games here. But
my only problem with the Rabbids is that they spawned because of Rayman, and now they've taken the spotlight from Rayman to the point where he's going to be a guest star in the Sparks of Hope.
yeah, it's like the third DLC or something.
He is the guest star now. It's not Rabbids that are guest stars on anything.
The Rabbids are funny.
Rayman.
Funny. They do funny things.
All right, number 5, Tom.
Marvel Snap. You know, you don't. Well, play the game.
Marvel Snap's on my list too. It's ridiculously good, and like they actually took the card game formula and tried to just make it accessible and make it where more deck types can work. Like, it doesn't, like, you can get into a meta for the game, but it doesn't feel like any one deck is overruling all of them, really. I don't know if did you have more to say about it? Because you kind of just said, you know.
I mean, if you like Marvel and you like card games, it's what it is, man. Like,
right.
The entire reason I play it.
There's 2 games for you at the end of this year, baby.
Yeah. So, like, what I have written is that, like, it's pretty dang free to play. It's pretty dang free to play friendly. All of Series 1 and the Series 2 cards are very dedicated to, like, giving you the baseline and, like, so you have an understanding of all the mechanics, but also Series 1 and 2 cards are all the possible counter strategies that you would need. You know, they give you Cosmo for on reveal, they give you Enchantress for ongoing, they give you Shang-Chi for high power. They give you everything you need to counter any possible card that's going to come out that might be a problem, as far as like, I really hate that card showing up. The gameplay and everything is engaging just because of like the locations, and because your deck is only 12 cards and it's 6 turns, you will always see 75% of your deck in most games, unless rocks or whatever stupid shit gets shuffled in there.
The one that explodes your deck after you draw 3.
Yeah. So most of the time you'll see 75% of your deck. You only won't see 3 cards. So the typical strategy is to build like with 2 or 1 to 3 like end game finishers or whatever. And you'll always see some strategy. And so the main variance comes from like these 3 locations that you're fighting over. And because of the way the locations, and then also they have this like cube anti-betting system that emphasizes like, hey, you should know when to concede and retreat to save your losses. Pretty much you can win and like get to the max rank with any deck you want. Like, there are people that dedicate themselves to only having the Series 1 cards, which is like very quick to get through Series 1. They'll only use like Series 1, maybe some Series 2, and then they still get infinite every single season, fighting against people that are max collection level like 10,000 and all that crap. So And also just like all the variants and the way that you upgrade the cards and get different versions of the variants and stuff feels very comic book like, oh, I have a first edition of this and all this other nonsense, and then the art's just good. So I definitely agree. It's pretty much my game of the year almost.
Yeah, if you like Marvel, and
If you like
card
Marvel,
games, fucking right there.
What do you think,
And
Ryan?
Marvels.
Non-sensory rules, is this number 2?
And the matches only take like 2 minutes.
5 minutes.
or
Yeah, it
something.
does not take
It's
long
like
to get
5
through.
minutes tops. So like you're legitimately just on the toilet for 2 minutes, play a Marvel Snap game, and then go back to playing your other game or whatever.
Yeah, you're
like,
cleaning ice machines for 3 hours, just playing Marvel Snap while people stare at you.
yeah.
Yeah, Marvel Snap's super fun. It's on my honorable mention. The snap mechanic is specifically is very good. Like, I still play Hearthstone, and I will find myself accidentally like clicking the other guy's face because I'm like, I'm fucking destroying you, and I'm trying to snap. It's like, oh yeah, I can just mute you. I can't snap.
Oh, and it's
This-
just so
this-
satisfying when they snap and then think he got you, and you just fucking just turn
The
it.
snap
on 'em.
mechanic for me is just like one of the biggest points. Like, I'm not great at knowing exactly when to snap, but the fact that it incentivizes you to actively concede and retreat from games if you really think it's not going somewhere, just by the fact like even just 1 doubles to 2 at the end of the game or whatever.
Yeah, it also
It's like makes retreating actually feel like you put thought process into it and it's not hindering you. You know, Hearthstone, you click concede, you still lose stars, you still lose rank, but in this you're losing less rank for being smart and knowing, hey, I'm probably going to lose, so you retreat.
Yeah, it's also, if it like makes you try to save your big play for the very end of the game, and sometimes you
So
screw
you
yourself
can-
doing that, but
Which is great because, you know, I have decks built on not having a big play at the end.
Right.
And like, especially with the introduction of Silver Surfer,
Yeah.
you literally just build a card of like 3 powers and you can just fucking
Yeah.
annihilate them.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's so many different ways to play. Like, if you like
That's
collectible
the
card
main thing
games,
of
you like
it.
Marvel, perfect.
Right. And like just the whole overall way that the locations and then the cube system works, it's like you can play pretty much any deck you want to play, and there is a very legitimate chance, as long as you're playing smart, that you can rise to the top.
Yeah, and it seems like they have a good backing. Like, they are adding new cards pretty
Every week.
consistently. Yeah.
The only reason they added 2 this week is because they're doing the usual game dev thing where you take Christmas and New Year's off. And so they'll be back the week after that, adding a new card every week again. Their premise definitely seems to be they don't want you to ever actually own the whole game, basically. Like, they want the meta to constantly be shifting around as much as possible. That's why there's a new location every week. That's why there's going to be new cards every week. Is they want it to feel varied, and they want it to feel like even if you are on a free to play account or whatever, like there's so much random bullshit going on all the time as far as what's getting added that you have a chance of sorts.
Yeah, it definitely hooked me, and it's definitely, there's so many cards that I still don't have, and I'm
Yeah, I'm only like
like
a third of the way
1100, I
through.
think, is what my collection is
Yeah,
right now.
I'm like 1500. I think I'm like a third of the way through the collection level 3 or whatever.
Jeez. Yeah, I keep getting cards that are like, well, this seems vaguely useful in every deck, I guess, but I'm not getting any of the specific ones that I want for the archetypes I'm trying to build
Yeah.
that I have half a deck.
I just like seeing the different art styles for the different variants. It's just a lot of fun. I just like it.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Ryan, you're 5.
My number 5 was Plague Tale Requiem.
Sweet. My number 5 is Pokemon Legends Arceus. Ryan, does this make your list?
Boo.
This is on my list. Yeah,
Okay.
yeah. This is Chris and I are like, this is the best Pokemon game, I think.
It is an outstanding Pokemon game.
It is
the best.
definitely a Pokemon game.
It is better than
Correct.
Pokemon Scarlet and Violet, I think. I much prefer, like, it is not full open world the way the Scarlet and Violet is, but it was the first one that felt open. And I just love being able to run around the field and sneak up behind Pokemon and throw a Pokeball at them, and I caught that Pokemon, and now it's in my inventory, and I can go catch 20 of them, and I get like an extra thing in the Pokedex for catching 20 of them. It is the only Pokemon game ever that is like encapsulated I want to just catch every Pokemon that I see. It doesn't really matter if I need it. It doesn't matter if I already have 30 of them. There's no reason not to just walk up and catch that Pokemon with whatever Pokeballs I have. I'll just craft more later. It doesn't matter. And it's not going to take me 10 minutes or 5 minutes or whatever to fight it and paralyze it and throw a Pokeball at it.
That of all the ones that I've been, everybody that knows us knows I don't care for them, but this is definitely the most approachable one. And I'm sorry, I just cannot. Like I wanted to get into this one and I couldn't. But if you're on the edge, this is probably what would pull you in.
Yeah. Yeah. Also,
it just did not get its dark hold over me.
Yeah, also it is the most challenging the Pokemon game has been, I think. Not to say that it's super hard, but some of the end game stuff is pretty challenging. And it's got such a bizarre, odd story of your character getting isekai'd into the past and God becomes your phone, tells you to do things. Yeah, It's kind of the premise from the first 10 minutes of the game.
I don't think you guys understand how hard I'm trying to get into this, so I'm not the one on the outside that does not like Pokemon. But I've tried to play these games and I just cannot. I don't know what it is, but the hook just is not sinking.
Yeah, I don't know. I think maybe Pokemon just requires a certain level of nostalgia. I mean, I've never met anybody who's 30 plus playing their first Pokemon game I love Pokemon now. I don't think I've ever met them. Maybe they're out there though.
They need a Pokemon Monster Hunter game. Maybe that's what it is. Can I beat the living shit out of Pikachu?
I mean, they have the opposite. They have a Monster Hunter game that is like Pokemon. And this one does have big alpha Pokemon standing around, but you can't take a sword and go beat the shit out of them or anything.
Yeah, I want to cut their skin off and wear it as a hat.
That'd be pretty. But yeah, alpha Pokemon are also very cool. This is again a thing in Scarlet and Violet as well now, but not to this extreme, seeing the actual size of your Pokemon difference. You can have a Galarian Goodra, or not Galarian, Hisuian Goodra, but then an alpha Hisuian Goodra right next to it, and it's twice the size, and it's ridiculous. Yeah, and the fact that you can just send out all your Pokemon to stand next to each other, very cool. Yeah, very, very good game. The only Pokemon game ever in the history of Pokemon where I've completed the Pokedex, because it was so fun to run around and catch everything.
Yep. Yeah, you hit all the points I really wanted to, Chris. It's enrapturing in a way Pokemon hasn't been for me in a very long time. It provides a challenge that Pokemon hasn't provided in a very long time, and it's just a world that I enjoyed spending a lot of time in.
So we will move on to Genetix's number 4.
My number 4 is You Suck at Parking.
No, you.
Because I started playing it because it looked interesting, weird racing game where the concept of racing is to park, and it's just they constantly have content updates, the new maps, every time I play it, and it's every few days, sometimes every single day of a week or whatever, there'll be just a whole new set of maps just there waiting to go or whatever, and you do get to a point where you're good enough to consistently get the top spots, and the community is small enough to where you see a lot of the same names, but because it's free via Game Pass, there is an ever rotating cast of who's playing the game, but there's a dedicated bunch of us basically. But yeah, it just feels fun. The battle pass was fun to go through on the first season. They made it even better on the second season as far as quests. They added quests in this new season, and then they added a whole bunch of new mechanics and everything to it. So it's just fun, stupid nonsense. I think it's only $20 on Steam, but it's free via Game Pass. Just you race to park faster than everybody else.
Yeah, I played that maybe a month ago. I played through just the campaign or whatever. It's very good.
I just mostly played the multiplayer. I don't even think I finished the campaign yet.
Yeah, I mean, there's some ridiculously hard levels in the campaign. I didn't finish every single park on every single level.
Yeah, I played a good majority of the campaign at this point, but the multiplayer is super fun, and the devs are pretty active on their Discord and everything.
There's no lobbies for multiplayer unless they've added.
There is.
Okay,
they added it. They added it pretty shortly.
We tried to do it on Extra Life, and they did not have it yet.
Oh,
We're gonna
it's
do
there
first.
now for sure. And then I think they're starting to add like custom lobbies where you can actually like affect the rule sets and start choosing maps and stuff soon too. So,
Cool.
but it's fun. So,
Cool. All right, number 4, Preston.
Jackbox Party Pack 9.
Non-sensory. I heard you. Non-sensory.
There, non-sensory is easily like the top for us. I actually, the Brian and a lot of the group love Quicksort, and I like it. But I think I would rather play.
Boomerang?
No, not even Rumorang.
There's a game called Fuck.
Yeah, I'd rather just fuck.
I'd rather fuck than play games, guys. Yeah, let's
Is that
Wow,
really
what a
an
shocker.
option?
go.
Like Tyler's prom night.
He played video games.
It has been so much fun to get back into a party pack. 8 was good, 7 was good. Like they're all good, but it seems like 9 has kind of like revitalized everyone's interest in getting back in and playing it on the Discord a lot. And we'll still hop around between them, but 9 has that and the presentation game with the different
Junktopia.
items. Yes, I like Junktopia more than the previous presentation game because you do kind of rely a little bit more on yourself rather than others. And the whole like Fibbage, right?
Fibbage
4? Is that what we're up to?
Yeah.
Um,
Wasn't it only actually the second Fibbage, but they're lying to you?
No,
and
I think
called
it is.
four?
I think it is Fibbage 4. I thought it was only the second, but then people were like, no, actually, I had it so many times.
wow. Yeah, no, it's a very solid pack. They're fun games, and we've had a blast playing to them. And I think we're like coming up on the end of a couple of them. Like again, Quicksort, I feel like we are seeing. I don't know how much content they have. I mean, that's one of those things where you're making a list of whatever items. So it might be reindeer in Rudolph the Red-Nosed Reindeer, but in an order, right? You have to get the order that they're set. That's an endless supply of styles or of lists that you could get in that style, but I do feel like we're seeing a lot of the same ones repeated.
I think a part of that, though, is that
surprisingly early.
I have streamed it, and so has Brian. So it's 2 different games. So they're like, they're showing up for the first time in Brian's game. It's not like Brian's game knows that I've already played that. And that
That's
we played That as a
true.
group.
That's actually a really good point. Yeah, because I also have been playing that, and I've streamed it before, so it might be like, oh, okay. Well, now that makes a lot of sense. But it's a very good game, Jackbox Party Pack. You can never go wrong with a Jackbox Party Pack. You're gonna find a good time.
Yeah, non-sensory is basically wavelengths if you play that board game, which I know you have genetics.
Yes.
Very
yeah,
good.
we have it, and we play it quite a bit.
So we just did a wholesome draft. No, it's such those packs are so good. Are so good about both like solidifying a friend group and like getting to know each other a little bit better incrementally, but also like if someone is not part of the friend group, then you have Fibbage, you have these other games that you can use to like introduce them slowly into the twisted sense of humor that people are going to bring up later on. And I mean, you just can never go wrong with those games. They're really good.
Yeah, for sure. All
That's
right. Number 4, Tyler.
All right. My number 4 is a game I have barely talked to anybody about all year, but I played it a ridiculous amount. It just hit 1.0 back in September. It is Sessions Skate Sim. It's been in game preview for like 3 or 4 years, I think since 2019. It hit 1.0 back in September, and I bought it when it was on preview, actually back in March, I believe, maybe February of this year.
I think you streamed it, didn't you? I remember watching you stream it, and it was
it might have
janky,
been that,
but I wanted to
it might have
play
been
it.
Skater XL that I streamed at some point.
Oh, it could be.
But Yeah, so I just did play this year, but it's a perfect skateboarding simulation. I mean, you control your left foot with the left stick, right foot with the right stick. You turn with your triggers, left with your left trigger, right with your right trigger, and all that, and just trying to go through, like, they added a campaign and stuff with the 1.0 update and like story missions and stuff, and I have still not even touched them because I just love going around skating the world. You have like 3 big maps you can go to. You can go to New York, Philadelphia, and San Francisco, and just going through and just fighting these spots and just like like there was a time where I would just sit there for like 3 hours and just hit one spot and just try to do different tricks over and over and over at this one spot, because it is very like realistic as far as like skating goes, where it's like you can't do like Tony Hawk style tricks. It's like I can do a 360 flip and do a 50-50 grind on this rail, and I'm not going to get much out of it after that, because you have to do everything is precision. And it, as somebody who has been obsessed with skateboarding since I was like 9 years old, and I don't do it as much because I'm getting older and I just don't have the time for it, it's like the perfect way to still enjoy this thing that I love without putting my body on the line for it, or like wasting my time outside of my house away from my family, where it's like, oh, hey, I've done the things I've taken care of the things I need to take care of. My family's asleep. I can play this game for a few hours and just like relive this thing that I used to love so much as a kid.
The glory days.
Yeah, and a young adult. And my brother, who is like one of my best friends, he plays it a lot as well. He's the one that like told me about it and was like, hey, you should really get this. I think you'll love it. And like just that conversation back and forth between him and I of like, oh, hey, I hit this spot up, I did this thing. And like him and I sharing videos of like these different tricks that we've done back and forth in like these different areas. It just brought me back to being a teenager and just going around and skateboarding and just like hitting a spot for a day and hanging out with friends and stuff. And it's been great. And like all the music in the game is fantastic. I didn't bring it up during the Modi podcast because I wanted to like keep this gem for this podcast here. I didn't want to bring it up, but like they have so many good tracks where it's just like you'll be listening to like a lot of just lo-fi beats and just rolling around the city, and it's just so fun to just like cruise the streets and like just do kickflips off of curbs and shit. It just feels so great. It's an incredible fucking game.
Do a kickflip.
And I do all the time.
Does it recall just like the old Skate days, like Skate, the game where it just felt so solid to just ride around and coast?
Yes, but it is way more difficult than Skate, where it's like trying to do tricks like doing a kickflip into a grind, or like any kind of flip trick into a grind, or into a manual, out of a grind. It's you have to be incredibly precise. And so you'll sit there and beat your head like 1,000 times on just like one trick. It's just like trying to get everything perfectly aligned. It's just like real life, you know. It's like I've spent so much of my life skateboarding, and it's like I've been in that situation where it's like I've been at a spot, I've just been trying to nail this one trick for hours and hours and hours and hours. And it's like you have to be 100% precise, and like to be able to simulate that into a video game, they do it in such a perfect way. It really embodies what it is to like skateboard and be a skateboarder. And yeah, I can't say enough good things about it. It's a great game.
Awesome.
You should play it.
I won't. I don't even really like Tony Hawk.
It's not like Tony Hawk.
Ooh, this man.
I know, but I'm not gonna like a more realistic skateboard simulator. There's zero chance.
It's fantastic.
We'll just buy you a skateboard, Chris, and we'll.
Okay. I mean, I would try it.
Arizona.
It would be terrible. I would try it.
That's how you build. Why do we fall, Bruce? Why do we fall?
So we can stay down.
Now we're gonna end the podcast. Number 4, Tom.
Number 4 is Nitro Kid. Fantastic grid-based combat card game, roguelite. It's just fun. The aesthetic is very me.
Yep.
Very synthwave.
Nitro Kid.
Steam only, so Tyler is very angry.
Mm-hmm.
You can't play it, or you can play it because it's not really heavy on anything.
I can play it, but I
You can
won't.
play it. He just refuses to because it's PC.
Correct.
On the principle, yeah.
Yeah, but it is a super fun game. I know Ryan has played parts of it at least.
Yeah, no, I mean, I played the demo and the playtest and the full game. Between all three of those, I've probably put a good 15 hours into Nitro Kid. I really enjoy it. I like how quick the runs are. Although I gotta say, I really only like one of the characters. I really only like.
Is it Mike Tyson?
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
it's Jax. It's his the builds, the decks you can have with him are so much fun. I love getting prize fighter early on and then just not spending my money the whole run. And then I'm like, oh, I'm just doing 240 damage per punch and just demolishing anything in my way, no matter what.
Yeah, essentially your characters are what, Bruce Lee, Mike Tyson, like they're ripoffs of it. And I don't know who the female is supposed to be. I assume it's supposed to be either like a mix between Sarah Connor and like Ripley from Aliens, but I'm not 100% sure.
Yeah.
She has a gun, so she's like the only ranged version. But yeah, Mike Tyson's super fun.
Yeah, I love him. Yeah, because Bruce Lee is like all about like self-immolation. Like a lot of his builds are like setting yourself on fire, and then the fact that you're on fire buffs you in some way. But that is such a hard thing to balance that if you're not paying super close attention with that, which that game is, it can be very good to kind of half passively play kind of Vampire Survivory almost, where it's like, because it's kind of turn-based, you can make one decision and focus on other things. And so if you're not really focused on that self-immolation build, you can get yourself in trouble.
Yeah. But you have to play through what? I think you have to play like the first time as Bruce Lee to unlock the Tyson character. You don't have to make it very far.
No, everything unlocks pretty quickly. A lot of the cards feel really good. The builds are fun. The aesthetic is great. The music's good. It's fun.
Music is fantastic if you listen to the Modi, because I have 2 of the songs in my top 3.
Yeah.
It is a fantastic thing to just listen to that soundtrack. I've actually listened to that soundtrack for
I'm really glad I
easily. Like, yes, if you didn't point out to me and I like never saw this game, I would be extremely angry. It is a very fun Tom game. It's gonna be like when Replaced comes out. I'm gonna say that next year Replaced is going to be like, probably 1 or 2. It's not a big surprise for me.
Yeah.
Cool.
That tracks for Tom.
Tracks for Tom.
Ryan, number 4.
All right, my number 4 is God of War Ragnarok.
Let's
Never heard of this
talk
game.
about it, everybody.
This is also on my list.
Let's talk about it.
It's not on my list. It's not on my list.
You can't really talk about it because I haven't beat the first one yet. I'm like halfway through.
Yeah, no spoilers, obviously.
So you see what happened.
It's extremely combat's refined from the first one. Upgrades felt.
Can you still throw the axe?
Yeah.
Nope.
Okay, because that's literally my thing. And the first one is I'm Captain America with the axe.
And it still feels just as good.
Oh, that's perfect.
I think the environments are more varied. The story, though, is really what's like bringing this game so far up this list, is how impactful this story is, and how much can be brought from it. How good the acting is, even if it got an award it shouldn't have gotten. It's
I debatable enough.
Right. I do think it's debatable enough. Like, Christopher Judge is fucking phenomenal in this game.
Yeah.
But not when he takes 10 minutes to fucking get off the stage.
And that has nothing to do with his performance.
Just trying to get people some Steam Decks. That's all he's doing.
I know.
I didn't get one. Carry on.
The end. No, God of War Ragnarok's amazing.
That's all anybody had to say about Ragnarok is right there.
I mean, I'm just not sure if he was done talking or not. Like,
no, I without going into spoilers, I don't know how much more I can go. So
yeah, I mean, it is like.
I mean, it's God of War. Like, literally, when I played God of War 3, I was over the moon. I've been playing through God of War like
2018.
Yes, 2018, and it is a very good game. But
yeah, this is just God of War 2018, but very much refined. It feels a lot better. Like I did not do the Valkyrie battles or anything in God of War 2018 because the combat felt like, I don't know, mid to
Fine.
me. It
It's
was
fine.
fine, yeah. But the combat is so much better in this. I did all the post game, I did
Correct.
everything in this game. It is so freaking good. It just feels
It is
amazing, and it's
What
incredibly
you can expect from Santa Monica.
yeah.
Like it's just like it's like they're just striking
I would
gold.
say
It doesn't
more
matter.
so. I think they go above expectations.
Yeah.
in this
Yeah.
game.
Well, they're only going to push the envelope as they continue.
Yeah, and I mean, also it's just an incredibly well written game, unbelievable
Yes.
characters throughout, with one kind of goober that I don't like, but I won't talk about him because he's a spoiler. But everybody else is amazing, and I just absolutely love the game. The story is amazing. The character growth is, I mean, it's hard to match
Incredible.
like the growth of the characters in this game and
Yeah.
where the story goes.
Mhm.
There are some slightly odd choices on story pacing. I can't say anything on it, obviously, because it's spoilers. But there's some really weird, like 180 flips on characters and like little moments that were just like, you have to have a bit of a suspension of disbelief in order to fully buy into it. But like the overall tone and like probably 95% of the story is really well written and everything. Like I like the story.
So Rob pointed out before or as it came out.
Who is this Rob you speak of?
See, I don't know if
It's
you've
like a
heard this
chicken or something. Like,
Modi, this Modi episode everyone's been talking about.
oh, I think I was
Oh,
part of
man.
that.
Yeah. But he was talking about Neil Gaiman's Norse mythology beforehand as like a good companion. And
Neil Diamond wrote Norse mythology.
Neil Diamond's Norse mythology.
Neil Gaiman's
it
North
sounds it sounds beautiful.
I have
Like
it. I have this
velvet.
book, by the way.
Velvet to the ears.
Yeah, it's fantastic as a companion piece, and it makes it to where more so than 2018, like you get an idea of how much of just like how total bastards every single one of these characters is.
They're all
And
terrible.
2018 does a good job of it, of introducing characters that are very, very flawed. This like drives home every single one of them as a flawed bastard. And with every single one of them being redeemable and being understandable. And like you look at their flaws and say, yeah, I can, that's reflected both in real life and both in personal life in a lot of ways. And so I'd highly recommend reading Norse mythology because, sorry, yeah, I guess I got off for a second, but Norse mythology, these characters are not godly in the sense of like the Greek gods, even though they were all like perverts and weirdos, but these are like,
That's my favorite, pervert and weirdos.
like the Norse gods were all grifters and they were cheats and they were like all
they fucked everybody over, each other.
Yeah, they were backstabbers,
people,
like left and
that's
right.
all they did. All they did was whatever could benefit them. They were incredibly selfish.
That's what I really liked about the game as far as their portrayal of Odin. Is not the crap that you see from like Smite, Marvel. Pretty much everything else. Where it's
the
like,
Marvel version of what Odin and Thor are is completely different.
Exactly.
I know,
exactly.
But
and they
that's
capture
still
that
my
well.
point. He's still like, they still have him as like a biggish old dude or whatever, not looking frail, not looking like a mob boss, basically, like he does in the new game.
Ragnarok. Yeah.
He looks like a mob boss, and then the actor.
Not that Odin's in the game.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you're right.
Odin's in the game.
No, he's not.
But it is.
It's within the first hour. I don't think it's actually spoilers to say that. Like, it's fine.
It is absolutely like like y'all were saying, like the character portrayal is absolutely perfect, and it is all worth 40 hours. I think I got up to like 60 by the end of it.
Yeah, that was like 50 hours, 60 hours to do everything. You could finish the game in probably like 30 if you wanted to.
Yeah,
all the side content's really good and worth doing too.
Right. And that's the thing is like God of War 2018, some of the side content felt a little meaningless. Like it felt like you were just going to do it to get upgrades. But every single bit of side content, you might as well consider it like, oh my God, what are those like side character quests? Like you get to learn more about different characters.
It feels
within the game.
authentic to the extension of the story, where it's
Yes,
like
yes.
in the other one, it just felt like, hey, this is here just to do it. Where it's like, oh no, this is here because it makes sense for the character to be doing this, and the dialogue and exchanges between the characters that are there when this thing is happening.
Yeah. Also, a lot of the side content in 2018 was like, hey, that area you went through, go through it again, but now there's a thing you got to find in there, and slight little path that you missed or whatever. But in this game, there are massive side areas that are completely optional.
Huge.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was
And that's-
very close. Go ahead.
That's what made me like spend so much time with the game, is just the exploration and the world design, and how they completely upgraded what 2018 was, where it's like, yeah, you could kind of explore the areas that you were in, but like they made these massive open areas in this game, especially in one realm in particular, where it's like it becomes like the entire map is like completely optional, but it's huge, and you could spend at least another 10, 12 hours in this one location, but you don't have to do any of it if you don't want to. And that the fact that it's there is fucking crazy. And then I spent so much time just exploring and looking around the world and trying to find everything and do the side quests, because I wanted to spend as much time in that world as possible, because the writing is so incredible, the character designs, the enemy designs, the combat feels so fucking fluid and amazing, and like the way that they add to the combat from the first one, and like the variety of like combinations that you can do is great, and the way that they
say some spoilers real quick.
and the way that they incorporate all these characters together and like flesh out the story is just like truly incredible. The only reason this, I'm not going to say what it is, but the only reason this is not my game of the year is because I did not like the way it ended.
Really?
I'm a
I'll say-
little bit. I think I'm with you on that.
I'll leave it at that. And
I
we
was
could talk.
talking
We'll
to
talk off
Chris
air.
about
It's fine. It's
I'm
fine.
not gonna say
We'll talk
anything
on.
else.
We'll talk on there.
We'll talk up.
I'm not going to
Talk about
say
it.
anything. I'm just saying I do have a slight agreement, because I was even talking to him about it. But even as far as like grandiose vibes, I still feel like God of War 3 is the most grandiose feeling God of War. But these ones are more
Yes.
grounded in what they've done with a character that was essentially just a bag of rage. Is like, you can't understate the story in these two games. But the third one, going up against Zeus and all the bullcrap that happened in that fucking game, was just like, you can't match that, and they didn't try to match it really.
Yeah, I agree.
But and then as far as the combat, I do like the combat feeling overall, and like how they incentivize swapping between stuff mid combat. And then I will say, like, the music that people are mentioning, the Secret credit song in particular, I really like. They sung it at the Game Awards too, so it's not even like that's a spoiler really.
Yeah.
It
was on
the
our Modi
Blood on the
podcast as
Snow
well.
or whatever the heck it was. Yeah,
Blood Upon
I
the
like
Snow.
that song. Yeah, I like that song a lot. But just the music in general just encompasses the vibe of the game really well. So
Well, when a lot of games try to do the whole like rock paper scissors style of swapping up your what you're using mid combat, like that never felt like that was this kind of game. Like you didn't feel like you were having to change to an item.
Oh yeah, you don't have to, and like
You could
way,
just-
what they're
you
doing
do for certain enemies if you want to
a
break them
little bit,
faster.
but like you
real max.
probably just like stick with one if you wanted to. The main thing they're doing whenever I say swapping is like there's actual like perks on the tree that make your weapons do stuff, and then like if you swap to a different one for a few seconds, you're going to do more damage because you bought that perk or whatever.
But it doesn't feel like there's someone with a green orb in their chest. Hit them with a blue orb.
Yeah, it's not like
with
that
the blue
kind of
weapon.
stuff,
You know,
right.
it doesn't do it quite that bad.
No.
Right. Overall, just good game.
Good game.
Good game. Good.
Phantoms are the best enemy to fight, by the way. They're super fun. So
Phantoms.
I don't even know if I remember.
That's not the correct term, but I won't say the correct term because it's probably a spoiler.
Fuck. I don't know what it is.
We'll talk off
We can
air.
talk about it later.
Tell me that. Just whisper it. Just whisper it.
Yes, yeah, whisper while everybody's. I'll DM you. My number 4. I'll make this fast because I don't know anybody else here really played it. Neon White is my number 4.
I want to.
I wanted to, but
it's very, very good.
For...
If you like time trials in games, you're gonna love this game. It's a game all about speedrunning. It's about finding the most optimal path through a level, like grabbing all the cards and using their abilities. But it kind of reminds me of Celeste a little bit, in that like sometimes there are paths that you can skip. Like there's cars that you can skip. There's not necessarily enemies that you can skip. There's some levels where you don't have to kill all the enemies, but for the most part you do. And it's just about finding the fastest path through the levels. And I got, all the, I don't remember what they call it. I think it's platinum trophies or whatever, for the levels. But then there was a single level that I found a really bizarre shortcut accidentally on and got like a red trophy, which is a above platinum trophy. And I only ever got one of those. And it's just like, wow, I could go faster on all these levels. I don't know how that's possible, but that's ridiculous because I have already spent like hours and hours and hours getting as good as I possibly can at these levels. Like if you like speedrunning, if you like trial and error, getting better and better and better at a thing, you're gonna really, really love this game. And also the characters in the story are really fun and good and well written, and kind of endearing. And the game has kind of a somber tone, but it's also kind of like sarcastic, like a pop punky kind of. But yeah, I was really into it. My number 4. Nobody else played it, so we can move on. Number 3, Genetix.
My number 3 is Marvel Snap.
Preston died. So, hi, Preston.
He's alive.
Hey, Preston.
Okay.
Number 3, Preston.
His number 3 is the titty game.
Uh,
Oh wait, no, yeah,
Not
that's
the
like
titty.
number 1.
so
It's like my number 3 is Hoonie Pop.
sorry to do this, y'all. I'm really
It's time to
sorry.
talk
If you
about
say
Elden
Elden Ring, you can just leave right now.
Is it really
It's Elden Ring. It's
Three?
number 3.
3.
Wow.
It's okay, guys.
Let
That
me-
means we got our probably our last big talker.
That's true.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. Number 3. Let me get out my reason for number 3 before we just start like absolutely unloading on how
Impaling you?
great this game is. Yeah.
Yeah, but you're wrong. The fact
But
Yes.
besides level design, I should say like setting design, not necessarily level design. By hour, this sounds so fucked stupid. By hour 45,
okay.
out of, I think I have like 100
150.
hours. Yeah, something like
Mine was
100
like
hours.
142. It was literally tied with Fortnite.
I think I beat it at around hour 90, which is insane. At about hour 45, the exploration novelty had completely worn off to the point
Yep.
where I was frustrated with design.
Agreed.
Hard disagree.
100%.
Right.
Yeah.
Who
100%.
invited these guests onto our
Yeah, what the
100%
fuck?
agree.
Why do we have guests on this podcast?
It
Yeah, we
was.
should just do the
I-
4 of us from now on.
I need to clarify that it's not the setting; it is the level design. It's the Everjail that you're gonna find. It's like the tree of Idris. No, that's a different game. The trees that you're gonna find, like these things were in every single map, and so it didn't feel as novel. And that it's actually kind of like, I get that that's a shit argument. I feel like it
Yeah, especially
really
45 hours into a game. It's a,
exactly that's what I mean. But that's I think it overstayed its welcome by about 40 fucking hours.
Right.
I think it could have been cut back, and the level scaling in the second half could have just been updated. And I get that a lot of this has changed, even if I were to come back to it now, like a lot of that game would change. However, the experience, especially in that first 40 hours, I will say again, this was originally my number 1, and then I got a little existentially angry last night, and I moved my thing around, and I wanted the more artistic piece. Not that this isn't art.
Elden Ring
To be
is
higher
you
up.
son of a bitch.
you made the
so-
wrong call.
Having played
Yeah,
out like
like-
160 hours of the game, I never got tired of the exploration. I never got tired of finding new things. It was
That fucking
amazing
snowfield.
every step of the way.
Yeah, great area. So the
Don't
whole
care.
game's great.
Yeah.
Every area is fantastic.
an
I can
outstanding
ban
game.
him. You know, I am an admin on this Discord server. He can go bye-bye.
Yeah, I never got tired of exploring. I never got tired of fighting new enemies. Like there are like 100 of those little side dungeons, and certainly they repeat enemies. They even repeat bosses sometimes, but I never got
Oh, those
tired
were
of fighting them.
Terrible.
No, they were great.
I hated those.
Everything in that game was amazing, and a big part of that for me and for Ryan as well is like we played through almost the entirety of that game in like a week, maybe a week and a half,
Yes.
and we were all hanging out in the Discord and Draft Punks, like talking to each other, being like, I just found this fucking cool thing, come take a look at this, I just found this fucking cool thing, and we were all streaming our gameplay. Fucking best game experience, like maybe of my life, like certainly of the year. It's unbelievable.
So very similar to that, like we noticed a very distant gap of you and Ryan in our Discord as Tyler and I were playing it, because it took us weeks.
Did not have the
It'd be
same
like,
amount of time.
yeah, so it literally would be like we worked all week and then finally got to Saturday and I was like, do you want to play? Yeah, let's play. And it was fantastic. Like you just play it and then you're like, you talk about, like I would talk about how like I found this, like I didn't find that, how did you find that? And then you find this, and like there's this great exploration. And then we play with Jeffrey, who was playing probably about as fast as you guys, and then we invite him into our group, and then he just like it didn't work out. Like I don't understand what the fuck is wrong with Jeffrey. You know,
like if it's two people in tandem just like going to the same area and like it's like, oh hey, can you come over to my game real quick, help me out with this little thing, I'll come into your game, you help me out with this thing. And like the co-op is so much better than any of the other From Software games, and it's just like 100%. Oh, I'll just hop in real quick, I'll hop out, blah blah blah. And then like the discovery aspect of it all,
like as soon as you go to that first underground, it's just like
that is such a moment.
What
amazing
the fuck is going on here now? Like this is so much bigger than I thought it was. And even just from beyond, like we played Demon Souls when it was released with the PS5.
Yeah.
And there's a lot you can do with that. But then going to this, there's just it just seems like there's so much more that you can just talk about as you're playing it. And it's just like this giant starburst of information that like you can experience this that they didn't experience yet, and then they find it, and it's just like, wow.
Yeah, and getting to experience those moments with your friends and like sharing those moments. It's like, what other game has done that in the last 10 years where it's like everybody is collectively like, hey, I found this. Oh, that's cool. I found this. Oh, that's cool. And then you just are sharing this information. And
Preston does say immortality. I knew you were gonna say.
No,
it was not the cultural phenomenon, but yeah, same kind of thing. It seems.
Well, even just with the classic,
that's my problem.
Like, even the classes, like I played. The fuck is it called? Was it the Prophet? Is that what I played? I don't even remember anymore. It fucking seems like forever ago.
A flash in the pan.
It seems like it was so far away. Like, I don't ever play like Magic users, and like this was the first time that I actually like delved into that, and like there were certain spots that were just completely broken that I could just dominate, and then there was other parts that were just hard for me, and then Tyler came in and they were completely broken for him, and he could just fucking annihilate them. And it's
I would say
like,
most of the game was broken for me because I was using Magic the whole time, and I regret nothing. So
also it was so much fun. Like literally what was happening, and when we were playing it, like it was such like a fantastic relief from working like a 12-hour day, like nonstop, and then coming home and like playing this grand game of like, I just found this is fucking crazy.
Yeah. This game had so many of those moments. Like it happened so many times of being like, this game is bigger than I thought. Like the first time you get transported to Caelid into that stupid cave with all the fucking centipede people, and you're like, holy shit, the map just got
you're
bigger.
Stuck, and they just murder you, and you're like, how the fuck do I escape?
I know.
Out of this?
Every map piece is mind blowing.
Yeah,
like,
you get teleported to the northern end, and it's like, holy shit, there's so much map here. And then you go underground, and you're like, holy shit, there's a whole map underground. This game could have just been the size of Liurnia.
2 maps underground.
It could have been Liurnia, and it would have been like a full-size Souls game, and people would have been content. But it was so much bigger than that. It was ridiculous.
And then you choose to sacrifice everything and burn it all to the ground, like I did.
It's Yeah,
I did not play it nearly as much, honestly. Because, like I'm saying, what I agree with by about 40 hours, I had kind of had my fill. So I stopped playing. I was kind of done. And so I just went to watching my streamers play it because I do not care for Souls combat. This was the closest that they've ever gotten for me because of the exploration and stuff. So it's like not on my list as a whole, but I debated with myself for a very long fucking time.
It's not on your list at all?
No, because I did not care
here's
for the combat.
I'm glad it is not on your list because I warned everybody like you might be talking about this at number 10 because I knew you did not like 11.
That's true.
Like I like it well enough. It's just like every time I try a FromSoft game, it's been like this. Elden Ring and Sekiro have been the closest to like getting me to like stick on them. But this one just felt like it's Souls, but the exploration. And then like he's saying by 40 hours or so, it started to lose a little bit of the novelty. And then like legitimately my file's at like 35 or 40 hours. And that's when I stopped. And I'm like,
That's crazy.
he just worded it the exact what I felt as I was playing through it. Like
I also
What's
like
crazier to me is like,
fights and stuff. So like it felt fine for the most part. It's just like
I am not a big Souls person
Me
in
neither,
general.
yeah. I mean, I like
and like Demon Souls brought me in closer, but Elden Ring just fucking.
I mean, I get why
you could
everybody
do with
likes
everything,
it.
like,
character, and it was.
I am super
Yeah.
excited to see how they do Armored Core.
Yeah, me too.
Because I just like I love the old ones, and if they do it anything like they have been progressing, that's
I mean, yeah, that's the
weird.
main thing with Elden Ring too, is it's like they took their lessons from every single game that they've done so far, and there's little sparks of every single one of those games in Elden Ring.
Jump
like
button.
you,
if they
Yeah,
can
exactly.
if they can just reel in that co-op just a little bit more, so it's not so janky.
right?
Like it is the weirdest thing in Souls games to try and join one another.
I think this
And
will
then
be
you do,
something.
but then you do join them, and the other person jumps out of a bush and says, "Greetings."
Yeah, there were so many good moments like that, but it is one of those things like that. That is the only knock I have against it. It's just like, just let it be seamless co-op where I can just invite somebody. Don't make me go and look for some bullshit flower.
Have you
Make me put my
read?
finger on the ground.
Have you read the interviews of why he has his co-op set up the way he does?
I don't read interviews for anything.
Oh,
I was
he
elected to
apparently
lead, not to read.
Apparently his car broke down at one point, and he had random strangers kind of drive by and help him fix his car. And they left, and all he got to say was like, thank you. And he never got to see them again or anything. And so he likes the aspect of like, these people can come in and help you, but like, you don't know them and you're never going to fucking see them again or whatever.
Yeah, that's
like
a sweet idea.
the randomness of it. But like, whenever you're trying to play with your fucking friends, it's stupid. like,
Yeah, it's stupid.
Yeah, it's like I just want to play with my friends for the game, not for this little tiny fucking section, and then beat a boss and then be like, I have to leave, and then you have to find a new section where I can join back up. Like that is literally the lowest point, but even that was not low enough to like.
It was so mad. It was manageable.
Like it all worked well enough.
And then when you're playing together and somebody fucking invades you and you just fuck them up for, I'm going to join you and fuck you up. Like, no, you are not, sir.
Yeah, that's another. Invasions are like my least favorite thing in this game. Makes it so much harder to be invaded. Like if you have somebody in your game, you can be invaded by one person, but then it's 2v1. I think you have to like intentionally ask to be invaded, basically, if you're playing by yourself or if you're playing with another person, to ask for two people to invade you or whatever. You have to use a specific item or
I was like,
do you often ask for two people to invade you?
Yes. It's very
like I was
This is
hearing the
my Bermuda
invasion
Triangle. Can you
place
come?
if you're doing multiplayer. Is that correct?
Unless you
I
ask,
think
there's
so.
an item you can use.
Or you can use the red finger or whatever to invite.
Ryan.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
This Elden Ring is the FromSoft game that finally gave me all of FromSoft experiences that people love to talk about. I was finally at one for launch. I finally had the opportunity to help other people with bosses. I finally invaded, and because you had to invade to get something, right? If you did 3 invasions, you got a night. Yeah. So I finally did my first invasions, and
That was like the Scarlet church or whatever the fuck that was called.
Yeah.
The area that you could go to cheat for experience.
Volcano Manor.
Volcano Manor. Yeah, I am a not the biggest FromSoft fan by any measure, but I do enjoy their games. But this is the first time it felt like every single one of the checkmark boxes that people talk about with FromSoft games finally clicked for me.
Yeah.
That the full experience enraptured me in such a way that it overtook so much of the. I put 140 hours in, and I went back and kept playing more later on in the year. I want to go back. I want to get it on PC and play again with PC. Like it is so good, and exploration, not just for the sake of exploration. Like there's always something around the corner to be found. It's not just a big open world to have a big open to explore. There's reason.
Like
for
everything felt very intentional as you were exploring it. Yeah,
and it was bigger than almost anything else. Like
when you finally take a dragon down, it's just like fucking like. Because the first time you find it, you're just murdered. Like there's no way.
They're just there in the world because you can go anywhere you want.
Yeah.
It's true. And then you find out you can be a dragon build. That's fucking cool.
I need to go make a dragon build.
But the dragon build
there's
was
so many different
broken and shitty whenever we were playing it.
Classes of what you can do that like I want to go back and play, but I don't want to go back and play by myself.
Because then you'll realize that as you're playing through it, it has a lot of repetitive.
You know what?
Design.
But the problem is I don't care. Listen, I played Destiny 2.
Non-stop. That's true, right?
Repetition does not matter to me.
Most of this game co-op, so
yes,
yeah.
Which is why this is so high on my list. Is I like games that I can play with people are going to rank a lot higher because it brings a lot more enjoyment to me.
We
like
laughed
personally.
so many times. We got so angry so many times at bosses. Like just finding these areas, going through these areas together, and just like exploring, and
finding like a secret area and be like, "Hey, did you find this?" No, okay. Well, let's go to this area and I will show you what it is.
Yeah, and then we'll come
It'll
back.
Be great.
And I'll come back into your game and we'll go through it together. And then we'll come back into my game and we'll do it. And we just like farmed XP that way and just like. It's a perfect fucking game. It's a perfect game.
That's why originally it was my number one, was because of the experience that we had. It's Ryan's fault because him and I
way to go, Ryan.
Played some Immortality together the other day and had a very similar
experience. Immortality, you fool.
And then because we had that experience,
so this is recency bias.
Higher, yes, absolutely.
Yeah, that's...
And but the idea was like, I know playing Immortality as a singular experience, single player would outrank single player. It wasn't the way that I played the game was not what ultimately decided why I put 1 versus 3. Right,
but it's the friends you make along the way.
Yeah, not the titties you see along the way.
Well, apparently that's what Preston is. It's all about the titties.
It was.
It absolutely was like a phenomenal game. It's
Elden Ring
a game
3,
that I played.
Immortality 1 because of boobs.
I want to.
That's what we need. In Elden Ring 2 is more boobs.
I think it's a game where you can go back. We could go back next year and like pencil in, like, let's all go explore again together and like make a couple weekends out of it. And like that would be a just as good of an experience as the first time we were all running through it.
If you completely flipped the class that you played, completely different game.
Yeah, that's what I was just about to say too. I feel like there is a chance that come sometime next year when I'm bored as fuck during that summer's point, I'm going to be like, you know what, fine, I'll fucking try again.
Yeah.
And then I'm going to find the class thing or whatever that's like, oh, that's right, in June, right? Yeah.
And I mean, that's what it was with
I'm like, oh shit, you know what? And maybe it should have been on there somewhere, but it's just like, I don't know. It's fine.
What was that? What was the shooter game? Outer something.
Oh, Outriders.
Outriders, yes. So remember when we did that and I played for the first half and I fucking hated it, and then I switched classes and it was fucking
or whatever.
It was the flame one, and it was just like, oh, this clicks so much better now. Yeah, the pyromancer. but I could not stand it with the first class
Yeah.
that I made. Like,
Yeah.
you know, you got to find that niche in these games that,
Yeah.
and then when you do, it's just like,
It makes sense.
Yeah, it's
I
the
mean, I
first
have a lot
From
of people I
Software
watch
game I ever
play
played as a
from
Magic user,
software
so.
games, so
yeah, same.
it's also like I don't
I
really
didn't play Elden Ring as a Magic, or like I've never played a Souls game as a Magic user. Usually it's just, you know,
I always
sword
hear
and shield,
people hate on
sword
the
and board.
Magic users, so
Yeah, because it's easy.
Well, and then we played Demon Souls.
Who cares?
We played Demon Souls through it, and then fucking Chris is like, "Oh, it's fucking broken. You just play Magic." And you just
I played
fucking
Magic and Demon Souls. And it is the most
everybody.
broken
I know that's
shit.
what I'm saying. So I'm like,
Magic
okay,
is broken
I
in
want
that
to
game.
try
You
a
can, like,
Magic.
one-shot bosses with Magic
Yes,
in that game.
there's spells that
Yeah,
one-shot bosses. It's
When you got that fucking the Kamehameha, basically,
Yeah.
and you get the one that extends it, like, okay, you get 10 seconds of it fucking free mana, and you just
yeah,
annihilate.
ridiculous.
I think it was
Um,
Comet Azure was the skill
yeah.
ability.
Whatever,
Yeah.
it's Kamehameha.
I can't wait to go back to this game in like another year or so when I've forgotten a lot more things. Like that's the one thing is like Bloodborne I think is still my favorite FromSoft game. I could play that game back to back, and even though I've like memorized it because it's a linear game, it's like I can just do a different build and it feels different. Whereas I think Elden Ring, like if I played it right now, because I did start a couple of like playthroughs that I did like maybe half of or whatever after I finished my first playthrough. But there's so many ways that you can just like level up stupidly fast if you know exactly where to go and what to do. And I
You
wanna
can go
forget
straight
those
to
things.
that fucking dragon church or
The
whatever the
dragon,
fuck it is,
yeah.
and just like
Wail
murder
on
those
his
little
foot for a
elf
minute.
people or whatever. Yeah, and just
Yeah.
I mean,
Yeah.
that's
So I want to
basically what
forget
I
all
would
that
do.
stuff and just play the game as if it was my first time again, which I feel like I
that's
need more
like
time away from it.
I have clips of when Tyler and I first took down a giant, and it was just like, this is just so
Felt good.
crazy. Yeah,
Felt
it's like,
so
oh,
fucking
this
good.
is so
Yeah,
awesome.
everything-
When we
Especially when you're
finally killed
teleported.
that fucking knight on the horse in the very first area,
Yes, I was just thinking about that last
Yeah.
game.
Halig Knight, right? Was
Yes, and
it
it's
just
like
took
he
us
kicks
forever.
your
It's like,
ass
why
over
would
and
they
over
put
again.
this right here, like right in the beginning?
I mean, a
That's level
few
design
miles
thinking.
away from him or whatever in game distance is a freaking dragon in the swamp that you also should not fight at the beginning of the game. But you
Well,
can.
the thing is,
But that's
is
just
like,
it. Like you stumble upon it and you get destroyed, and then you're like, I am going
Yeah.
to do this.
I took a lot of
And you
notes. of
get-
like,
you
I'm
get
gonna come
out
back
of
to
the
this, I'm gonna come back to
tutorial.
this.
Yeah, you like get out of the tutorial cave, but that boss knight right out front there is another fucking part of the tutorial, trying to teach you like if you're
You're
persistent,
going
you
to
can
get
beat
destroyed.
this, or just be
Just go
smart,
around,
go get
do
yourself
something else.
killed,
Yeah,
and then go somewhere else.
yeah.
Like,
Playing as the what is the like you start off naked. That was
See,
the
you are all about the nudity and the titties.
yeah.
I see how you play games.
Starting off like and just like scavenging for every little bit of armor
Sure.
felt
Yeah.
so fucking cool. You would get
Yeah.
just pants and you would be so excited for fucking pants in that game. And that like that was I think the way to start that and go back. If you replay it anytime soon, just start as like bare bones as possible because you do feel so much that vulnerability of the world is so affecting.
It's
Well,
all
I mean,
one
that's
playthrough.
anything though. Like you can just get murdered by the littlest fucking thing in the world, and it will destroy you.
Bastard geckos with their fucking
It's
death fog.
crazy. That's like when you go to the like I was heavy into the Black Flame build at one point, and there's literally a Buried Tomorrow song called Black Flame, and I posted this in our Discord a while ago, and I'm like, every time I listen to the song, I just think of playing Elden Ring, doing the Black Flame moves, and getting those moves from those fucking skin wearing weirdos was just so much fun. And those guys were so fucking hard.
they were, especially when you got to fight both of them at the same time.
You guys
Exactly.
want to? Do you want to download Elden Ring real quick and jump
No,
back
it's only
into?
like top
I
three
haven't-
games of the
I
year.
haven't
I only
even-
It's still
download,
installed.
like, games of the year.
Oh yeah. Number 3 though. Yeah, you know.
Yeah,
Number 3, yeah.
it's still installed on my PS5. It's like,
Ooh.
I honestly do think part of me like falling off a little bit too is the fact that it's on my PS5. Though I prefer Xbox controllers to the PS5. controllers.
What? All right, seriously, Chris.
I don't like
we need to
it.
start screening our guests.
I
Yeah,
don't.
I need
I
to
just-
screen my brothers. I need to find a new one.
It's just personal
New brothers
preference.
are made every day.
Every
But,
9 months,
the thing he was talking about, where you open that chest and then suddenly you're in the fucking cave with all the weird arachnid
Centipedes,
bullshit
yeah.
sniping you and everything.
Oh, the centipedes. Oh,
Yeah.
there's so much.
My
Yeah, fuck
girlfriend's
those guys.
brother like walked in. He's all like, "Oh, did you go in this cave yet? There's a fucking cool chest in there or something like that." I don't remember exactly what he said, but I was like, "Oh, okay, I'll go there." And then I went in there and he's just sitting on the couch watching me. And then I opened the fucking chest and it transports me over there. It's just
Yeah, and there's no way
and then,
out.
runs
Yeah.
the fuck up.
Yeah.
It's
Runs
like,
the
how
fuck
do I
away.
run through, keep all of my souls to
I
get
got
out of this
so
area?
many upgrades because
And
of
then I
that,
was
'cause
like,
all I did
"Oh,
was
it's fine.
run
I'll
around
just
camp.
quick travel out." And
Yeah.
then they're like, "No, you can't quick travel out." I was like, "Okay, well, I'll just fucking walk."
But then
out
when you
then."
make it out and you
And then you
start
get-
killing those things, it's just like, it's
Yeah.
so satisfying.
Yeah, I know. Eventually, you do go back and you're just like, "I'm gonna fucking kill all of you right now." Like,
Like,
Remember me?
Sorry.
Remember when you used to kill me?
I mean,
Like
thankfully,
8
I was
times
able
just
to.
trying to run away? Well,
I
you're
was
dead
able
now.
to get out of there pretty nicely because I was using something that was like a quick step build or some nonsense. So I was able to dodge stuff fairly effectively. But
I mean,
until I found the exact perfect
Thank you,
rhythm to
boy.
be using that, like I wasn't able to leave. So, but like that is the sort of thing that is cool about it. Like that's why part of why it's the main From Software game where I'm like, I think I can finally get what people like about it.
Yeah.
It's just I still have
If
to.
you
try
have
to
enough
get
people
there.
that are playing and you're talking about it, that is what really
Right.
or to me it just reels it in. It's like, I found this. Well, I never found that. Where did you
Right.
find that?
it
Yeah, I
made me
think that
want to
would
go
have
back
helped a
and
lot.
play like Dark Souls 2 or
Why did you
finish
go to
Dark
Dark
Souls
Souls 2 first?
because I never played it. Like I've played a lot of Dark Souls 1.
That
I'm
made
like,
me
that's
want to
the
go to
one
Dark
everyone's
Souls
like,
3 and
you know,
play
you
the
know,
Like I wanted
brothers
to play
boss and-
their games that I hadn't really invested my time
Right.
into.
I did
right?
the same thing.
I just thought it was
Yeah.
funny because that's the one everyone's like, we don't talk about.
Right,
Dark
but
Souls
like
2.
it's like I want to see the mechanics that they tried, and I want to see what failed. Too. Like
Yes.
right.
I just want to live in their systems for a little while.
And that's why I'm
Yeah.
so excited for the new Armored Core, just because of playing
See
the
what they
PS1, PS2. I'm like, if they make a mech game like they have been making these games, it is going to be
It's
just
gonna be fucking
phenomenal.
nuts.
yes.
I cannot
Crazy.
wait. Do you think Dave and Buster's will come up with like the sit inside of the Armored Core system
Oh.
that they did for a while with us? Oh man, they better.
All right. Let's move
Elden
on.
Ring,
What
game of
what
the
are-
Raise your
year.
hand if that was
Tyler,
No
your
matter
number
what,
one.
everybody puts it at 3.
Remember when General Radon broke open the fucking ground into Siafra? Remember that? Isn't that
It was
great?
fucking
Moment?
sick. It's fucking sick.
It's so good.
What's your number 3 though, Tyler?
My number 3 is Nobody Saves the World.
What's your number 3, Tom?
Gotham Knights.
What's your number 3, Ryan?
Pokemon Legends Arceus.
What's your number 3, Gene?
Oh, let me see.
I
Wait, we're
forgot.
on number 3. Wait, we're on number
Number
2,
two.
right? For me,
We're on number 3
Okay.
for you. Oh, number 2 for you,
Yeah,
yeah.
number
Oh
two.
wait,
Number
I
two
skipped,
for you.
I skipped my number 3. My number 3 was
Yeah, you
Citizen
did.
Sleeper though. Sorry.
Elden Ring.
Okay.
Oh.
Citizen Sleep.
My number 2 is going to be one that none of you, well, maybe one of you have
Sonic.
played, but nobody would put it even on the list. But
Sonic?
yeah, he just said it.
Sonic?
Sonic Frontiers.
Your fucking
Um,
hat gave you away, you dumbass.
I know. Oh, God. I just threw on a hat, honestly. I noticed it a little late. I was like, oh, shit.
They got the feelers on? Or didn't Fila
Yeah.
release the fucking Sonic
But
shoe?
like I've always kind of liked Sonic games enough. I can admit plenty of them are kind of bad, but
Plenty of
this
them?
game- they're like on the
Some
like.
of them are
you know-
good.
well, no, like
yeah,
most of them-
1, 2, Sonic and Knuckles.
Well,
You get in the
like-
Genesis
oh, I
era,
like a
yes.
lot of the-
But after
I like
that,
a
it's
lot
like,
of the 3D ones fine too, but the thing is, I bought them pre-owned from GameStop for like $5 to $10. So they
people
were
had
good.
sodomized the discs at that point.
right.
Jesus.
That's hot.
And then I just like Sonic in general. Like I've already watched the first season of the Netflix show and everything, but what they did with Sonic Frontiers feels like they're actually like legitimately getting somewhere as far as the formula
Getting
goes.
somewhere.
Yeah, like they're figuring out how Sonic should be operating in the 3D space and how to actually move forward with it
I mean, that's
rather
a
than
big problem Sega has, is finding that niche of where
Right,
they
like-
should go with their
yeah,
titles.
right. And then just like you get to the first Titan boss and like it's this legitimate like screaming metal music by the lead singer from Sleeping with Sirens. I can't even remember
Oh,
his
really?
name. Yeah, he sang 3 of the songs on this game for 3 of the bosses, and all the bosses are supersonic fights. So like think of the final moment of a 3D Sonic game where it's a supersonic fight. You get like 4 or 5 different fights that are like that, and they have this like screaming metal music from the Sleeping with Sirens guy on the backtrack, and it was like the first time experiencing that was super freaking hype. And then like also the storyline, they make constant references to like Sonic Adventure 2 and Sonic Forces, Sonic Heroes gets mentioned a few times, like several of the comics, even a few of the TV shows. And then like shortly after they released the game, the Sonic team actually came out and said like that they had one of their better Sonic comic writers working on it, and that they're actually working to make Sonic games like a cohesive unit rather than like
Cinematic universe.
I was just going to
Right.
say the SCU.
Well, yeah, that's what they want to try and do rather than like what they've been doing where it's like Sonic Heroes is not connected to Sonic Adventure 2, is not connected to Sonic Forces, is not connected, like, so they have a lot of subtle references and stuff in it to try and be like, hey, all of that was canon. It might not fit on a timeline exactly right, but they're trying to like legitimize it all rather than people just arguing over what's canon and stuff. But I think the gameplay was fun. It needs a little bit more polish, obviously, as far as some of like the pop-in and stuff, and like maybe making the environment a little bit better. But the main controversies for the game, I feel like, are coming from people that aren't legitimate. Like they're legitimate Sonic fans, but they're not like the crazy Sonic fans that are like, oh, I really like Sonic. You know, they really like the good Sonic. But like all of us that are just like general Sonic fans for the sake of Sonic are like, this is the direction we need to go in for this to get to a point where it's a good game everybody appreciates. If this had just been polished out just a little bit more, then I don't think anybody would have bitched and complained about it, because it's just open world Sonic and the platforming feels good and the speed levels and everything feel good. And then like trying to get the S ranks on all of the time trials feels really fun. So
Yeah,
Like
and
if
the
there's
combat was
only
good,
like
too.
one person we could ask that really likes Sonic that could give us their information.
Are you joking? I don't know who you're talking about.
Tom never jokes. Serious.
Oh.
Yeah.
I just
No,
think it was really
Unzip
good.
my compressed
overall.
files.
I think that's all I have
You're
noted
gonna-
there.
That's your
Alex?
callback. That's when you're going to throw in the callback.
Well, it was like what, 4 hours ago at this point? I don't know. I don't even know.
Yeah.
Yeah, I saw that the boss battles looked incredible, but
Yeah.
like generally the worlds seemed very like all of the pipes and all of the shit that they added into it.
Yeah.
Just, like none of it made any fucking sense, and it was all the same no matter what
Right.
environment.
Like
you were in.
it's the same thing I kind of throw at like Arceus and Pokemon Scarlet a lot, where it feels like it's a Unity fan made game a little bit. Like as far as like the fact that there's just random assets that you've probably seen in another Sonic game thrown in there. I think it could have stood to be like maybe $40 and be a very valid like I can't even think of what the word is. Proof of concept, basically.
Yes, that's
like and like people were mistranslating the director. He did say, oh, we're going to think of this kind of like it's a beta and we will move forward in the direction that people are saying. But people mistranslated him like he sold people a beta. No, he meant we're thinking of this in the aspect that you would think of a beta, where it's like we hear your feedback and we'll make adjustments as we need to. So going forward, the next game should hopefully be what everybody would want, but
Or
there's
the
no
next game will come
guarantee
out in
that.
a year and it'll be a mess.
Well, they're releasing
Same
DLC
thing,
that's
Reese.
free for the game for the next year. So
Oh, that's nice.
and like at the end of next year, towards the end, they're actually releasing storyline stuff where you get to play as Knuckles, Amy, and Tails and stuff too. So, and then there's going to be like a boss rush mode, a time trial mode, a whole bunch of stuff like that. But good overall, and I think it's worth playing once it's on sale, which it's already been on sale for $30 a few times. So
Cool.
I'm sure by like midpoint next year, it'll be $10 on Steam at some
Yeah.
point.
Probably. All right, Preston, number 2.
Number two, God of War Ragnarok.
Now, how did
Right.
that one push out Elden Ring?
Yeah, let's not
It's
talk
better.
Fuck you. Ryan, number 2.
Number 2, Immortality.
I mean, I can agree with you. I was just curious because you said
The fuck is
it went
this,
from
Ryan?
number 1 to number 3.
That's a weird skip, isn't Tyler?
Yeah.
After
Oh,
Preston?
yeah.
What
I'm
the
looking at
fuck
the-
is going on here?
Oh, what is this?
I am 5
Who's
shots
hosting
in, y'all.
this
I
show?
did 5 shots of vodka. I'm sorry. Tyler, what's your number 2?
No
My
excuse.
number 2 is God of War Ragnarok.
See, it's all the same
Let's
anyway.
go.
Tom, what's your number 2?
Marvel's Midnight Suns. Which
Which we actually
apparently,
haven't talked about.
yes,
Fuck.
it is
So
like,
close.
despite Preston's displeasing view of seeing the final battle, apparently.
Yeah, what the hell's that?
Which was actually very good.
I don't know. Like,
have a great
if you
time.
don't know me, I've read Marvel comics since I was a wee lad, and I'm an old fuck
Back
now.
in the 1940s.
Yeah. Back
I
in
will-
my day, I
will
used to
say
read
that
fucking the X-Men and
It
things.
probably would have been on my list too, but I asked for it for Christmas. Same with like Bayonetta 3
Yeah,
had a chance
so,
to be on my
I
list,
mean,
but I asked for it for Christmas, so I'm still
Without
waiting.
spoiling anything, this, like, if you like X, like the fighting in this is just, it's very satisfying, and it also hits that very frustrating when you don't get the run that you like and you hit pause and you fucking hit restart and counter. And the characters they chose, I was not thoroughly excited about a lot of them. I think I expressed this even when they announced it. Like, I don't really care much about these characters. And there are characters while I'm playing that I don't really like. There's one character that I've gotten that you get him right away is fairly useless in my opinion. Like Doctor Strange
could-
has no use.
You could,
I was gonna say,
you
you're
could
gonna say that
whatever
about Wolverine.
characters you want, I think, because they pretty much like came out the gates like this is the roster, like to the
Oh
point
yeah,
that,
they
like,
have all the characters, but without like hurting the way the story unfolds.
oh,
You don't
okay,
want
that
to
makes sense,
say what
yeah.
they are. Like you going in, you know all the characters. Like even logging into the game the first time and seeing the skins you can buy, you know who all the characters are.
Right.
But it doesn't unfold in the fashion that you have all these characters right from the get-go.
Okay.
Doctor Strange, you do have right from the get-go. I do not see the poise in him. Like, I don't see how anything he can do, most of your characters can already fill that void, but there are characters that are just, I mean, once you unlock some of these moves, because it's card based, so you unlock so many cards for the characters, and then they go into the pool, and then you draw them as you're playing for your attacks, which can be very good and very bad. But you make the deck. So as you play more with these characters, you unlock more of their abilities. So then you can cycle these cards into their deck. But
Yeah,
I
essentially,
mean,
you have a 24 card deck because each of your characters has an 8 card deck. You're building that and making like. You're
But you can
deciding
only
what works well together.
stack them in such a fashion as I just unlocked, I believe, the second to last character. And if you could stack a certain card that they have more than 2 times, you could literally destroy the game. But you can't.
Yeah,
Like,
they have
it
certain
knows these
limitations.
things.
You can only have
Yeah,
2 of any, like one specific card, and you can only have 1 legendary card.
Yes, but
What do you-
so the weird thing is when I started this game, the CG is absolute garbage. Like it is like PS2 graphics.
They did
It's like
no
if you
mocap.
played, if you played XCOM. Actually, what I want to compare it to is like Dragon Age Origins style,
That's
like
so good. That's such a good. You're so
like
right.
as they're talking and they're just like dead face, like
Yeah.
and they're talking to you and their eyes
a lot
don't
of them
move.
doing this, like their
Yeah,
hands
and they're
folded,
like,
but
and your
sticking out
character's like
this.
arms on your hips and like look at this, and like Captain America looks ridiculous, like I'm so muscular, and it's like that stuff. It really doesn't matter because the meat of this is how much fun the combat is. And I posted a video on Twitter the other day when I played as Ghost Rider doing one of his. I was just doing they're called threat, so you can go in there and just level them up. Like not on a mission, you just take them in. You fight like you fight 3 waves. And he has an ability where you can, the next 2 turns, anybody he kills explodes. Well, I killed like 5 people that all exploded next to exploding cauldrons that damn near made my PS5 start on fire. Like the frame rate literally went down to like 5 FPS. It was ridiculous and hilarious all at the same time. It looked like a fucking nuke went off, and my PS5 just went. But if you like Marvel, you like XCOM style combat, you like collectible card games,
Yeah,
there's like relationships you can build with all these characters to boost them up and then get their Midnight Suns ability, which I haven't even got into. When you do the Midnight Suns, you have to do a like test, which is literally like a puzzle of fighting style. Like you have to do all this in one turn, and you trying to figure out how to do this in one turn. It's super fun.
yeah, the game is very, very good. There's so many good strategy games from here, but yeah, it's a little janky. I've had like 3 crashes on Xbox One, Xbox Series X, I should say.
Well, that's what you get for playing an Xbox.
Sure, whatever. I'm sure it's better everywhere else.
I mean, I haven't had a crash on PS5 yet, but
yeah, well, it has only crashed in the last like 2 days in Act 3. I don't know, maybe it gets jankier later, or I don't know. But yeah, I mean, regardless of the jank, like the combat is just so good. Building your decks is so good, and finding out what characters work with each other. Like, I'm with you that Doctor Strange is probably the least useful character, but if you use him with Nico, because he has those abilities where like it's like, okay, this ability is way stronger when you have 6 mana or whatever, it's a heroism, but then you use Nico's ability that makes everything free. So it's like you're spending 6 heroism on this move to make it way stronger than if you use 2, but it's free, so it doesn't matter. So you deal 180 damage.
Depending on how you build your deck, you can completely bust this game. But you could also think you are going to completely bust this game, and you make a giant shit pile. And it's like, well, these characters do not work together whatsoever. But I mean, like, you can make Captain America literally ridiculous because he gains so much blocking power. It's fucking like the way you shape this game is, I don't know. I really enjoy this game, but I'm a big Marvel fanboy. It actually surprises me that the top 3 games I have a DC game and a Marvel game. Actually, it doesn't surprise me. If there was a Spawn game, that would probably be with number 1. So,
yeah, people should definitely check it out. It's super fun to find combos that work, and you can make some really broken combos, but like it is not on the level of a Mario plus Rabbids where like you can just win every combat effortlessly if you are remotely intelligent. It still requires some thought. You will still get characters knocked out, and I like the way they handle difficulty in this game, where the highest difficulty you can start on is normal, but you will slowly unlock additional difficulties as you play, and you can continue to upgrade as you want to, and you get more experience and more money.
So are you playing it at the highest possible difficulty currently?
I went to heroic.
I think I'm at like heroic 2, because heroic 1 became like easy, depending, like if I took the characters I wanted to take, I could decimate them. But they're literally like where I'm at now. There could be one enemy that comes in that literally just fucks your day up. And it doesn't even matter who you have. And it's not like bullet sponge like difficulty, like if you range it that way.
Right.
Yeah.
Is there how does it work as far as them adding DLC characters? Like, are you going to be able to use them in a new adventure, or is it going to be random missions and stuff?
If you get the season pass, it does tell you the 4 DLC
yeah, I know what
characters
they
that you
are.
would
It's
get.
Deadpool, Venom, Morbius, and Storm.
Yes.
But,
I don't know how that is going to proceed going forward. I would assume there is going to be more story that goes into it.
They have
But
their
I
own separate
don't know.
campaigns that are being added with them. I am curious if they're going to let you take them back into the base game. I assume there's like end game where you can just do general missions as much, like after finishing.
Yeah, I have not beaten this game yet.
I haven't.
Yeah, I don't even have. I think there's one more character that I have to get according to what I know. But I mean, I'm having a blast playing this game, and it's fun.
I definitely want to give it a shot. So
yeah, if you find it, if they put it on sale for like Christmas, New Year's, for like $40, definitely pick it up. Like if you like XCOM, fucking grab it.
Yeah, the combat is also very hard to describe because it is not exactly like any other game where like you only get one movement per turn, but also every card you use that is an attack is moving you around. If you grab an item and throw it like a box and throw it at an enemy, that's moving you around. There's a lot you can do to move your characters despite only having one move. But also the reasons why you move your characters is to like get them into or out of a certain AoE. Because it's not like you're trying to move away from an enemy to get further out of the range, because they'll move as far as they fucking want. Like you're not limited in your movement range. It's just you're avoiding AoEs or getting into AoEs is the main reason, or you're shoving enemies, which is super important.
And you have characters that just boost your AoEs. They boost like environment attacks that you can do, and they cost nothing. So you can just like start bouncing all over the fucking map, murdering. And the way they do it is like there are certain characters that come in that they're just considered minions. They're one-hit kills. But if you don't kill them, they definitely do damage. I mean, there's a lot that they put into these cards. Like there's so many different ways that you can play it. It could be good or bad. You fuck up one time, it definitely will punish you. It is like an XCOM game, minus the fact that, oh, I have a 99% chance of hitting this person. Oh, I fucking missed.
Yeah, there's no percentages in this game. Like you know, if an enemy is aiming at you, they're going to hit you. Like you know
that's half the fun.
No, it's like God, what's that strategy game from a few years ago? They just released the enhanced version of it this year, and it came to mobile and everything. Fuck, I can't remember the name of it, but whatever. It's an indie game. Everybody loves it because you know exactly what the enemy is going to do, and you just playing around it. I'll think of it. But
anyway, play Marvel fucking Midnight Suns. It is a fantastic game.
Into the Breach.
Yes, play it.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you got me.
Blade is fantastic.
Yeah, all the characters are super fun. All right.
Minus Doctor Strange.
He's fine. Number 2, Ryan, you already said was God of War Ragnarok, right?
Immortality.
Okay, sorry.
God of War,
Yours is like
Immortality.
number 4, God of War?
God of War is number 4. Yeah.
Okay. My number 2 was God of War Ragnarok. And Genetix, number 1.
God of War Ragnarok.
Preston, number 1.
Immortality.
Tyler, number 1.
Elden Ring, and Elden Ring. Okay, we can all stop now.
Tom, number 1.
That's because Elden Ring is the true game of the year, not just God of War.
3.
Elden Ring is number 1. Yeah, it's true.
Yeah, Elden Ring. Yeah.
I'm
It's
not
so
gonna
crazy.
argue that
It's so crazy that like
I wouldn't argue.
we
with it
had
either,
separate like even just like playing wise, like the fact that you guys beat the entire game in the matter of what, 3 days?
It was like 10 days. How do you play 160 hours of a game in 3 days? That is not possible.
I don't know, but it seemed like it was 2 days, and it took us. It took Tyler and I like a month and a half to beat the game.
I took a vacation to play that game, and that's all I did for the entire vacation.
I know, and you were completely vacant. We're like Tyler and I would be like, man, I wonder where everybody is. Nobody's talking in our channel.
I don't give a shit. I still had a good time.
Oh no, that's what I'm saying. It's great that the fact that we like everybody had a different experience, minus our two guests that don't like the game.
It was
I
his
didn't
number
like
3.
it. It's fine. It's,
Now,
It was
genetics, you can
number
go to hell.
1, and then Ryan decided to play Immortality. It's his fault.
Fucking Ryan, God damn it!
Freaking Ryan sabotaging Elden.
Why wasn't Gran Turismo in your top 10 so you could drive around in your Jimmy?
This is not the podcast where we bitch about games we wish were good. All right, this is the podcast where we talk about games we love.
It was the
We
number
have
11.
been talking for
20.
4.5 hours.
Yes.
The podcast says 4 hours and 14 minutes.
It's a good thing I don't work tomorrow.
Two-parter.
I do.
Okay.
That's all right. You just gotta go shit in a safe and you'll be fine.
Real quick, let's run through if there's any honorable mentions that nobody else had on their list or anything. Genetics.
oh shit.
Shit.
I had a list
fuck.
of some sort.
Oh no.
Like I said, Bayonetta 3 would possibly end up on there because I love that franchise. But besides that, I can't think of anything off the top of my head. Oh, there's a game I bought on Steam that's like Paper Mario, but it's about ghosts and stuff. It's called The Outbound Ghost. I started playing that, and I'm like,
Paper Ghostio.
Paper go.
yeah, it's fun. I mean, I've only played about
Paper
an hour and a
mache ball.
half or so of it, but I've watched other people play it, and pretty much just Paper Mario, but with maybe a little bit of a deeper story. Besides that, I can't really think of much else that would be honorable mentions.
All right.
Spider Heck.
Okay. Is that it? That's all you got, Preston?
That's it, actually. Yeah.
All right. Tyler.
As Dusk Falls
Ooh.
and I think that's it. As Dusk Falls.
Ooh, Tom.
There's a game called fucking like
Immortality.
Vampire Surveyors or something. I think.
Yeah,
was very
yeah.
close, yeah.
Shut up.
Where you just like look.
Checking
It's like
the land,
Oregon Trail, but you're a vampire or
trying
something.
to figure out
Okay.
elevation, understanding.
Surveyor. Yeah. Just survey vampires. You just ask some
Right.
questions.
No, I mean, come on, man. I played like 15 new games this year.
Right.
Fair. High on Life. Would you honorable mention? I know we said it can be on.
I
next year's list if you
haven't
want it to or whatever. But
Played enough of it.
Yeah, I
The
already got
initial
that
Oh,
one I
man, on
haven't
that game.
played yet, but
the initial opening is very enjoyable. Like
It's
writing
good.
wise.
It's fun.
Dude,
I thought it was going to go on mine, and I decided. And
the banter on that game is freaking hilarious. Like I watched a scene where he's like, "Just push the fucking trigger, man. Just push it." He's like, and you push all the other buttons, and he's cursing you out as you push them. Then you push the pause button, and you unpause. He's like, "Since when does the fucking pause button shoot people?" What
Yeah.
the fuck are
There's
you
a lot
doing?"
of
Like,
breaking like the fourth wall that is
Yeah,
like
so
it's
freaking
very Rick and Morty that I stopped playing it just because I didn't know if this was a game we were going to consider because I don't think anybody has had the time to play, and I just literally started up. And in all honesty, I got extremely angry just the fact that Game Informer was like, "No, this is a fucking stupid game. It's 5 out of 10."
Game
I was
Informer.
like, "Cool.
I
Wait,
don't even pay
what?
attention to them
What the
that
fuck
much.
is this?" I'm
The
like,
game's very divisive, so I can agree.
but I
with
mean,
it.
either you
Not
like
being
Solar
on here or being
Opposites
on here.
and Rick and Morty, or you don't like.
Right.
Right.
Which I love Rick and Morty, so I'm pretty on board for it.
That's all I got. I don't know.
All right.
Maybe I'll
Ryan,
play more than 15 games next year.
We'll see. I will probably play a lot less games next year. I mean, first of all, a lot of the games that are announced are massive, and also I'm just doing stuff.
Oh wait, actually I do. They Always Run is a super fun game. You're a 3-armed body
Oh, yeah, I
hunter
guess
side scroller.
Pokemon
It's-
Scarlet could have potentially just been
Yeah,
on
no
the list
Scarlet
if
or
it wasn't
Violet on
so
anybody's
buggy.
list.
It's just a little too buggy for me. Like
Get fucked.
if I take the consistency of Arceus along with the gameplay of Scarlet and Violet, I would have been okay, but it's just whatever. Can't
Yeah.
say anything else really.
indie games. They Always Run. It's super fun.
Yeah.
Ryan.
Just 2 Space Lines from the Far Out, very fun. Overcooked, like where you run airline, but it's in space. It was a lot of fun. And Grounded. Which was
I don't know. What is this
That
game?
fucking
Something.
out. Wow.
Okay, I have a lot of honorable mentions. The ones that nobody else said though: Fire Emblem Warriors, 3 Hopes, very good. Bar Changing Tides, also very good, especially if you play that first game. Very good soundtrack as well. Beat Saber Volume 5, Beat Saber in general, my 3rd favorite game of all time, and Volume 5 had some very good songs on it. Floppy Nights.
Nice.
You played that, right, Tyler? Floppy Nights? You like that?
I did. That came out this year too.
Yeah.
What about
I did
rabbits?
play that. I didn't finish it.
I
got
Opera.
I feel like there
yeah,
was
never
some
finished
other stuff that came out on Game Pass that would be an honorable mention. Just can't
Yeah.
think of it at the
Very good.
moment.
Great game. It's coming to Switch soon too.
Yeah, you should
Just
play
announced
it.
it.
Yeah, I played all the way through it. It was very good. Cuphead, Delicious Last Course, the DLC. Moonscars, Prodeus.
I played that as well.
Moonscars or Prodeus?
Moonscars.
Yeah, Moonscars is very good. Some very cool look there, and it's just, I mean, it's a side scrolling kind of basically.
Yep.
That was it for games that I played. The only ones I want to shout out for games that I didn't get to play and wanted to. Xenoblade Chronicles 3, I know people love. I wish I had 100 hours to play an RPG. That's not, but I don't. And then
But you could.
and then This Way Madness Lies is like a really short RPG that came out only on Steam that I didn't make time for, but I should. It looks really cool. Chained Echoes literally just came out.
Yeah.
We're gonna allow
Yeah,
that for
I just
next year's
started
game.
I think,
of the year
yeah,
list.
because I literally played like the first 20 minutes of that game and I'm like, I need to play more, but I do not have the time.
Yeah, and I think that's.
And I blame Ryan
Shout out.
because we're just blaming
also,
Ryan for everything.
As far as a next year list goes, Overwatch
Right,
2 is on consideration for me if the PvE actually ends up
PvE
being
content, yeah. If it, because yeah,
Oh, okay.
Because
Overwatch
the
2
2
is
is
fine,
not
but it's-
I'll allow
deserved
it.
right now.
you'll allow it, Preston.
I'll allow it.
Okay.
He's like, as long as there's some boobs.
It's okay for like the first 40 hours, but then after that, it gets kind of repetitive, you know?
I was hoping for more, but I haven't gone back to play it since we initially stopped playing it a month ago.
Yeah, I haven't played any season 2. I maxed out the Battle Pass season. I mean, same thing with Multiverses.
I didn't even max out that Battle Pass, and I am sad that I even bought the first one.
It's fine. It's
Same.
Fine.
more of the same
Jealous.
thing, and you kind of want to play with friends in order to even play it at all. So
I don't have any friends. Oh.
Oh, we're at that point in the drinking. All right.
Nah.
Alright.
I just love you guys.
So should we go back
friends.
through starting with number 10? I don't think the podcast.
No, I don't remember what I said.
Good.
Tyler's done.
I'm
If
so
you're
tired.
curious
He's gotta
about
go
this-
water his
if you're
chickens,
curious
all
about
right?
this, go back to the beginning, listen to the 4 hours again,
Yeah.
do it again.
Yeah. You can
And
just
then
listen to this on repeat all
unzip
next
my
year.
compressed files and you'll be fine.
Yeah.
Got him.
All right. Thanks everybody for listening, watching. Preston, you have anything to plug?
I've been doing some Draft Punk stuff lately. I don't know when Level 0 is coming back or if it'll come back. We did Trivia Punks again recently. It's been fun. And so Real Draft Punks, go listen to their stuff because I'm on it. Also,
Hell
these
yeah.
fucking guns, baby!
Oh, snap.
Let's fucking plug!
It's like Captain America back there.
Thank you. I appreciate that a lot. That means a lot.
All right. Any plugs? Genetics.
same shit I say every single time. I do have a channel, but I haven't gotten anything on it recently. But there is some videos I'm editing. It's just finding the freaking time to do it with everything else
Yeah.
going on is like,
Stuff.
and like my head gets like too big on ideas for how I want to edit it, and then I'm like, ah, shit, I can't.
Like
do this.
Alloy.
That sounds like work.
Alloy.
Yeah.
Big head.
It's not even just that it's work. It's just I have to get the time to do it, and it's like, just, I don't even play the games typically as much as I would like to. Typically, just too much other shit going on in life. But
Yeah.
it's Victorian Genetix everywhere.
Also, thank you for having us for GOTY Talk, and I'm sorry it was number 3.
I'm sorry for my number 3.
Clyde judges you. Look at him.
Yeah, look at Clyde.
He's angry.
He hates
Listen
you.
here, Clyde.
He hates you.
You fuck.
Won't even look at you.
Yeah.
Tell
Otherwise,
people.
follow us on Twitch, which is
Firepod.
Did you change it?
Friendly Fire
we
Pod.
did change it pretty recently. Friendly Fire Pod. Follow us. We do stuff. We stream. We're doing
Watch Wasted. Come on.
Wasted
For the
every
love of
Friday
Somebody
or
watches
Saturday,
Big
whatever
Gotham
fucking
Knights.
day.
It's a
Oh.
hootenanny.
Before I forget, guys, your next Wasted game, Evil West.
Oh yeah, that's a good
Oh,
one.
I heard the co-op's not great on that.
Oh, no.
Because your progress doesn't carry
Never
over
mind.
to this world.
Playing with one person consistently, it's fine.
Okay.
If you say so.
All right.
Say so.
All right.
Down the
geez,
pipeline, there might be some Diablo with Jeffrey. So,
Yeah, that's the plan.
but Jeffrey is kind of wishy-washy. He is a fart cloud. After
I feel like Jeffrey is not a real person.
oh, he's a
realness.
All right.
I've known
He
him
is
for
fantastic.
20,
Very real.
24 years.
Yeah.
Yes,
Even more so than
Wasted.
Tyler, that's just the person you can immediately meet and be like, this is the guy we bag on. Let's go.
I have pictures in person of him. He is
Yeah.
a real.
We
I
also
wish.
stream. We also stream
Like a garden
D&D every other
Saturday?
Saturday-ish.
Oh, other Saturday.
Ish.
You know.
And Preston's on
Scheduling.
that as well. Fine.
Yeah.
He's the fucking thief.
Preston, you're all
Oh,
over
that's
everything.
why he can't be trusted. I see. Fucking just
The only
titties
RPG
and
I've ever
stealing.
been a bastard on, and I love it. By the way, Chris is a very clearly evil character that is trying not.
What?
His alignment is so
That's
good.
just him in general. He's like,
Oh,
in
right,
life,
right,
wants
right.
people not to know it.
Yeah, that's true. Thanks for pointing out, Tyler.
Yeah,
My heel turn is not going to be as dramatic now.
nah, saw it coming from a mile away.
All right. Thanks everybody for watching. We'll hopefully be doing our podcast again next year. We'll see. But
Peace
for now,
out.
later.
Yeah, if we don't just blame Ryan. That's the way.
We ended the podcast, Tom. Stop talking.